Hello friends, this is Meta Fanfic. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. This video included a self-recorded human introduction in the first 30 seconds, followed by AI generated narration for creative storytelling purposes. So we will see what if Harry Potter awakened as the Fire Nation Omni-Element Prince. But before we start, if you are more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if you possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story.
Here is short summary. When a young Harry is adopted by the Fire Lord himself, the world changes forever. Gifted with the rare ability to bend all four elements, Harry grows into the Fire Nation's most powerful prince. But when he rescues Aang, Katara, and Sokka from Zuko, the truth of his destiny begins to unfold. Torn between loyalty to the Fire Nation and the fate of the world, Harry must decide what kind of legend he will become. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Aang paused. Zuko's words echoed in his head. Yes, Zuko had been trying to catch him, but he had kept his word before when they agreed that Aang would come with him in exchange for leaving the Water Tribe alone. And right now Katara and Sokka were in danger, that was a fact. Aang knew he was a powerful airbender, but he was still outmatched. Sokka was limited to a boomerang and a club since he wasn't able to bend any elements at all, and while Katara was a waterbender, she was not a trained one. He himself had never waterbended before, but he was sure that at this point he was probably better than her. Aang supposed they could quickly make a run for it and jump on Appa, but that was clearly a bad idea since it was very likely that they would simply shoot them straight back down to the ship, and Aang didn't want to risk Appa, his best friend, like that. Aang's best bet had been the Avatar state, however he had already used that less than a minute ago, and he was still tired from doing so. Aang, no, Katara quickly said when she saw that Aang was actually considering accepting Zuko's offer. Aang, maybe, Sokka said in a weak voice as he looked at the firebenders opposite him. I was kidding, he said in a defensive voice when he saw that Katara was glaring at him with a heat that would make a firebender proud. Do you promise not to hurt them? Aang asked, lowering his staff. I won't if you cooperate. You have my word. Zuko nodded, speaking honestly. I'll do it, Aang said in a solemn voice. Zuko gestured to two of his men who walked forwards towards Aang, both holding spears in their hands. Aang, you can't, Katara replied as she grabbed his arm and attempted to drag him to Appa, only for Aang to stay rooted in the spot where he was standing, refusing to move. I have to, Katara. Aang said with a sad expression on his face. Take your brother and go, please. He begged, lowering his head slightly as the two men came closer. Sokka held his club in one hand, his boomerang in the other. His mind was in overdrive as he tried to think of a way to get out of this safely along with Aang and Katara. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to come up with anything. You don't have to, Katara said, tears dripping down her face. Yes, I do, Aang said with a sad smile when the two men were mere feet away. The trio looked to the men that held their spears defensively, ready to fight back if any of the three try and attack. No, back off, Katara shouted to the two Fire Nation men as she stepped in front of Aang. What are you doing? Aang and Sokka asked at the same time. I'm not giving you up without a fight, Katara said in a determined voice. The two boys exchanged looks of disbelief. Apparently she was willing to ignore the fact that she barely knew how to waterbend. Sokka in particular was more than surprised. He knew his sister could be stubborn, but this was a whole new level of stubborn when compared to her previous acts, though he supposed this situation was a level up from arguing about who was going to clean the tents. The Fire Nation men continued moving forwards but were stopped when an air blast sent them flying backwards and landing mere feet away from Zuko. That wasn't me, Aang quickly said when everyone looked at him. A second later the air around them shifted and someone dropped into view. The air around this new person shifted so it would slow his landing. He landed in between the Fire Nation and the trio while a triangle-shaped glider landed a short distance behind Appa. The trio took a good look at the new arrival. He was dressed in black boots and black trousers along with a green and black hooded jacket that perfectly fit him and appeared to be made of scales. The forearms were green, and they could see patches of green right on the middle of his sides. The new person's hood was up and his back was facing the trio, so they had no idea what he looked like from the front. The Fire Nation members who were able to take a look at him from the front had actually taken a step back in what looked like fear. "You." Zuko breathed out in shock as he looked at the new arrival. "What are you doing here?" "I am terribly sorry about this, Zuko," the new arrival said in an apologetic voice just as the two previously thrown Fire Nation members stood up. No sooner than they were sent flying into two other Fire Nation soldiers thanks to the air blasts that shot out of the stranger's hands. Zuko growled and sent a fire blast at the stranger. The new arrival easily dealt with it by slapping it away with a backhand, as if he was dealing with a fly, something which only served to infuriate Zuko, who began sending more attacks. "Avatar," the new arrival called while he continued to block Zuko's attacks, mostly with airbending, but sometimes he would strike it away in a way that only a firebender could. "If you want to make your escape, then now's the time. You don't have room for one more, do you?" Yeah, we do." Aang blinked before he and his friends all jumped up onto Appa, their eyes shifted back towards the stranger. "Take off, I'm coming," the stranger said after dodging a particularly powerful fire blast. "You heard the man, yip yip." Sokka quickly called out. Appa grunted before he slapped his tail down and began taking off. "This was fun, but I've got to go, see ya Zuko," the stranger said before he waved his hand and a wave of green fire shot out from his palm. The flames headed towards Zuko and crashed onto the ground in front of him, causing the prince and the other fire soldiers to take a step back to avoid getting burnt. The stranger quickly took full advantage of that distraction and turned before he rushed towards Appa, using his air bending to increase his speed. Appa got into the air, the stranger jumped up and two green jets of fire shot out from under his feet, pushing him upwards so he could land on Appa's saddle. "Nice bison," the stranger commented. His head was turned away from them and looking towards the ship that was looking farther and farther away as Appa flew up into the air. You're a firebender," Sokka blurted out in shock. "And an airbender," Katara added with a look that matched her brother's. But that's impossible," Aang whispered to himself. "Fire attack incoming," the stranger said as he hopped off of the saddle and landed on Appa's lower back just as a large fire blast shot towards them. "Baldy, give me your staff," the stranger called, holding a hand out. Despite his shock at an airbender who could also firebend, Aang reacted quickly and tossed the stranger his staff. The stranger took a deep breath before he waved it, sending an air blast which knocked the fire into a glacier. The damage from the blast caused bits of the glacier to fall down and damage Zuko's ship. "Wow, that was cool," the stranger breathed before he stepped back into the saddle and tossed the staff back to Aang before he sat down. "Who are you?" Katara asked. "My name's Harry," the stranger said as he closed his eyes and pulled his hood down, revealing a messy, raven black set of hair. He pulled off the black mask that covered the lower part of his face. Katara's eyes widened as she looked at the handsome boy in front of her. She damn near fainted when he opened his eyelids to reveal a brilliant pair of emerald green eyes. Hold on a sec," Sokka quickly said as he looked Harry up and down. You can airbend, and firebend. But you're not the Avatar because Aang is. And your fire is green. There's only one person you could be. You're him, you're the exception, you're the Emerald Dragon." "The Emerald Dragon?" Aang asked in a confused voice while sat on the rim of Appa's saddle. Katara gasped as she realized just who they were riding with. "Get back," Sokka said suddenly as he pulled Katara behind him. He pulled out his boomerang and club out and was staring at Harry like he was a wild animal. Sokka was staying crouched down since he wasn't entirely comfortable standing on a flying bison without restraints to stop him from falling. Heck, he just wasn't comfortable standing on a flying bison full stop. "Guys, what's the big deal?" Aang frowned. "He helped save us." "I did do that, yes," Harry said as he sat down and made himself comfortable. "You're welcome, by the way," Harry added as he looked at them all. The Water Tribe boy that was glaring at him was dressed in Water Tribe clothes and had his hair done in a short ponytail with short sides, while the girl behind him was also dressed in Water Tribe clothes but had her hair done up in what he could only describe as hair loopies. There are 2 locks of hair on either side of the face, fastened with blue clips to the back of the head. The most interesting looking was the Avatar, who was dressed in orange and brown clothes, but the interesting part was the tattoos he had. Harry could see a blue arrow-shaped tattoo on the boy's forehead and it looked like it was going down to his spine. Harry could also see an arrow tattoo on each hand that looked like it was going up his arm. Harry's research into the air nomads had told him that upon reaching the level of master airbenders are tattooed with 5 light blue arrows, one extending from the base of the spine to the forehead, one for each arm pointing to the hands, and likewise for the legs and feet. This was good in Harry's opinion. He could safely say that the Avatar knew his airbending. "Aang, this guy is a monster," Sokka said, glaring at Harry. "He's invaded countless villages for the Fire Nation. How many people have you killed?" "Huh," he demanded, directing his questions to Harry. "More than I would like, less than I will have to," Harry said in a solemn voice. "I took no pleasure in any of that." "What are you guys talking about?" Aang asked. He looked back and forth between Harry and the Water Tribe siblings. On the one hand he considered Sokka and Katara as friends, even if he had only known them for a short while, and they both looked really worried about Harry. But on the other hand Harry had helped save them from Prince Zuko. I'm a monster," Harry cut Sokka off, surprising the Water Tribe boy. Harry looked back and forth between the three of them before he settled his gaze on Sokka. "I've done horrible things. Hurt a lot of people, but I didn't do it because I wanted to, I did it because at the time I thought I had to," Harry said before he turned to Aang. He shifted so he was now on his knees. He bowed his head to Aang. "I've been searching for you. I had hoped to find you so that together we can stop the Fire Nation." "You want to stop the Fire Nation?" Katara asked in a surprised voice. "I want to save the Fire Nation," Harry told her without looking up. "Right now the Fire Nation rules all, but that might not always be the case. Revolutions, riots, assassinations, they can all happen at any point. If it does happen then more destruction will follow, but if the Avatar, master of all elements and bringer of balance stops the Fire Lord, well, he could end the war in a far less violent manner." "And you want to end the war?" Sokka snorted disbelievingly. Unfortunately for him all of his bravado and bravery abandoned him when Harry looked up and glared at him with green eyes that were so fierce that Sokka actually gulped. "Listen and listen well, you Water Tribe peasant, because I am only going to say this once," Harry said, still glaring at Sokka. "You've probably been living in an ice cube for the majority of your life. I've been stuck in this place called the real world. Fighting and wars aren't stories for me. If it was up to me then not a single village would have been raided. I did what I had to do because I was forced to do it." "But, you're not forced anymore?" Katara quietly asked. "Not anymore," Harry said with a small headshake before turning to Aang. "Listen, there may be nothing I can say that will make you trust me, but please give me a chance. We share the same goals, stopping the Fire Lord and saving the world. Either you help me or I do it on my own, and I would much rather work with you. Please, work with me," Harry finished, looking at Aang and waiting to see his reaction. Aang didn't immediately respond. He looked at Harry and realized that what he was getting was probably the closest he would get to having Harry beg him for help. Admittedly Aang was quite unsure about trusting him based on what he had heard from Sokka, but then again Sokka had at first thought that he himself could have been part of the Fire Nation. Aang wasn't entirely sure what it was about Harry but for some reason he did want to give him a chance. "Okay," Aang spoke after a few seconds of tense silence. "I don't know you, but you did help us. I'm willing to give you a chance," Aang said in a soft voice. "What?" Sokka blurted out in what he would later insist was not a shriek. "He sounds like he doesn't like bad guys." Aang shrugged. "That cannot be where the bar is." "Listen Ponytail," Harry sighed. "Let's simplify this. Do you like me?" "No." "Well, I don't like you, so we're on even footing." "Do you like the Fire Nation?" "That's a big no." "Well, I'm not exactly happy with them at the moment. Do you want to see the Avatar killed?" If the answer is no, then that's another thing we have in common. Listen up, I've been told my entire life that those that belong to water tribes were nothing but filthy peasants, that you weren't good for being anything other than insects for the Fire Nation to squash under their shoes. Now, from what I've seen you seem to care about the Avatar. Now it's in my best interests to keep him alive, and even if it wasn't I don't particularly find it fun to kill people only a few youngers than me. We have a mutual enemy, work with us or get out of the way. Harry finally finished. Katara and Aang stayed quiet as Sokka and Harry stared at each other. Sokka turned away first and mumbled something under his breath but didn't say any more. Katara and Aang were both simply relieved that the two weren't fighting with each other anymore. I'll give you a chance, Sokka eventually said, but if this is a trick then I'm going to make you pay. He added in a firm voice. Harry was quite tempted to say that he didn't really think there was anything that this boy could do that would seriously harm or even intimidate him, but in the interest of maintaining the small amount of peace they had, he didn't say anything and simply nodded. So, I'm Harry, as you all know, but I didn't get your names. Harry said, looking back and forth between them all. I'm Katara. Katara spoke in a quiet voice. This is my brother, Sokka. And you know Aang, she said as she gestured to Aang. It's nice to meet you all. Harry said in a polite voice. Sokka looked disbelieving at that comment but didn't say anything. Aang, Katara spoke a few seconds later. How did you do that? Earlier, I mean, with the water. She asked, unable to totally keep the amazement out of her voice as she thought about the single most impressive piece of waterbending that she had ever seen. She remembered Aang's eyes glowing a bright white, along with his arrow tattoos. He had rockets upward from the water that he had fallen in and got back on the ship by riding a humongous spinning water vortex. He had summoned the water behind him before it swirled around him, forming a protective circle, before spreading outward, knocking Zuko and several soldiers off their feet. She only wished that she could do something like that. I don't know, Aang admitted. I just sort of did it. He finished awkwardly. How many elements have you mastered? Harry asked, a hint of hope in his voice. You're an airbender and based off your tattoos it's a safe bet to assume that you're quite skilled in that, and according to her you were able to waterbend. Today was the first time I ever waterbended, Aang replied. I've never done it before. I'm not even entirely sure how I did it. So, you've not mastered any of the elements? Harry blinked. Nothing beyond air. No, sorry. Aang said awkwardly. I was sort of frozen in ice for the last 100 years. He couldn't help but add. Harry stared at him for several long seconds before he muttered some curses under his breath before shaking his head. It's fine, we can work with this, he said in a determined voice. We just need to get you some teachers. Aang, why didn't you tell us you were the Avatar? Katara asked. Because. Aang looked down, his mood noticeably worse than before. I never wanted to be, he said. But Aang, the world's been waiting for the Avatar to return and finally put an end to this war. That's most likely a factor into why he doesn't want to be the Avatar, Harry spoke up. No single person should have that responsibility put upon them, especially one so young. I'm older than all of you combined, Aang said with a mock glare at Harry before giving him a small smile for understanding. Maybe so, but you're like what? 12, Harry asked. Yeah, Aang nodded, wondering where Harry was going with this. Grown men would run away from what you have to face. It'll be hard but I plan to make things as easy as possible for you, Harry replied. Now, according to the legend you need to master all 4 elements. First air, then water, then earth and finally fire, Katara added. Exactly, Harry gave her a pleased nod and smile before turning back to Aang, causing her cheeks to turn red slightly. You've pretty much got air. When the time's right I can teach you fire. But first we need to get someone to teach you waterbending. Hopefully they can teach me as well. You don't know waterbending? Sokka asked with a frown. I thought you were the exception. I am, but, believe it or not, there aren't many people in the Fire Nation who you can learn air, water or earth bending from, Harry said with his own frown. They were very willing to teach me fire bending. Anything else I've learned about the other elements has basically been self-study. They did teach me a little bit to make sure I could actually do it, but that's it. I know a few basic moves from earth and water. I spent the last few years of my life studying as much as I could about airbending. There weren't a great many teachers available, so I had to take whatever scrolls one was able to steal from the Fire Nation. I've found a few more on the way. I'm probably not as good as Aang at it, scratch that, most definitely not as good as Aang, but I know enough airbending to get by. I'd like to learn the water and earth bending. Also if Aang is willing then I'd like him to help me with my airbending skills. Sure, Aang easily agreed. but I have to ask, why can you bend all 4 elements? I'm the only one who can do that. You're supposed to be the only one who can do that, Harry corrected. That's why I'm the exception. I've just always been able to do it. Harry finished with a small shrug. Anyway, do any of you know where we can find a waterbending teacher? He asked. The North Pole, Katara said brightly. There's a water tribe up there and I'd like to learn some waterbending as well, we can all learn together. She said before turning to Sokka and giving him a grin. And Sokka, I'm sure you'll get to knock some firebender heads on the way. Oh, I'd like that. I would really like that. Sokka said with his own grin. I'm not going to comment on that. Harry said under his breath, knowing that they would all likely be knocking some firebender heads. Then we're all in this together. Katara said cheerfully. Yes. Aang cheered before he pulled out a map and laid it out. All right, but before I learn waterbending, we have some serious business to attend to. Here, here and here, he said, pointing to 3 different spots on his map. What are these places? Harry asked, giving Aang his full attention. Well, here we'll ride the hopping llamas, he said as he pointed to the first spot before pointing to the second spot. Then way over here, we'll surf on the backs of giant koi fish, he said, oblivious to the stares he was getting from the other 3. Then back over here, we'll ride the hog monkeys, he added as he pointed to the final location. They don't like people riding them, but that's what makes it fun. He finished with a face-splitting grin. Harry and the others were currently resting on a beach. The group had made camp there the previous night. Right now Appa was eating some grass while Sokka was sleeping in a blue sleeping bag. Meanwhile Katara was fiddling through their luggage while Aang was checking the saddle on Appa. While Harry, who had woken up before everyone else, was practicing an airbending technique that Aang had taught him before they had went to sleep. The technique was something that Aang had apparently invented himself. It was called the air scooter, a spherical ball of air that can be ridden by balancing on it like a top. The idea was basically create an air ball then shove it under you before jumping on top of it and riding it. It wasn't something that could be maintained for a long time but was useful for short bursts of speed, and it was admittedly quite fun to ride. You look like you're having fun. Aang grinned to Harry as he dropped to his feet after his air scooter disappeared. I was. Harry smiled back. I still can't believe you invented that. Maybe one day I'll invent a new technique of my own, Harry added with a small shrug. So, you know where we are heading next? Harry asked. Yeah, we're all heading to the Southern Air Temple, Aang said excitedly. Wait, till you both see it. The Air Temple is one of the most beautiful places in the world, he said, turning back to look at Katara and missing the frown on Harry's face. Aang, Katara slowly began speaking as she turned to face him. I know you're excited, but it's been 100 years since you've been home. That's why I'm so excited. Aang, Harry spoke up. I'm sorry, but is there an actual reason for us going to the Air Temple? Like, is there an ancient scroll or artifact that we need from there? He asked. Not really, Aang shrugged. I just want to go there for a while. Ah, well in that case I think it might be better if you don't go there, Harry said in a soft voice. Why not? Aang frowned. Well, I'm going to be honest with you, the Fire Nation. What Harry is trying to say is that you might not recognize everything there. Katara cut Harry off. Well, I still want to see it, Aang said before he hopped off Appa and began waking up Sokka. While he was doing that, Harry jumped in the air and 2 jets of fire shot out from under his feet to boost him higher. Harry landed on Appa's saddle and quickly kneeled down in front of Katara. What are you doing? Harry whispered. He needs to know the truth. I know, but look at him, the truth would hurt him, Katara argued. The pain he suffers now won't be worse than being there and finding out by himself, Harry responded before he turned and looked at Aang, who had picked up a stick. Sokka, wake up, Aang said in an alarmed voice before he moves the stick up and down the sleeping bag, only touching Sokka with the tip of it. There's a prickle S in your sleeping bag, he said, grinning as he did so. What? Sokka shot up, now fully awake. He hopped around a couple of times before falling face first on the floor. Katara giggled at that while Harry snorted in amusement. Great, you're awake now, Aang said in a happy voice. Let's go to the air temple, he said before hopping back onto Appa while Sokka, who was still on the floor, grumbled under his breath. Aang, I hate to dull your enthusiasm and all that, but I really think we shouldn't go there. Harry replied. Why not? Aang asked. Look, you've been gone 100 years, within that time the Fire Nation had attacked the air nomads. They knew the Avatar would be born as an air nomad and wanted to wipe you out before you became a threat, Harry told him. They exterminated every air nomad they could get their hands on. If you go there then you'll likely find nothing more than ruins. That doesn't mean that the airbenders are all gone. Aang argued. There hasn't been one seen in hundreds of years. Harry replied. That doesn't mean they're all gone. Aang said stubbornly. We airbenders are smart, they probably escaped and went to hiding. Perhaps, Harry conceded that that could have been a possibility, but I think it's very unlikely. If you absolutely have to go there then I'm not going to stop you, but I'm telling you this now because you need to be prepared just in case. Do you understand me? I understand. Aang nodded. Good. Harry nodded before sitting back. He wasn't entirely happy about it but had decided to allow Aang to do what he want. The Avatar couldn't exactly be the savior of the world if Harry had to tell him what to do all the time. Plus there was every chance that Harry was wrong and they could find something or someone that could help them. Will there be any food there? Sokka asked as he climbs up on Appa. Is food all you ever think about? Katara asked in an exasperated voice. No, just most of what I think about. Sokka replied. Were you by any chance originally born with red hair? Harry asked, raising an eyebrow. Hey, who ate all of my blubbered seal jerky? Sokka demanded after he searched through a bag of food while they flew towards the southern air temple. Why are you looking at me for? Harry asked when Sokka glared at him. Oh, that was food, Aang asked in a surprised voice, causing Sokka to look at him. I used it to start the campfire last night. He added apologetically. Sorry, he said, though he had a small smile on his face. Oh, I had wondered why the fire smelt so good, he said in a saddened voice before he quickly turned to Harry. Okay, quick question, why didn't you just firebend us a fire? Because I was too busy checking the perimeter to make sure we were safe enough to sleep at night without being attacked. Harry replied. By the time I got back the fire was already lit. Sokka sniffed but didn't say anything. The Patola mountain range. We're almost there, Aang said in an excited voice as they started flying above some mountains. Just, don't get your hopes up, Harry said in a soft voice. Aang, I'm sorry, but Harry's right. Katara replied. The Fire Nation can be ruthless, they killed my mother. She sadly added. It's possible that they could have done the same to your people. I'm sorry, Katara, Aang replied in a gentle voice. I am too, for whatever that's worth. Harry added. Thank you, Katara said to the both of them. I am still pretty positive that there will be some airbenders left there, Aang said in a confident voice. The only way to get to an airbender temple is on a flying bison, and I doubt the Fire Nation has any flying bison. No, we most certainly do not have any of them. Harry snorted. Exactly, yip yip, Aang said, causing Appa to fly higher until they were able to spot the air temple. There it is, Aang cheered when he saw the large and beautiful white temple. Aang, that's amazing, Katara blurted out when she saw it. We're home, buddy, we're home, Aang said to Appa. So, where do I get something to eat here? Sokka asked as they followed the excited Aang up a mountain trail to the temple. Are you kidding me? Katara said while Harry groaned. You're lucky enough to be one of the first outsiders to ever visit an airbender temple, and all you can think about is food. I'm a simple guy with simple needs. Sokka shrugged. At least he's honest about it, Harry said with a roll of his eyes, wondering how he ended up with the Water Tribe version of Ronald Weasley. They kept walking until they got into the temple. By that point Aang began excitedly gesturing to various places and telling the trio about each place and what he knew about it before telling them about how it related to himself. Harry had been really interested when Aang gestured to the group of tall poles and told them how he played a game called Airball there. Though partway through it was clear his enthusiasm was dying down. Are you all right? Harry asked. This place used to be full of monks and lemurs and bison. Now there's just a bunch of weeds, Aang said in a saddened voice. I can't believe how much things have changed. He added, earning sympathetic looks from the Water Tribe siblings. That's rough, buddy, Harry said as he patted Aang on the shoulder. So, this airball game, how do you play? Sokka asked in a forcibly cheerful voice, clearly trying to make Aang feel happier. You want to play? Aang asked, his entire mood cheering up almost instantly. I'll play as well, Harry said, it'll be good airbending practice. Let's go. Aang smiled brightly before grabbing Sokka and Harry before dragging them to the airball poles. Katara smiled as she watched the boys start playing with Aang. Sokka could be a food-obsessed idiot, but he had his moments. Apparently Harry had some too, or maybe he really was just interested in airbending. A short while later the game of airball ended with Sokka being shot through a goal for what Harry believed to be the 7th time. It turns out airball was sort of like football where you had to send a ball into a goal, except you did this while on top of poles and instead of just using your feet you had to use airbending. Harry felt like he was quite good at it even if he wasn't as good as Aang. He even managed to score 2 goals when it had been his turn to play against Aang. Making him feel better is putting me in a world of hurt. Sokka sighed. Well, from what I understand it's only the ball that really has to go through the goal post. So either Aang is more sadistic than we first believed, you've misunderstood the point of the game, or maybe you just haven't mastered the art of dodging. Harry said with a smirk. Yeah, laugh it up. Sokka grumbled before he lifted his head off the ground and paused. Oh, what? Katara asked as she and Harry followed Sokka's gaze and their eyes widened when they saw a Fire Nation helmet resting a short distance away. Sokka crawled forwards and stopped once his face was a couple of inches away. Well, that's not good, Harry said in a quiet voice. Aang, Harry called. Get over here, now. Coming, Aang said in a happy voice as he hopped off the poles and began making their way to the trio. As he got closer Harry suddenly heard a large sound and looked back to see snow land on Sokka while also covering up the helmet. Harry caught Katara lowering her arms. Aang, maybe we should go now, we've wasted enough time playing around. Katara suggested. You're right, Aang sighed before his smile came back up. Harry was honestly amazed at how happy the boy could be. He wondered what would happen if Harry had put the boy in a room with Luna Lovegood and gave them both some energy drinks. We've got more to see, let's go. He cheered before running off while the trio followed after him. What are you doing? Harry whispered as he and Sokka started walking on either side of Katara. I'm with Fire Boy over here, Aang needs to know. Sokka said. You can't protect him forever. As much as it pains me to agree with Meat for Brains, he's right. Harry replied. Fire Nation were here, he needs to know. You can't keep this a secret. I can for Aang, Katara said stubbornly. If you care for Aang then we should tell him. Harry said in an irritated voice. There is a time and place for secrets. I get that you want to spare him, but you're going to cause him more problems than if you told him the truth. And how would you know? Katara said, not looking at him. Fine, Harry growled. You want to keep this a secret, then go ahead, I won't say anything. But don't blame me when we've got an emotional 12-year-old avatar to deal with. Harry said before he quickened his pace and walked past the 2 siblings. Great, now I'm agreeing with the fire jerk. Sokka sighed. Hey guys, look at this. Aang said when they arrived in front of a statue of an older monk. Should we know who that is? Harry asked as he and the other 2 stopped in front of him. Monk Gyatso, the greatest airbender in the taught me everything I know. Aang said before he bowed to the statue. Come on, he said after a lengthy pause. Aang was rushing off again and the other 3 followed after him. You miss him, don't you? Katara asked. A little, Aang admitted in a quiet voice. What is this place? Harry asked when they arrived in a room that was filled with statues. They were lined up in a circular pattern and were spread all across the floor and proceeded to go all the way up the very large room. There were so many of them that Harry was positive that there were some beyond what he could see. Statues. That's it. Where's the meat? Sokka asked in a disappointed voice. You know, if you focused on your brain as much as you would focus on your stomach then you'd be the smartest man alive. Harry said as they all walked inside. Hey, Sokka said in an offended voice. Who are all of these people? Katara asked. I'm not sure, Aang replied, but I feel like I know them. Like this one, he's an airbender, the next one's a waterbender, then earth and then fire, Harry said. That's the Avatar cycle. Air, water, earth and then fire. These people, they're your past lives. Katara gasped as she finally understood. Wow, there are so many. Aang replied. Past lives. Sokka said disbelievingly. You too believe that? I believe anything can be possible, and in this case I truly do believe it's true. There has been plenty of evidence to prove that the Avatar is always born into the next nation in the cycle. The last Avatar was a firebender after all. Harry said just as Aang stopped in front of one statue of an old man with long hair, a long beard and Fire Nation clothing. That would be him, Avatar Roku. Harry said, gesturing to the Avatar statue. He's an important figure in Fire Nation history. You were a firebender? Sokka asked in a surprised voice as they all stopped next to Aang. No wonder I didn't trust you when we first met. I'm a firebender, Harry reminded him, and I don't trust you. Sokka shrugged. Quote. Quote. Fair enough. Harry nodded. It's weird, Aang said as he looked around. I feel like I already knew his name. He said as he gestured to Roku's statue. I feel like I already know all of their names. Well, they are supposedly your past lives. Katara said in a thoughtful voice. So it's not totally surprising. She said just before a noise startled the four, they all quickly jumped behind the nearest statues. Aang and Katara hid behind one while Harry and Sokka hid behind another. Firebender, nobody make a sound. Sokka whispered. Harry had to restrain himself from commenting on Sokka's belief that it was obviously a firebender. You're making a sound, Katara pointed out, only to get shushed by all three boys. Look, on 3, Harry whispered before he counted down from 3 fingers. Now, he said. They all popped out from the statues with Sokka holding his weapons while Harry had a small ball of fire in his hands. Meanwhile Katara and Aang had simply popped their heads out to see who it was. That's not a firebender, Harry dryly commented as he looked at the small creature with white and black fur, a long tail, large ears and large membrane-like wings attached to its arms. Lemur, Aang said excitedly. Dinner, Sokka drooled. Don't listen to him, Aang quickly said. You're going to be my new pet. Not if I get him first, Sokka said before he leapt towards the lemur. The lemur escaped his grasp and began running out of the room with Sokka and Aang chasing him. Harry paused before shook his head. He's the savior of the world. Harry sighed before he began walking after them. The savior of the bloody world. A few minutes later Harry was able to find the pair. Harry walked into some damaged drapes that appeared to have previously been a tent. Once inside he saw Aang's back as the boy was kneeling on the floor and crying while Sokka was stood next to where Harry had entered. Hey, Sokka cried out when Harry slapped the back of his head. What did you do to him? Harry asked. I didn't do anything, Sokka protested before he glanced at Aang and started speaking in a quieter voice. I just found him like this, maybe the lemur thing upset him, Sokka said before he began walking towards Aang. Harry took a step forward as well but stopped when he saw the skeleton corpse a short distance in front of Aang. Harry appeared to have only noticed it a few seconds before Sokka, who had begun trying to comfort Aang. Harry recognized the clothes. They were the same that Monk Gyatso wore. His airbending necklace was there as well. Harry's gaze was pulled off of the skeleton when the air in the room began picking up and violently slapping against his face. Harry looked at Aang and saw Sokka stepping away from him as Aang's tattoos began glowing. At that point there was only one thought in Harry's head. Shit. Hey, why don't we do the smart thing and tell the famously powerful, 12-year-old Avatar the bloody truth so he doesn't have to find out the hard way? Harry said to himself in a casual voice as he used airbending to protect himself and Sokka from the raging winds caused by Aang. No, that would hurt him. It would make him upset, he added, this time imitating Katara's voice. Well, he looks pretty happy now, Harry grumbled, returning to his old voice as he looked around. The entire tent along with pretty much everything nearby had been destroyed by Aang, who was now hovering in the air, though Harry suspected that the boy hadn't realized what damage he had caused. That's not helping, Sokka hissed from behind Harry. I'm the one shielding us, Harry reminded him. I don't see you doing anything, Ponytail. Isn't there anything else you can do? Sokka asked hopefully. No, not if we want him alive and unharmed. Harry shook his head. If he was an ordinary kid then I might be able to try and use airbending, but Aang's on another level when it comes to that. He's probably 10 times better now that he's all angry glow. As it is, I'm barely holding this shield up. Great, Sokka gulped. How on earth are we supposed to stop him without hurting him? What's happening? Another voice asked as Katara stopped behind them. Well, I've brought you proof of why it's a good idea to listen to me, Harry said as he gestured to Aang with his head. Also, it goes without saying at this point, but I told you so. He learned about what happened to Gyatso. The firebenders had killed him. Sokka yelled so he could be heard over the wind. Oh no, Katara gasped. It's his avatar spirit. He must have triggered it. I'm going to try and calm him down. Well, if you're going to do it then do it quickly, before he blasts us all off the mountain. I'll shield you, come on, Harry said as he began walking forward with Katara following behind him while Sokka took cover behind some destroyed rubble. This is getting really hard, Harry said through gritted teeth as they got closer. He stopped and she stopped with him. If you're going to do it then do it from here before my shield drops. Aang, Katara screamed loudly. I know you're upset and I know how hard it is to lose the people you love. I went through the same thing when I lost my mom. Monk Gyatso and the other airbenders may be gone, but you still have a family. Sokka, Harry and I. We're your family now. Her words appeared to have some effect as Aang's tattoos stopped glowing as he began descending downwards while the wind died down. Once his feet had touched the floor, the other three walked towards him. Are you okay? Harry asked. We're not going to let anything happen to you, I promise, Sokka said in a soft voice. Katara nodded and took Aang's hand in her own. The second she did, Aang's eyes stopped glowing. Aang falls from what appears to be exhaustion but was thankfully caught by Katara in time. I'm sorry, Aang apologized. It's okay, it's not your fault, Katara replied. She's right, the important thing is that you're okay, Harry replied. No, Aang shook his head. You were all right, he said in a sad voice as he closed his eyes. And if the firebenders found this temple, that means they found the other ones, too. I really am the last airbender. Well, not the last one, Sokka said as he gestured to Harry. You're not fully alone. I'm sorry, Katara said to Aang and Harry as she hugged Aang. I should have listened to you, she added to Harry. Yes, you should have. Secrets have a time and place. Use them at the wrong time and you could end up getting someone killed, Harry said. He paused when he saw how upset Katara looked. His face softened slightly. Just learn from this, please, he said with a sigh. You okay? Harry asked as he walked up to Aang, who had returned to the statue room and was standing in front of the statue of Avatar Roku. Yeah, I guess, Aang said as Harry stopped next to him. It's just been a long day. I can relate, Harry replied in a soft voice. Any particular reason why you're here? It's just, how is Roku supposed to help me if I can't talk to him? Aang asked, looking at Roku's statue like it was a difficult puzzle. No clue, Harry honestly admitted, but hopefully you'll find a way. I've studied a bit on Roku. I don't consider myself to be an expert or anything, but I could help you out. Thanks, Harry, Aang smiled at him. That means a lot. We're all packed, Katara said as she and Sokka came back in. Yeah, I'm all ready to go, Sokka added before they all heard a sound. They turn around and see the flying lemur standing on its back legs in the middle of the doorway. It jumps to the right and rushed toward where Sokka is standing. The animal reaches his feet and drops the load he was carrying. The load ended up being a variety of fruits. The lemur quickly dashes away while Sokka drops down into a sitting position and starts to stuff his face with the fruit, taking large bites of 2 different pieces of fruit. Do they not have manners in the water tribe? Harry sighed, resisting the urge to facepalm. We do, Sokka just never paid attention, Katara replied. It looks like you made a new friend, Sokka. Aang grinned as he gestured to the lemur. Can't talk, too busy eating, Sokka said as he stuffed his face with food. Hey little guy, Aang said when the lemur hopped onto Aang's shoulder and curled his tail around Aang's neck. You, me and Appa, we're all that's left of this place. We have to stick together. Guys, say hello to the newest member of our family. What are you going to name him? Katara asked just before the lemur leapt off of Aang and stole some fruit back from Sokka and returned to Aang's shoulder. Momo. Aang answered while Sokka looked at Momo with a dropped jaw. Hey Harry, you want to say hello to our newest friend? Aang asked as he gestured to Momo. Hi Momo, Harry said as he reached up and petted Momo, who happily leaned into his touch. At least I'm not likely to have my friendship with a lemur be as complicated as my last few relationships. He thought to himself. Harry knelt down along with his mother and father as the trio found themselves in the throne room of Fire Lord Azulon. Fire Lord Azulon was an old man with long white hair and a white beard. Despite his age, he still looked quite intimidating and would forever be known as one of the greatest Fire Lords of all time, thanks in part to his destruction of the Water Tribes. Harry was still struggling to believe that he ended up in the throne room of the leader of the Fire Nation. The throne room, also known as the War Room, or War Chamber, the area where the Fire Lord makes most of his decisions and also where he formulates plans with his military. The throne room has many black pillars with elaborate gold bases that support the roof and has black tiled floors. The Fire Lord sits on an ornate covered throne on a higher platform surrounded by a wall of fire. An enormous image of a dragon breathing fire adorns the wall behind the Fire Lord. Harry could tell that the imposing atmosphere is designed to install awe and fear in all who enter, intimidating all who face the Fire Lord. Kneeling to the right of Harry was his mother, a plain-looking woman with black hair that was done into a bun. On Harry's left was his father, a man with small black hair and a small black beard. Harry's father was a teacher and an expert firebender, while Harry's mother was a housewife and a great firebender. Harry stood out heavily from his parents. His skin was paler than his parents and his eyes were a bright, emerald green that especially stood out in this lighting. Harry glanced to his right and saw several other people standing there. The first person he recognized as Iroh, the Dragon of the West, a famous and feared general who would be next in line to the throne. With him was also a younger man with long black hair and a long but thin black beard. He had a calculating look in his eye that caused Harry to worry slightly. Harry guessed that this was likely Ozai, second in line to the throne. Next to him was a beautiful woman who was dressed equally as well as the others. She looked less intimidating than the other adults. If Harry had to guess, then he would say that she was probably Ozai's wife. Standing in front of the wife was the boy that Harry had rescued. Zuko his name was. Standing next to him and in front of her father was his sister, Princess Azula. Harry's gaze briefly locked onto hers before he looked away. Your son, Fire Lord Azulon finally spoke, his voice cutting through the tense silence of the room, has rescued my grandchildren, Prince Zuko and Princess Azulon. For that you have my thanks. He said to Harry's parents. Fire Lord Azulon, Harry's father spoke in a respectful voice. Your thanks is very much appreciated, but it is not necessary. My son simply did his duty to our beloved nation, nothing more, nothing less. As he should have, Azulon nodded, as if any other response was unacceptable, though. I have learned some interesting things. My grandchildren have given me a brief story on what happened. They both have claimed that your son is actually able to produce green flames. Is that true? Oh yes, it is true. Harry's mother said in a proud voice. Boy, look at me. Azulon said, his voice becoming noticeably softer. Harry did as he was told and looked up to see Azulon staring at him. Can you show me your firebending? He asked in an almost kind voice. Harry didn't say anything, he simply raised a hand and allowed it to be covered in green flames. Impressive. Azulon breathed as he looked at the emerald-colored fire. My granddaughter has previously managed to make blue flames, but she has not yet managed to do so consistently. I would like for you to practice with her. My lord, Harry asked. Such skill should be nurtured, Fire Lord Azulon said, sounding like he was talking to himself just as much as he was talking to Harry. You will be a great asset, not just to the Fire Nation but also the royal family. Of course he will, Harry's father said before Harry could reply. He will gladly serve our nation and your family. Good, unless there is anything else anyone needs to add. Azulon asked. Wait, Azula spoke. What about the other thing he did? She asked. What other thing? Ozai spoke, his eyes narrowed. I saw him push his hand out and one of the men went flying back. Azula answered. I didn't see that. Zuko frowned. That's because you were too busy crying like a baby. I wasn't crying. Zuko glared at her. If what my daughter says is true, then either the boy has some powers beyond firebending or this was a trick. Ozai said after silencing Zuko with a glare. Likely to try and gain money or favor with our family. Is this true? Azulon asked in a very cold voice as he stared at Harry and his parents. My lord, I promise you, we wouldn't lie to you. Harry's father quickly spoke. He wanted to claim that the girl had likely been confused or didn't see properly, but knew he couldn't blame the girl without offending the Fire Lord. Well boy, answer us. Ozai spoke up. Brother, he's a child. Iroh said, not approving of the way his younger brother was talking to such a young boy. It wasn't a trick. Harry spoke up before Ozai could reply. Then you won't mind showing us? Fire Lord Azulon said in a challenging voice, sneering at Harry. Fine, give me a volunteer then. Harry said through gritted teeth, not liking the way that he was being looked at. Azulon frowned at him before he gestured to one of the guards to come closer. As soon as the guard was close enough, Harry stood up and took a deep breath before he jumped forwards and thrust his arms out. An air blast shot out and knocked the guard over. An airbender. Iroh gasped as everyone looked at Harry with wide eyes, including his parents, who looked like this was the first time they had ever saw him. That's impossible, Ozai hissed. All of the airbenders were killed, besides the boy is clearly a firebender. To be able to bend more than one element would make him the Avatar. Ozai's wife, Ursa, spoke up. But the nation after air would have been water and then earth. Iroh responded. We would have surely heard if the Avatar had been reincarnated into either of those. So, that leaves us with an important question. What are you, boy? Azulon asked Harry. You have no idea where we are going, do you? Sokka asked Aang as he held a map in his hands. The group were currently sat on top of Flying Bison Express, aka Appa. Aang was sat on Appa's head and was steering while Katara was sewing Sokka's pants on the end of the saddle near Aang. Sokka meanwhile was sitting on the opposite side without pants, but thankfully for Harry's sanity his upper clothes were long enough to cover what needed to be covered. Harry was sat on the side, legs crossed and eyes closed. He looked like he was meditating, but truthfully he was just keeping his eyes closed so he could reduce the risk of unintentionally seeing Sokka's natural state. Well, I know it's near water, Aang said in a happy voice. Hey, what are we currently flying over? Harry asked in a casual voice without opening his eyes. Sokka pretended to look thoughtful before he glanced over the saddle at the vast body of water below them. You know what? I think it might be water. Water. Really? Harry asked in a mock surprised voice. You mean that thing that roughly 3/4 of the planet is made of? Yeah, the very same. Sokka confirmed, so I suppose we must be very close then, he added to Aang. Aang rolled his eyes at that comment but didn't respond. He turned around and looked up at Katara, who was still sewing. Momo, marbles please. Aang whispered to Momo, who was perched on Aang's shoulder. Momo nodded and reached into Aang's clothes and pulled out a couple of marbles. Hey Katara, check this out, Aang said with a grin before he started spinning the marbles in a circle by using his airbending. That's great, Aang, Katara said in a nonchalant voice without looking at him. Forget it, Aang. Sokka laughed while Aang frowned and looked disappointed at Katara's lack of reaction. You need to give girls space when they do their sewing. And what does me being a girl have to do with sewing? Katara asked irritably as she sent an annoyed glare at Sokka. Don't say something stupid, don't say something stupid, Harry mentally chanted. Simple. Girls are better at fixing pants than guys, and guys are better at hunting and fighting. And stuff like that, Sokka said as he rested his hands behind his head. It's just the natural order of things, he added with a small shrug. He said something stupid, Harry mentally sighed. You know what? Katara suddenly smiled brightly. I'm all done with your pants, she said before tossing them at Sokka. Wait, I was just kidding, Sokka said in a panic as he sticks one arm through the large hole in his pants. I can't wear these. Katara, please. Katara, Harry said with a small sigh, please fix the idiot's pants. Why should I? Katara huffed. Because until I'm sure I am not going to see more of Sokka than I already have to, I'm not going to look at him. Which will be entertaining in the short term, but most definitely not in the long term. Harry said before he looked at Katara and gave her a charming smile. Please, for me, he said in a soft voice. Well, Katara blushed slightly as she coughed. I suppose. Thank you. Harry flashed her one more smile before closing his eyes. Relax guys, Sokka won't need any pants where we are going. Aang said with a grin. That's not comforting, Harry said as he let out a deep breath. A short while later the group had stopped and parked down on a beach of a beautiful-looking island. We just made a pit stop yesterday, shouldn't we do a little bit more flying before we camp out? Sokka asked with a frown. I can't help but agree with chicken legs over here, Harry said as he gestured to Sokka. He continued speaking while ignoring Sokka's protest at the nickname. Why are we here? Well, to be honest, look. Aang said suddenly and pointed out to the sea where a giant elephant koi fish jumps out the water and back in, creating a giant splash. That's why we're here, Aang said with a grin before he started disrobing. Elephant koi, and I'm gonna ride it. Katara, you've got to watch me, he said before jumping into the sea. Oh that's cold, he immediately said once he entered. Appa grunted and walked off, uninterested in staying to watch. The other three exchanged glances as Aang began playing in the water. You've got to be kidding me, Harry said with disbelief. We're stopping for this? He asked. Well, I suppose it won't be too bad if we just let him stay here for a little bit, Katara replied, gesturing to Aang who was now riding on the back of a koi fish. She then turned around and looked at Appa. No, don't eat that, Appa, Katara said before she ran off to Appa, not seeing Aang look disappointed when she was no longer looking at him. There's something in the water, Sokka suddenly shouted in an alarmed voice. Aang, oh crap, Aang, Harry shouted as loud as he could. Get your bald self back here now. What's going on? Katara asked as she came back. Something's in the water but Aang can't hear us, Harry said quickly before he and the two water tribe siblings began waving their arms in an attempt to signal Aang to come back. Unfortunately it didn't seem to work as Aang looked like he was happy enough to continue, or at least he would have if not for the fact that the koi fish threw him off and swam away quickly. Aang finally got the message when an incredibly large fin emerged from the water. Aang let out a scream before he started running away, using his airbending to help him run across of the surface of the water. The fin, and therefore the creature that it was attached to it, chased after Aang, only stopping when Aang escaped from the water and crashed into Sokka. The fin stayed still for a few moments before descending back down into the water. Well, that was fun, Harry said in a dry voice as he helped Aang up. What the heck was that? Sokka blurted out as he stood up. I'm not sure, Katara replied. She would have said more if not for the fact that a moment later several female warriors clad in green kimonos descend from the treetops. The girls quickly encircle the group and rush forwards to take them out, only to be stopped when Harry quickly waved his arms, creating a circle of fire around himself and the other three. The girls stopped. They clearly weren't able to bend elements since they now seemed unsure about what they should do now that a circle of fire had cut them off from their targets. Good try, but no, Harry said with a shake of his head as he looked at the girls who were all wearing white and red face paint. In their hands were gold fans. Green flames. That means you must be the Emerald Dragon. One of them, a pretty girl with brown hair who was the apparent leader, spoke up. You're all Fire Nation. Part right, Harry said with a shrug. I am the Emerald Dragon, and I am Fire Nation. These three with me are not. We want no part in your war, another girl shouted. Yes, we've kept out of it and we intend to do so for even longer, the leader said in agreement. Excellent then, Harry said as he waved his arms and got rid of the flames, an action that clearly confused the girls. We're not your enemies, at least until you attack. Then we'll be enemies. No, 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 Katara said quickly. No enemies or anything like that. She added just as quickly. Let's start again. You know Harry, I'm Katara and this is my brother, Sokka. And this is Aang, he's the Avatar. Him, one of the girls asked with disbelief as Aang gave them a small wave. Yeah, that's me, Aang said as he stood up. Sorry, I really just wanted to come here to ride the koi fish. Why should we believe you? The leader asked, raising an eyebrow. The Avatar was an airbender and disappeared a long time ago, 100 years ago, and even if you were the Avatar you wouldn't be hanging out with the Emerald Dragon. He's actually not such a bad guy when you get to know him. Aang replied. Sokka scoffed slightly but didn't say more. Let's throw the imposters to the unagi. One of the girls suggested. Harry didn't know what the unagi was, but he didn't want to be eaten by whatever it is. All right, this is getting out of hand, either you start airbending or I start firebending. Harry whispered to Aang. Got it, Aang said before he used airbending to shoot himself into the air before slowly descending down. You are the Avatar. The leader gasped. Yep, check this out. Aang said before Momo tossed him a couple of marbles. Aang caught them and grinned at the girls as he showed them his spinning marble trick. But why are you with him? One of the girls asked as she gestured to Harry. He's an ally, Katara spoke up. But he's the Emerald Dragon. The leader protested. Trust me, we know. Sokka said with a roll of his eyes. But so far the jerk hasn't tried to kill us. Don't tempt me, Harry quietly replied before turning to the girls. Look, I'm the dragon, I'm evil, blah blah. It turns out I'm not actually evil and was just forced to do what the Fire Nation told me to do. Right now, the Avatar's enemies and the Fire Lord are my enemies. There's pretty much nothing I can say to convince you all, so can we just skip that part and decide what we are going to do next? Harry said in a bored tone. I think you could have said it in a better way than that. Katara sighed. The girls exchanged looks before they all relaxed a little, though they still kept ready to fight just in case. Before anything else can be decided, we will have you talk with our village leader. The leader of the girls said. That's fair, Harry shrugged. Let's hurry this up then. Sokka said impatiently as he began walking forwards, only to stop. When Harry placed a hand on his shoulder. I wouldn't be so relaxed, they're clearly skilled warriors. Harry said as he gestured to the girls. Oh, Sokka said in an amused voice as he brushed Harry's hand off of his shoulder and continued walking forward. Relax, they're just a bunch of girls. They couldn't compete against an actual man in a fight. Whatever Sokka was about to say was cut off by the leader of the girls grabbing him and throwing him harshly over her shoulder and onto the ground. Sokka let out a gasp as he landed on his back. How was that for a girl? The leader asked in a mocking voice. Ha! The tense situation was cut off by Harry's loud laugh. This is awesome, Aang said as he and his friends were sat inside a large house. Harry and Katara had joined Aang in sitting at a large table full of food while Sokka was off to the side, sat in a corner and pouting. The female warriors had escorted the group to the village leader, Oyaji, and after a brief talk they were allowed to stay. The island they were staying in was called Kyoshi Island, named after Kyoshi, a previous incarnation of the Avatar that was born 400 years ago. If they looked out of the window behind them, then they would be able to see the statue of Kyoshi being cleaned. She was a tall and intimidating-looking woman who was dressed the exact same as the Kyoshi warriors, or rather they dressed the same as her. The people of the island loved Kyoshi, so much so that they had immediately prepared this beautiful and delicious food for Aang and his friends since he was the new Avatar. Harry knew that they were all more cautious of him. He suspected that at least a few of them thought he was taking advantage of the young and innocent new Avatar. Harry knew he to be careful unless he wanted to start fighting the Kyoshis. These people sure know how to treat an Avatar. Aang grinned as he, Katara and Harry continued to eat. Everyone else should take notes. This is quite nice, Harry agreed, as he took a bite from an orange-colored dessert. Sokka, you should try some. Aang said to Sokka. No thanks, Sokka said with a scowl on his face, as he sat with his arms crossed. I'm not hungry. Are you ill? Harry asked in mock concern. Or has the black hole in your stomach somehow disappeared? He's just upset that he got his butt kicked by a girl. Katara said in an amused voice. Hey, she surprised me. Sokka protested. Like a proper warrior would. Harry responded. Don't judge them based on their gender. A knife in your body will still hurt even if a girl is the one who shoves it in. Whatever, Sokka said, rolling his eyes as he stood up and walked over to pick up some food. I did not get beaten by a girl. He mumbled. You know that Princess Azula of the Fire Nation is capable of beating most men twice her age? Harry asked. If a bunch of fire losers can't handle a girl, then that's their problem. I'm a man from the water tribe, Sokka said before turning and walking away with as much food as he could carry. By the Sokka, Harry called, causing Sokka to stop. Was it the Fire Nation that was brought to near extinction by your water tribe or the other way around? Harry asked innocently. Sokka glared at him before turning and storming off. What was that supposed to mean? Katara frowned. The Fire Nation has a clear advantage over the water tribes. If they think a girl can be a competent warrior, then they let her fight. Harry replied. That's another firebender on their side, and one fighter can make all the difference. Excuse me, Harry said in a polite voice as he opens up a sliding door to the building where the Kyoshi warriors were training with their fans, though they immediately stopped upon seeing Harry. I hope I'm not interrupting. Can we help you? The leader of the girls asked. Yes, I was hoping there was somewhere I could train, Harry replied. We don't have anywhere in here for you to practice firebending, one girl replied, looking at Harry like he was going to attack them. I was actually hoping that one of you would be willing to spar with me, Harry replied. Spar with you? One girl blinked. Yeah, Harry nodded. I find hand-to-hand combat to be just as important as bending, and you all are clearly proficient at it. I haven't had anyone to practice my hand-to-hand with in a while. If any of you are willing to spar with me, then great, if not, then I'll just take my leave, Harry said before giving them all a questioning look. No bending will be allowed then, the leader of the girls said, much to the surprise of the others. Fine, but in that case I think we should both also agree to not try and cause serious damage to each other, Harry replied. No weapons, no bending, no injuring or killing. Fair, fair, she nodded as she handed her fan to one of the other girls as Harry walked in. The other girls backed off to give Harry and her some space. Before we start, Harry said as they both got into fighting stances, my name's Harry, as you know, can I have yours? Suki, she said. I must say you're already doing better than your friend. You mean Ponytail? Harry asked. Yeah, he entered here without asking before basically calling us weak because we were women. Did you kick his butt? Harry asked. Of course I did, she said in a way that made it sound like it was ridiculous to expect anything less. Good. Harry nodded before she charged at him. Harry blocked her quick but powerful barrage of attacks before he pushed forward with a jumping kick that was aimed to her face. Harry managed to get out 2 kicks before he landed, but unfortunately for himself she blocked both of them. As Harry descended down, he had thrown out a palm strike which she avoided by moving to the side. Harry didn't let his arm drop and instead quickly elbowed her, barely managing to hit her on the head as she threw in her own strike which hit Harry in the side. Harry grabbed her and threw her over his head. She landed on her back but quickly recovered and grabbed his arm before she span around so she was facing him. She managed to throw Harry to the floor in a way that caused Harry to land next to her. The two of them exchanged strikes while on the floor. All of them were blocked until Harry got hit with a punch to the face. He responded with a punch to her side before he rolled away. The two got up but Harry had managed to get up first. He moved forwards with a jumping spinning hook kick. Suki managed to duck under his leg so he flicked out his other leg and hit her in the face with a Guyver kick, causing her to stumble backwards before he landed on his back and kicked up. Nice trick, Suki said after taking a couple of steps back. Flashy but not very powerful though, hardly the best kick to use in a fight, she said. It's not, Harry agreed, but I'm allowed to show off occasionally. Fair enough, she said before the two of them charged towards each other. A while later Harry was walking through the local marketplace, having finished sparring with Suki. Harry wasn't sure how much his relationship with the Kyoshi warriors had improved, but he was sure that they at the very least respected his combat skills and appreciated how he acted. He noticed that the other villagers were still wary of him. They trusted the Avatar enough to let him stay, but everything they had heard about him had told them that he was a bloodthirsty monster, so they weren't entirely sure, not that he could blame them for not instantly trusting him. Katara, Harry said when he stopped next to Katara, who was shopping. Where's Aang and your brother? Sokka is probably pouting somewhere. As for Aang, he is probably hanging out with his fangirls, Katara said in an annoyed voice. It seemed to her that Aang had really been letting the whole fame and popularity that came with being the Avatar get to him. We should go, Harry said. We've been here for a couple of days already, that's longer than we should stay anywhere. Aang doesn't want to leave. Katara sighed. He's enjoying the attention too much. Well, he won't for long. Harry said knowingly. Pretty soon he'll see the downsides of being famous. What do you mean? Katara asked. With fame comes expectations, Harry replied. Look at me, everyone expects me to be an evil monster who enjoys hurting people. As the Avatar, Aang will have very high expectations put upon him. He is expected to be the master of all 4 elements, wiser and stronger than you could imagine, and would easily be able to restore balance to the world. Right now he's a 12-year-old kid who is good at airbending. How do you think people will react when he doesn't measure up? Harry asked. But they wouldn't abandon him, the people here worship him. These people won't, Harry agreed, unless he does something unforgivably horrible, that is. The worst these people will do is get bored or disappointed with him, and that might happen soon. All Aang knows is airbending. We've been here long enough for him to exhaust all the non-combat tricks he knows. He is the Avatar, they're expecting more than a few bits of airbending. Oh, poor Aang, she said, biting down on her lip. It'll be, poor village, soon if we don't get out of here. Harry responded. It is very likely that someone's heard we're here. Give it an hour or 2 if you have to, but then tell Aang to get ready because we're leaving, even if I have to drag him from this island. Harry said before he turned and walked away. An hour or so later Harry returned to the Kyoshi training building to thank them for their time. He opened the door and was surprised to see Suki sparring with someone. Suki sparring was not really what surprised him as much as who she was sparring with. It was Sokka, but he was dressed just like a Kyoshi warrior and was even wearing their makeup. Suki was clearly taking it easy on him, but Sokka was admittedly doing much better than before. Well, isn't this cute? Harry spoke, announcing his presence as everyone turned to him, including Sokka. Even with the paint on his face Harry could tell that he was blushing. Let me guess, long story. Harry asked Sokka. This is a warrior's uniform. Sokka said as proudly as he could manage. That was never in question, but why are you dressed like a weak girl? Harry asked, raising an eyebrow. Well, maybe I've learned that they're not as weak as I thought. Sokka quietly admitted. You can learn, Harry asked in a mock surprised voice. Don't bully him, Suki said, though her words were ruined by the small smile on her face. Harry was cut off as Oyaji, the village elder, rushed in. The village is under attack, firebenders. He yelled. All help, Harry said quickly. Oyaji looked at him for a moment as if to judge him. A second or so later he nodded. Come on then, he said before turning to the girls. Girls, come quickly. He added before rushing off. I'm not a. Sokka began but trailed off as everyone else started rushing out. He sighed before following. Come on Avatar, Zuko said as he fought with Aang, who had just blocked another fire blast. Hey Zuko, a voice said. Zuko looked forwards and saw Harry walking forwards. The other fire soldiers tensed upon seeing the emerald dragon, while Zuko simply growled. What are you doing here? Zuko demanded. Protecting this village, protecting the Avatar, etc. Harry said in a casual voice. He discreetly used his hand and gestured Aang to go. Thankfully the airbender understood and did what Harry told him to. Why won't you just let me capture him? Zuko said angrily. Because this is bigger than you, Harry said before his fists lit up with green fire. You're not capturing him, and you're not going to harm anyone in this village. The other soldiers hesitated, but Zuko did not. He charged towards Harry. He hadn't gone too far before the Kyoshi warriors snuck out from hiding spots to attack the other soldiers. Harry stomped his foot down on the ground. A stump of earth rose up and caught Zuko in the legs, causing him to fall. Zuko managed to roll to his feet before shooting a fire blast at Harry. Harry easily blocked it before he and Zuko engaged in combat. Zuko shot another fire blast at Harry, who ducked under it and responded with one of his own. Zuko blocked the blast before shooting out several fire arcs with a series of kicks. Good, Harry said while ducking, dodging and blocking Zuko's attacks. You've improved. You won't stop me from achieving my destiny, Zuko said as he sent a large arc of fire at Harry. I'm not trying to, Harry said as he jumped over the flames with the help of fire shooting out from under his feet. He span in the air and sent an air blast which knocked Zuko off his feet. "This is not your destiny, Zuko. How would you know?" Zuko said as he got back up and charged at Harry. "I'm getting tired of playing, Zuko," Harry said as he blocked another fire blast. Various buildings around them were damaged and on fire. The village looked a far cry from the beauty it previously had. Part of the damage had been caused thanks to Harry and Zuko, while the rest could be blamed on the other fire soldiers and those who were fighting them. Zuko appeared to be tiring. His movements had gotten worse as time went on and his breathing had gotten heavier. "I'm not playing," Zuko yelled before sending a fire blast that Harry ducked. "Then I guess I'll stop as well," Harry said before he ran forwards and jumped up. Zuko blocked the drop kick that Harry tried to hit him with, but he didn't expect for Harry to twist in midair and hit him with a kick to the stomach before landing. Zuko stumbled back before he was hit with a fire blast from Harry that sent him to the ground. Zuko rolled back to his feet, but Harry had quickly closed the distance. Harry blocked Zuko's panic strike and moved behind him and quickly pulled Zuko into a choke sleeper hold. Zuko tried his best to get out of it, but Harry refused to break it and countered all of Zuko's attempts to escape. Zuko quickly felt his vision blackening and realized that he was close to being rendered unconscious. Just as Zuko was about to be put to sleep, Harry let go of him and Zuko dropped down to his hands and knees, coughing violently for a few moments before he looked up at Harry. "I never want to hurt you, Zuko, I never did," Harry said as he took several steps backwards. He could have left Zuko unconscious, but that wouldn't achieve much. If Zuko got captured, he'd escape or Iroh would break him out. Either way, it would be easier for the village if he just left. "You had better keep practicing. As long as I'm alive, I'll keep the Avatar safe from the Fire Nation," Harry said just as he saw Appa flying towards them. "If you'll excuse me, my ride's here," Harry said before he turned and jumped into the air just as Appa began flying lower. With the help of air and fire bending, he was able to get high enough to land in the saddle. "Appa, yip yip," Aang yelled, and Appa flew up into the air and away from the village. "We need to leave," Harry said. "They're after us, they'll leave the village to chase us." "He's right, we need to get out of here," Sokka agreed. "I know it's hard, but you did the right thing," Katara said to Aang, who didn't look very happy. "Zuko would have destroyed the whole place if we had stayed." "They're going to be okay, Aang," she said in a comforting voice. Aang didn't reply. He instead adopted a determined look on his face before he jumped off of Appa and fell towards the ocean while the others screamed for him. Aang crashed into the water. A few seconds later he emerged on top of a giant black eel that looked like it could fit entire buildings into its mouth. "Wait, is that the Unagi?" Harry said with wide eyes as Aang pulls the creature's barbels, causing it to open its mouth wide and begin spraying out water which rains over the town and removes most of the fires. After several moments of this, the Unagi finally manages to toss Aang off of his head. Thankfully Appa managed to catch Aang before he lands in the ocean again. Appa quickly took off before the Unagi could do any more. I know. Aang cut off any response once he was back on the saddle. "That was stupid and dangerous," he admitted. "Yes," Katara agreed, "but it was also very brave," she added with a smile. "Bloody Gryffindor," Harry said under his breath. "Let's not do that again," he said to the others. "Next time we shouldn't stay so long in a single village." Agreed, the other three replied. "Good," Harry sighed as he began getting comfortable. "You guys will give me gray hairs soon," he said as he closed his eyes. "Let go of me," Azula hissed, trying to escape Harry's grip. Harry and Zuko had been sent out of the throne room so the adults could continue talking. Zuko had gone with Mum, of course he had, she thought in what was not a jealous manner, "Thank you very much," which ended up leaving her with Harry. Azula had started the conversation by demanding to know how a commoner like him could possibly become so good at firebending. Harry hadn't immediately answered her like she expected him to, like any other boy would. He instead kept quiet and limited his answers to, and what could only be described as non-answers. Azula was a young girl, and was used to getting what she wanted. If she wanted a toy from Zuko, then she would take it. If he told on her, then she'd just play with it when he wasn't around. She was a princess. If she wanted something, then she would get it. That was the way her life had worked so far. So naturally she was not happy that this middle class, son of a teacher, was not doing what she was telling him to do. An upset Azula also happened to be a dangerous Azula, which was why she had started threatening him with a fire blast to the face. Instead of being apologetic or even a little bit scared, he had looked at her dismissively, a look that Azula did not like to see directed at her at all. It was that look that likely caused her to actually try and follow through with her threat. She had most definitely not been expecting to end up on her knees with one hand on the floor to stop herself from hitting the floor with her face while her other hand was held up in a wrist lock by Harry. "Not until you promise to not attack me," Harry said, maintaining the wrist lock. "I'm not promising anything," Azula said, glaring up at Harry. "You can't tell me what to do." "I'm not telling you what to do, I'm asking nicely," Harry said before he put more pressure on her wrist. "Please, don't attack me," Harry added, putting more pressure on her wrist with each new word. "All right, fine," Azula said, after several seconds. "I won't attack. Promise." Harry looked at her for a couple of seconds before he let go and quickly stepped back. Azula managed to get to her feet when she heard a soft chuckle. She and Harry turned in the direction of the chuckle and saw Fire Lord Azulon, Harry's parents and Azula's father and uncle. The chuckle had come from Azula's uncle Iroh, the feared general known as the Dragon of the West. "I told you that the two would get along greatly," Uncle Iroh said in an amused voice. "Well, he does appear to already be teaching her new things," Fire Lord Azulon said in a voice that held more approval than most would ever hear come out of his mouth. He turned his gaze to Azula. "It is long past time for you to learn that you will not get everything you want in life simply because you're a fire-bending prodigy," he told her before turning to Harry. "You, boy, you will treat her as if she was just another child. As far as you are concerned, she is not royalty." "But grandfather, Azula began protesting, only to be cut off. "No buts," Fire Lord Azulon said. "You will learn from the boy, and that is final." The gang walked across a bunch of snow-covered grass with Aang leading the way. They walked until they reached the top of a hill. "The Earth Kingdom city of Omashu," Aang spoke grandly before he gestured to the pyramid-structured city of Omashu. "I used to always come here to visit my friend Bumi," Aang added with a grin. "Wow, we don't have buildings like this in the South Pole," Katara said in an impressed voice. "They have buildings here that don't melt," Sokka blurted out, looking overwhelmed. "Really? That makes them, what, part of the majority of people who have never lived in a melting building?" Harry asked in a mock thoughtful voice. "Do you have to be a jerk?" Sokka asked, glaring at Harry. "Yes," Harry said simply. "We're wasting time," Aang said impatiently. "Let's go," he said. He moved forwards only to be stopped by Harry, who grabbed him by the back of his collar. "Easy there, Air Monkey," Harry said with a roll of his eyes. "Didn't you learn from last time?" "Harry's right," Katara agreed with a nod of her head. "It could be dangerous if people find out you're the Avatar. You need a disguise," Sokka said in a serious voice. "A disguise? What? Am I supposed to grow a mustache or something?" Aang asked in a slightly sarcastic voice. This stuff is so itchy," Aang complained, wiggling his nose. He was currently wearing a wig and fake mustache made from Appa's fur. "How do you live in this stuff?" Aang asked Appa, who simply grunted. "Great, now he looks just like my grandpa," Sokka said while Momo climbed up into Aang's wig and hid inside of it. "Well, technically Aang is 112 years old," Katara reminded him as Harry pulled up his hood and put on a mask to cover the bottom half of his face. Aang smirked before holding his staff like it was a particularly long walking stick. "Now let's get to skippin', young whippersnappers," Aang said in an old man voice as he hunched over. "The big city awaits." "Wait a sec," Harry spoke up. "Let's set up a story just in case," Harry suggested. "You're going to love Omashu," Aang grinned as they walked towards the entrance of the city, or rather Harry, Sokka and Katara walked to the entrance while Aang was piggybacking on Harry, who was making sure to face downwards once he looked forwards and saw guards near the entrance. "The people here are the friendliest in the world." "You call this quality food?" An angry voice shouted. The group looked forwards and saw a trio of guards standing with a cabbage merchant who had a cart full of cabbages. "These are rotten. What kind of slum do you think this is?" The main guard demanded before he used earthbending to throw the cart high into the air before it fell down into the nearby chasm. No, my cabbages. The cabbage merchant cried dramatically as if his very heart had been broken. Friendliest in the world, huh? I'm really feeling the friendliness. Harry whispered to Aang before they continued walking forwards. Halt, the lead guard said once the group was close enough. State your business. Aang quickly tapped Harry on the shoulder and gestured him to move forwards. Harry quickly did so and only stopped once they were a few inches away from the guard. My business is my business, young man, and none of yours. Aang said in his old man voice as he began waving a finger in front of the guard's face in a threatening manner. I've got half a mind to bend you over my knee and paddle your backside. Settle down, old-timer. The guard sighed as he relaxed his stance, having apparently demoted Aang from potential threat to potential annoyance. Just tell me who you are. What is your name? My name, Aang asked. My name is Bonzu Pippinpaddleopsicopoulos III. Aang said. Katara walked forwards with a smile while Sokka stayed where he was. He was seemingly still trying to wrap his mind around the weird name that Aang had come up with. Hi, my name is June Pippinpaddleopsicopoulos. Nice to meet you, Katara said with a smile as she gave the guards a small wave. What about him? The guard asked, gesturing to Harry who was still facing down. Him? Oh, this is my favorite grandson, Aang said with a grin as he patted the top of Harry's head. His name is Teddy Lupin Pippinpaddleopsicopoulos, Katara said. The second, Aang added helpfully. Teddy Lupin Pippinpaddleopsicopoulos, the second. Katara amended. I am terribly sorry about him, but he's not very comfortable around new people. He'll work on it, Aang said dismissively. Strong as a bison, the boy is, his mind will catch up. Aang said, patting Harry on his shoulders. He's an impressive boy, carried me for at least the last half an hour or so. Grandpa, he does not have a problem with his mind, don't be rude, Katara said in a way that made it sound like she had repeated those words several times in the last hour alone. The guard looked thoughtful as he looked at Katara. You seem like a responsible young lady. See that your grandfather stays out of trouble. Enjoy Omashu, the guard said before they stepped to the side and the entrance to the city opens with earthbending. We will, thank you, Katara said in a polite voice as the group began moving forwards. Hold it, the guard said suddenly, reaching out and grabbing Sokka by the shoulder just as the group started walking past. Harry, Aang and Katara tensed the very second they were stopped, though thankfully the guards did not appear to have noticed. The guard turned Sokka around so the water tribe boy was facing him. The guard said as he looked Sokka up and down before he spoke again. You seem like a strong and young boy, the guard said to Sokka before he continued speaking, though now his voice was laced with disapproval, but you're not doing anything. Look at Teddy, he is showing his elders some proper respect and has carried him. For the last half an hour at least. Aang reminded him. Carried him for at least half of an hour, the guard spoke, echoing Aang's words. That's the way kids should behave. The guard said before he gestured to Aang's bag. Show some respect for the elderly and carry your grandfather's bag, the guard ordered. Good idea, Aang agreed right before he tossed his bag at Sokka. It hit the back of his head before landing in his arms. The boy needs to learn how to pull his own weight, Aang told the guard. He's always snoring and sleeping and going to the toilet. If there is food that can be eaten, then the boy is eating before you can tell him, no. It's about time he starts acting like a man. Grandpa, Sokka said through gritted teeth. Hey, watch your tone, young man, the guard said, narrowly beating out Katara's, don't be so rude. Careful boy, Aang said. You are not old enough to avoid being placed over my knee, you will never be old enough for that, Aang said before they walked through the entrance with Sokka muttering stuff under his breath while Aang was loudly telling Katara the many reasons why Teddy was his favorite grandson. Katara, being the good fake granddaughter that she is, nodded along to each reason with a smile. Once they had gotten safely inside, Harry saw no reason to restrain himself and let out an amused snort which quickly turned into barely controlled laughter. Katara and Aang gladly joined in. That was not funny. Sokka glowered at the three of them. It was for us, Katara said, wiping a tear from her eye. Ah, is Sokka jealous because I am the favorite grandchild? Harry asked with a grin from under the mask. Oh shut it, Sokka said, rolling his eyes, that was just an act, clearly I would be the favorite. In your deluded dreams, Harry said with a grin as Aang hopped off of him. Come on guys, don't fight. Aang said with a smirk on his face. He was now back to speaking in his normal voice. I like you both equally. Wow, Katara breathed, bringing their attention to the beautiful city they were in. There were plenty of houses and buildings, but there was also several long slides where carts would slide down from the top. Some would then be stopped by earthbenders who would take the cart out. Wow, this is impressive, Harry said as he looked at the city. This is the Omashu delivery system. Miles and miles of tubes and chutes. Aang told them. Wow, Katara breathed. Yeah, earthbending delivers the packages up and gravity brings them down. Aang said. So people get their mail on time, big whoop. Sokka shrugged, having quickly got over how impressive the city was. They do get their mail on time, Aang said with a nod, but my friend Bumi found a better use for these chutes. Aang said with a mischievous look on his face. Guys, honestly, how the hell did I let you guys talk me into doing that? Harry asked as he and the rest of the team were being dragged to the throne room. That, my omni-bending friend, is a very good question, Aang responded. It's probably because you're repressed and missing a lot of fun nowadays. Aang said, only to stop when Harry glared at him. Just saying. He said under his breath. Talk you into it, Sokka repeated with a scoff. You were screaming with joy the whole time we were on that slide. I was not, Harry said in a tone that bordered on offended. You did sound like you enjoyed it, Katara said, sounding apologetic about the fact that she had to agree with Sokka. What would you three know? Harry said dismissively. He did not enjoy that slide, thank you very much, even if he did want to see if he could go down it faster. Eventually they were brought into the throne room. The throne room was tall, plain, and made of rock, with a simply carved stone throne for the king. Harry and the others were sitting down on their knees while Momo had sat down on all fours and sat still as they looked at the king of Omashu. He looked very old. He had a short white beard and white hair around the sides and back of his head. His hair, even the hair on his eyebrows, was wild and scruffy. He also had several spots on his face and was missing many teeth. His back was hunched and he looked as frail as a man his age could possibly look. He was dressed in green robes, brown sandals, and had different colored rings on all of his finger. He also had an odd-looking hat with two very long feathers sticking out of it. Harry was looking all around the room, taking note of everything. There were 2 guards by the king, 2 guards behind them, 2 in front of them, and the cabbage merchant from earlier. Your Majesty, these juveniles were arrested for vandalism, traveling under false pretenses, and malicious destruction of cabbages. The lead guard said. Off with their heads. The cabbage merchant shouted. 1 for each head of cabbage. Hey, Harry spoke, causing the cabbage merchant to look at him. Guess what? I don't like cabbages, Harry said, causing the cabbage merchant to gasp as if he was struck right in the heart. Wow, that's cold. The king spoke up in a slightly surprised voice. Your Majesty, what would you like to do with them? The lead guard asked. The king didn't immediately reply. He looked between all 4 of them before his gaze briefly settled on Aang. Throw them, the king began, causing everyone to give him their full attention. A feast, he said in a light voice. Huh, was the collective response from the rest of the room. Before the team could properly understand what was happening, they found themselves sat at a table that had been brought into the throne room. It was filled with delicious amounts of great-looking food. After a brief amount of hesitant and a few minutes of Harry making sure the food and drinks were not poisoned, the team began eating. Katara and Aang calmly ate while Sokka all but gulped down the food he was offered. Harry ate as well but kept his eyes on the guards and the king. So, Bald One, where are you from? The king asked partway through. Me. Oh, I'm from Kangaroo Island, Aang answered. Oh, Kangaroo Island, I hear that place is really hopping. The king said with a grin. The room went silent, or at least it did until Sokka broke it with laughter. What? Sokka said defensively when he noticed everyone looking at him. It was a good joke. Thank you, young one, the king said as he stood up and yawned as he began stretching. Well, I'm really tried now. At my age tiredness creeps up on you, like a surprise. He finished as he suddenly flicked his wrist and threw a chicken leg at Aang. It had almost reached Aang, who had raised his hands to catch it, but it was intercepted by Harry, who easily caught it since he had been on guard the whole time. Thanks, but most people just kindly pass it, Harry said before he began eating it. Oh, you ruined my test. The king pouted. Sorry, but not sorry. Harry shrugged. Smartass, anyway it's fine, the tattoos give it away already. The king said, we have an airbender in our city, and if I am guessing right then not just any airbender. The Avatar. I am not entirely sure that this is a prison cell, Harry said as they looked around the room they had been taken into. There was no door since it opened with earth bending. The room has 3 green beds in the center with 3 green drapes hanging from the ceiling above them. I've been in dungeons and prison cells before, this is much nicer. He did say it was newly refurbished. Aang pointed out. New or not, we're prisoners here. Sokka reminded him. Why didn't you do anything? Sokka asked Harry. You're the Emerald Dragon, you couldn't do anything. Most of my solutions involved burning everyone and everything to the ground, Harry said with a shrug. I can still do that if you want. Harry offered. No, Sokka eventually said. Fussy, Harry said under his breath before he began speaking out loud. The king said that tomorrow Aang would face 3 deadly challenges, so the way I see it we still have a chance to make it out of this. And if that chance doesn't work out then we still have Plan B. Is Plan B, by any chance a plan involving you burning everyone and everything to the ground? Katara asked. Pretty much, Harry confirmed with a nod just before the room opened once again to allow 2 guards to come back in. You, one of the guards said as he pointed at Harry. Come with us, the king wants to speak to you. He said. He was either unaware of the rest of the gang tensing or was simply ignoring it. Well, aren't I popular today? Harry said in a light voice before turning to the others. Relax, you'll see me back with you lot before you can even say, Sokka's an idiot. Harry said before calmly following the guards out, ignoring Sokka's protest. So, the king of Omashu said when Harry was brought into his throne room, how are you? He asked in a kind voice. As well as I can be. Harry shrugged. And yourself? Good, or as good as someone my age can be. The king said with a grin. Now, I just want to say. I know who you are. Really? Harry asked, slowly shifting into a fighting stance. Oh yes, Emerald Dragon, I know exactly who you are. The king said with a snort. We need to talk. Aang let out a sigh as it was finally time to complete the last of his deadly tests. The first was the easiest and had quite simply been telling the king what he thought about his new outfit, though Aang didn't really think that that was actually one of the tests. The second test had been managing to get the king's lunch from a strong waterfall and then retrieving his pet, which hadn't been the little bunny that Aang originally thought it would be and ended up actually being the goat gorilla that had spent a large amount of time chasing Aang. The worst part about all of these challenges was the time limit. Sokka and Katara had special rings placed on their fingers, rings that made crystals that kept growing until they were covering more and more of Katara and Sokka. If Aang didn't want them to be completely covered then he would have to complete the tasks before the crystals started suffocating and or crushing his friends. To make matters worse, Aang still didn't know what had happened to Harry. Your final test is a duel, the king said as they stood by a combat arena. And as a special treat, you may choose your opponent. He added just as 2 tough-looking men walked in. Point and choose, the king told Aang. So, you're saying whoever I point to, that's who I have to fight? Aang asked. Choose wisely, the king said in a voice that held a hint of warning. I choose you, Aang said, pointing at the king. Whatever Aang had expected for a response did not involve pure and genuine laughter, so naturally he was surprised when that was what he had gotten. Wrong choice, the king said after several moments of chuckling. The king straightens up and removes his outer robe, proving himself to be a powerfully built old man. He earthbends Aang off of the balcony, making him fly into the arena. The king jumps down right in front of Aang, and laughs. You thought I was a frail old man, but I'm the most powerful earthbender you'll ever see. The king grinned. Can I change my mind? Aang asked hopefully. Nope, the king shook his head, grin still on his face. There are no take-backsies in my kingdom, he said before he started earthbending. Well done, Avatar, you fight with much fire in your heart, the king said at the end of his match with Aang. The match ended with Aang holding his staff in a position where he could strike the king while the king used earthbending to hold a giant boulder over both of their heads. The king had been holding back but was still genuinely impressed with how strong Aang was. He tossed the boulder away before he continued speaking. You've passed all my tests. Now, you must answer one question. But that's not fair. I passed your tests, Aang complained. But what's the point in tests if you don't learn anything? The king said with a grin. Answer this one question and I will set your friends free. What is my name? From the looks of your friends I'd say you only have a few minutes. He smirked. What is his name? Aang asked his friends. How am I supposed to know his name? Is it Rocky? Sokka guessed. You know, because of the rocks. He added. No, but good guess. The king replied. Think about the challenges. Katara called. The challenges. Aang repeated. I got a key from the waterfall, I saved his pet, and I had a duel. And what did you learn? Katara asked. Well, everything was different than I expected, Aang said in a thoughtful voice. They weren't straightforward. To solve each test, I had to think differently than I usually would. I know his name. I know your name. Aang grinned as he turned back to Bumi. I solved the question the same way I solved the challenges. As you said a long time ago, I had to open my brain to the possibilities. Bumi, you're a mad genius. Aang smiled widely as he stared at the man who he now knew to be Bumi, the boy that had been his friend 100 years ago. It's great to see you again, Aang. Bumi said with a teary smile before he and Aang embraced each other in a heartwarming hug. Hey, this is nice and all but can we get some help? Sokka said in a panicked voice as he felt the crystals continuing to grow. Oh right. Bumi blinked, apparently he had forgotten about those two. Sorry, he added sheepishly before he signaled his guards to free them. We done yet? Harry asked as he walked in, now standing next to the newly freed Sokka and Katara. Where were you? Sokka blurted out. Well, I was watching everything. Harry shrugged. The whole hostage situation works a lot easier when one of your hostages is not one of the most feared firebenders in the world. Bumi added with a shrug of his own. So this crazy king is your old friend Bumi? Katara asked. Hey, Bumi said in an offended voice. I may be crazy and I may be a king but I am not. He paused as he saw the wrinkles on his skin. Okay, I'm old, he admitted. By the way, Aang, Harry spoke up. Quick question. When he asked you to choose an opponent, why didn't you say Sokka? Harry asked. I mean the guy couldn't bend and was covered in so much crystal that he couldn't move, seemed like an easy win to me. Oh, Aang blinked. I hadn't thought about that, he admitted sheepishly as he rubbed the back of his head. Ha, Bumi snorted loudly as he let out a loud laugh. I like him, he chuckled as he gestured to Harry. Why did you do all of this instead of just telling Aang who you were? Sokka asked. First of all, it's pretty fun messing with people, Bumi said with a snort. True, Harry quietly agreed, but I do have a reason. Aang, Bumi continued. You have a difficult task ahead of you, my little bold friend. The world has changed in the 100 years that you've been gone. It's the duty of the Avatar to restore balance to the world by defeating Fire Lord Ozai. You have much to learn. You must master the 4 elements and confront the Fire Lord. And when you do, I hope you will think like a mad genius. And it looks like you're in good hands. You'll need your friends to help defeat the Fire Nation, he said as Momo climbed up onto Aang's shoulders. And you'll need Momo, too, he added in a way that made it seem like he thought that was obvious knowledge. Thanks, Aang said with a grin. You've taught me a lot, Bumi. It was my genuine pleasure, Aang, Bumi said, returning the grin. Thank you for your wisdom, but before we leave, I have a challenge for you. Aang smirked. My cabbages. A voice screamed just before Bumi and Aang finished riding down the Omashu mail system. That was awesome, Aang said as they hopped out of the cart once they had reached the bottom. Indeed, I haven't done that in years, Bumi said. We should do it again. That sounds nice but we need to be going. Katara said apologetically. Yeah, but first we need to find the fire jerk. Sokka sighed. You mean Harry? Aang asked. Yeah, we don't know where he has gone. Katara said just before the sound of a cheer was heard. They all turned to see a second cart arrive and see Harry jump out of it. Harry dusted himself off and saw the others looking at him. Don't ssing judge me, Harry said before walking off. The gang were enjoying a nice moment of relaxation. They were currently in a forest and sat on a raised, grassy plateau with a gentle stream running out beneath it. Appa was lying next to it while Harry was lying down on the comfy grass with his hands on the back of his head and his left foot resting on top of his bent knee, while Aang had chosen to hang around on a tree branch while Katara folded their sleeping bags. Katara looked between Aang and Harry with a smile. Is there something I can help you with? Harry asked, having noticed her gaze. No, just enjoying the relaxing silence. Katara shrugged. It's so peaceful. Well, your brother isn't here, so I'd recommend you enjoy it as much as you can before he gets back, Harry said, closing his eyes. Great, you're back, Aang said enthusiastically when Momo and Sokka returned. I've brought food, Sokka said loudly. See what I mean? Harry sighed as he opened his eyes, shifted to a sitting position. What's for dinner? Aang asked as he hopped down from the tree. Well, we've got a few options, Sokka said as he began looking through his bag. First, round nuts, and some kind of oval-shaped nuts, and some rock-shaped nuts, that might just be rocks, Sokka said as he tossed one rock-shaped nut to Momo. Dig in. I see our mistake, Harry said in a solemn voice as he looked at the food that Sokka had brought. We forgot that Sokka specializes in eating food, not finding it, he said with a small shake of his head as he picked up one of the rocks. Shut it, Sokka said with a roll of his eyes. I worked hard on finding these. If you work hard and that was the best you could bring, then I feel even more sorry for you, Harry said as he lazily tossed the rock away. The moment he does so, however, the entire earth quakes, making Momo shriek and his hair stand up on end. Huh. Harry blinked and picked up the rock. He tossed it in the air, and when it landed the ground shook again. Huh, I think I might have just mastered earth bending, Harry said before the ground shook again, this time without Harry doing anything. Oh, apparently not. It's coming from over there, Aang said, pointing in the direction where the earth quakes. Let's go, Katara said. No, Harry began. I think that. He trailed off as the two had already started running. Shouldn't we run away from huge booms? Not toward them, Sokka called out before he and Harry rolled their eyes and followed after them along with Momo, who had jumped on Harry's shoulders. The three, joined by Momo, hide behind a fallen tree and spy on a young boy bending boulders into the air and punching them into the side of the ravine. An earthbender, Katara gasped. Let's meet him, Aang grinned. Wait, Sokka spoke up. He looks dangerous, so we better approach cautiously. Exactly, Harry agreed, we should. Hi there, Katara's voice interrupted, and the gang suddenly saw she was standing a few feet away from there and the earthbender was now looking straight at her. I'm Katara. What's your name? She asked. The young boy gasps in surprise, dropping the boulder he was bending to the ground. He flees, bringing down an avalanche of boulders with his bending to block his exit. Nice meeting you, Aang called as he and the other two walked forwards and stopped behind Katara. I just wanted to say hi, Katara said with a small frown. Hey, that guy's gotta be running somewhere, Aang said after a small pause. Maybe we're near a village. And I bet that village has a market. He grinned. That means none of Sokka's pitiful nuts for dinner. Harry grinned. Hey, Sokka said in an offended voice. I told you I worked hard finding those. You could have worked hard finding me a solid lump of metal. I'm still not going to eat it, Harry said with a roll of his eyes. A short while later the group found themselves in the local village. Aang had managed to get himself a straw hat that worked in covering his very recognizable little head. They were looking through the marketplace when the three males suddenly saw Katara rush into a shop. They exchanged looks before shrugging and following her in. Once inside they found Katara along with the earthbending boy from earlier and a woman that looked like the boy's mother. Haru, the woman hissed as she looked at the boy, now identified as Haru. You were doing what? She whispered disbelievingly as she rushed around closing all the windows and doors. I wasn't earthbending, Mum, Haru began. Shush, the woman hissed again. Don't speak about it too loudly. She said. Sorry, Haru apologized. But I wasn't, she must have me confused for someone else. No, she doesn't. Aang spoke up. All four of us saw you. You know how dangerous that is. You know what would happen if they caught you earthbending. Haru's mother said as she glared at him. Whatever Haru was about to say was cut off by the sound of knocking on the door. Open up, a voice demanded. Fire Nation, Sokka whispered after looking through a peephole. Act natural. Haru's mother opens the door, allowing the Fire Nation tax collector to walk inside. He stares awkwardly at the 5 children in front of him. Haru grasps his chin and stares toward Katara, cross-eyed while Sokka eyeballs an apple. Katara hunches forward with her eyes wide open, having stuffed her mouth with berries. Aang has his hand atop a barrel, beaming an immense toothy smile. His pose is short-lived however as the barrel's lid spins, dunking Aang's hand into the barrel of water and causes him to fall down. Harry meanwhile had opted to duck behind the shop counter, not wanting to risk being recognized. What do you want? I've already paid the tax. Haru's mother said, glaring at the new arrival. The tax just doubled. The tax collector said arrogantly. And we wouldn't want an accident now, would we? He smirked as he creates a ball of fire between his hands, making everyone slightly back away. Fire is sometimes so hard to control. Fine, Haru's mother said through gritted teeth. Well, that was fun. Harry said as he got out of the bar a short while after the collector had left. How long has the Fire Nation been here? Sokka asked. 5 years. Haru's mother answered. Give or take, Harry nodded. Fire Lord Jerkface uses its coal mines to fuel his ships. They're thugs. Haru growled. They steal from us. And everyone here's too much of a coward to do anything about it. Don't talk like that, Haru's mother quickly said as if fearing the possibility of the Fire Nation running in the second they said something bad. But Haru's an earthbender, he could help. Katara frowned. Yeah, if not for the fact that the Fire Nation would punish him if they even heard he was using earthbending. Harry said with a shake of his head. They'd take him and lock his boulder-throwing into prison before he could blink. That's horrible, Katara gasped. That's life. Harry shrugged. It's what we're working to fix. What do you mean? Haru asked curiously. I mean shut it and listen to your mother. Harry told him. Keep your earthbending to a minimum and be careful not to get caught. Or better yet, don't do it at all. Haru's mother spoke up. Like that'll work. Harry snorted, letting her know what he felt about how likely that was. Harry's right, bending is a part of who we are. Katara agreed with a nod. Asking him not to earthbend is like asking me not to waterbend. Haru can help you fight back. What can the Fire Nation do to you that they haven't done already? They could take Haru away, just like his father. Haru's mother said in a saddened voice. The group with the exception of Katara were currently sat in a barn and preparing to leave. Haru's mother had been nice enough to let them stay in the barn for the night so long as they left in the morning, something which was more than fair given the situation. Aang was currently sat on Appa's head and relaxing while Sokka was going through all their supplies and making sure everything was in order. Harry, meanwhile, was doing some push-ups with Momo sat on his upper back. The trio plus animal friends were waiting for Katara so they could leave. Harry and Sokka were both very insistent that they leave as soon as they could to reduce the risk of being caught by any of the numerous members of the Fire Nation or any of the villagers willing to hand them over to the Fire Nation in exchange for protection, favors or whatever else they believed they could get away with. They took him. They took Haru away. Katara cried out as she rushed into the barn. And that's my peaceful day gone. Harry sighed before he sat up and looked at her. What? He asked, and that was pretty much all it took for Katara to begin explaining. Yesterday when she and Haru had gone out on a walk she had managed to convince him to use earthbending to help an old man who had been trapped by a boulder, so of course Haru was taken away by the Fire Nation at midnight. Then it's too late to track him. Sokka said in a sad voice. No, Katara said, her voice full of determination. We don't need to track him. The Fire Nation is going to take me right to Haru. What? Aang blinked. And how do you suppose that will happen? Harry asked, raising an eyebrow. I thought you were crazy at first, Katara, but this might work. Sokka said as they were now on a rocky road and had just finished moving a boulder over an air vent in the road. There are ventilation shafts throughout these mines. All Aang and Harry has to do is send an air current from one of the vent to this one right here. The boulder levitates and ta-da. Fake earthbending. Sokka finished with a grin. Aang, Harry, did you get all that? Katara asked. Yep. Harry nodded before they looked at Aang, who was busy lying down and sending small puffs of air at a butterfly. Sure, I got it. Aang said dismissively. Do you remember your cue? Sokka asked. Yes, just please stop worrying, you're taking all of the fun out of this. Aang complained. By this, do you mean intentionally being captured by a group of ruthless firebenders? Sokka asked in an annoyed voice as the butterfly flew off. Exactly, Aang grinned as he sat up. That's part of the fun. Allow me, Harry said to Sokka, who looked very upset over how Aang was not taking this seriously. Aang, Harry, spoke in a soft voice as he kneeled down in front of Aang. I think it'll be fun too, he said with a slow and small smile. Oh, really? Aang asked, feeling something off with the way that Harry was smiling. Of course, Harry grinned. I mean, imagine if it goes wrong. Haru's mother will probably fall into a deep depression. Given her advanced age, it is highly unlikely for her to find true love again and have another child, so she will have to spend her remaining few days in the land of the living trying not to cry too hard over the fact that she has lost all of her family. Hopefully she might not fall depressed enough to kill herself. Oh, and then there's Haru himself, Harry continued. He'll probably spend the rest of his life in a horrible prison where he'll repeatedly be worked to near death, and maybe one day he'll die in there. But we mustn't forget Katara, who could possibly fall into a deep depression if this fails and will live the rest of her life haunted by the fact that she could not save him. Heck, it's even possible that the Fire Nation will kill her. Then that might have an impact on your mental state and your ability to restore balance to the world. And if you can't help me, then that means I've wasted precious years of my life searching for you when I could have been dedicating more time to saving lives, and that might just anger me enough to burn you to ashes. So, is this still fun for you? No, Aang squeaked, shaking his head quickly. Are you going to miss your cue? Harry asked. Aang quickly shook his head again. Good Avatar. Harry smiled and patted Aang on the head. That was a little more extreme than I was hoping for, but it got the job done. Sokka shrugged as he turned to a gaping Katara. A short while later some Fire Nation soldiers had arrived and the plan quickly went into action. Katara and Sokka staged a mock fight while Harry and Aang, from behind another rock, used airbending through the vents to raise a boulder to help mimic the appearance of earthbending. That lemur, he's earthbending. One of the soldiers blurted out when he saw Momo standing near the boulder with his arm raised as he licked himself. At this point Harry bit down on his lip and covered his mouth to stop himself from getting up and shouting some very insulting things at the soldier. No, you idiot, it's the girl, Sokka said as he gestured to Katara, who had a hand raised. Oh, the guard blushes. Right, that makes more sense. These are the guys that helped conquer the world for the Fire Nation. Aang whispered to Harry. Thankfully for the Fire Nation they used other guys. Harry replied. Harry, Sokka and Aang had discreetly followed Katara after she had been taken away. It had been agreed upon previously that once Katara was in the prison they would give her 12 hours to do what she needed to do before they would bust her out. After 12 long hours Aang and Harry had snuck into prison and brought Katara out to the edge of the prison where Sokka was waiting along with Appa and Momo. Your 12 hours are up, where's Haru? We've gotta get out of here, Sokka whispered, not wanting to attract too much attention. Honestly, it was a miracle they hadn't been seen yet. I can't, Katara said, looking down at her feet. Why not? Harry frowned. We've got to go as soon as possible. They're not leaving, Katara sighed. They're broken, Harry finished with a sigh. That's by design. Take away Earth, take away power, take away hope. The prison was in the middle of the sea and made almost entirely of metal, leaving nothing for the earthbender to bend. They haven't taken away all hope yet, Katara said stubbornly. You're not going to give up on this, are you? Harry asked. No, Katara scoffed, as if the very idea was ridiculous. Of course you aren't, Harry rolled his eyes. The worst part as far as he was concerned was he would be doing the exact same thing as her. It would be far easier to leave the earthbender to rot so they could focus on the bigger problems, but Harry didn't want that. He didn't want to become a person so focused on the greater good that he forgot the individuals as well. Sure, there were times when that would be needed, but not all the time. Bloody Gryffindors, Harry said under his breath. The next morning, the plan had been quite simple. They would use the coal that the Fire Nation had been burning and have Harry and Aang use airbending to send them to the earthbending prisoners through the ventilation shafts, much like their earthbending trick from before. Partway through the plan, Katara and Sokka had been discovered by one of the ventilation shafts and had been chased into the prison courtyard and surrounded by Fire Nation soldiers while the earthbenders stayed a small distance away. A sudden rush of air fills their ears as the facility shakes. A ventilation shaft bursts off its hinges as an immense blast of coal soars into the air, crashing down into a gathered pile. Everyone present is silent, staring in stark surprise at this turn of events. Suddenly, Aang leaps out from the barren ventilation shaft, landing atop the coal pile and coughing, covered in soot and dirt. "Here's your chance, earthbenders. Take it. Your fate is in your own hands," Katara yelled as she held up a piece of coal, not showing any of the uneasiness she was feeling. The plan had so far succeeded. The coal was right there in front of the earthbenders, but unfortunately they didn't seem to want to start fighting. Haru had started moving forward but was stopped by Tyro, his father. "Foolish girl," the prison warden laughed. "You thought a few inspirational words and some coal would change these people. Look at these blank, hopeless faces. Their spirits were broken a long time ago. Oh, but you still believe in them. How sweet. They're a waste of your energy, little girl. You failed," the warden said in an amused voice before turning away. He had started walking away only to stop when he felt something hit his back. He looked behind himself and saw a lump of coal on the floor behind him. He looked towards the earthbenders and saw Haru glaring at him while levitating 3 more pieces of coal. The warden growled before sending a fire blast at Haru. Tyro's eyes had widened before he quickly reacted and formed a wall from the coal to protect Haru. "Show no mercy," the warden shouted to the Fire Nation guards that were next to him. The Fire Nation joined the warden in shifting to a fighting stance while Aang, Katara and the earthbenders did the same. The guards were about to fire when suddenly they became separated from the prisoners by a green waist-length line of fire. Everyone turned to see Harry standing a small distance away. Harry waved his arm and the flames disappeared. "The Emerald Dragon," one of the prisoners breathed out with disbelief and no small amount of fear. An expression shared by the others as all fight seemed to have dropped out of them as Harry walked forwards and stopped in between the Fire Nation guards and the earthbenders. "We're doomed," another earthbender whispered as Harry stared at them. "You were traveling with the Emerald Dragon," Haru hissed to Katara. "My mum let him stay in our barn. Give up, savages." The warden laughed, a gleeful expression on his face. "We have the Emerald Dragon on our side." He grinned. "Yeah, about that," Harry said in a quiet voice as he turned away from the earthbenders to look at the warden and the guards. "It's not you I've come to help," he said as his fists became covered in green flames. The earthbenders stared with complete disbelief at Harry's back while the warden and guards took a step back. A long silence dominated before the warden decided to put words to what he and the guards were feeling. "Well, K.SS. Deep in the throne room of Fire Lord Ozai, a messenger remained kneeling with his head bowed down as he was stared down by the Fire Lord himself. The messenger tried not to tremble, tried not to show any weakness. But it was so damned hard. Not only was he in a room with one of, if not the most powerful men in all 4 nations, but he was also being stared down while the man in question was perched above him and resting while being surrounded by a wall of fire. "The Emerald Dragon helped these prisoners escape?" the Fire Lord asked in a cold voice that echoed all throughout the throne room. "He has turned traitor, is that what you are trying to say to me?" I cannot say with absolute certainty, Fire Lord Ozai," the messenger said, not totally able to hide the nervousness he was feeling. "All I know is what I have been told, and that was the fact that the Emerald Dragon had helped the Avatar and 2 Water Tribe children free these earthbenders. It is very possible that he has turned traitor, but for all I know this is some elaborate plan to lower the Avatar's guard so he can capture him." The messenger finished, gulping slightly. A long silence filled the room. The messenger did not dare speak or move until permitted, for fear of that being the very thing that would lead to him either ending up severely burned or dead. The majority of his focus was spent trying to stay as still as humanly possible, while the rest was wondering if the Fire Lord simply enjoyed making him wait to make him more scared. He probably did. Leave. The Fire Lord spoke. The messenger understood that this was an order and he gladly obeyed, leaving the room as quickly as he could. Neither noticing the girl with an amber gold pair of eyes that had been watching and listening from behind a curtain. Stupid, green-eyed jerk. Princess Azula said under her breath as she pulled the bed covers over her. The daughter of the Fire Lord was currently in a private bedroom on a ship that was taking her to Ember Island, a renowned resort area located in the outer islands of the Northern Fire Nation. Azula liked going there. She had been there a couple of times already. The trip would have normally taken a simple day, but her father had ordered the captain to take her on a tour of the entire Fire Nation, meaning she was going to spend at least 2 weeks traveling on this ship. Azula wasn't sure why she had to spend so much time on such a long trip. Did her father simply want her out of sight for a while? She had been trying to spend more time with him. Had she bothered him too much? She wasn't sure, but one thing she knew was that right now she was the one who was being bothered. Bothered by none other than Harry, the boy who bended green fire. The rest of her family would be joining her later in Ember Island as her mother and father still had business to attend to. Though of course Zuko stayed with them, Agni knows mother won't let her, precious boy, leave her sight. That was something Azula felt like she could deal with. What she did not want to deal with was Harry. The boy had to come with her, by order of Fire Lord Azulon, who wanted them to spend more time together and for Harry to teach her more. Azula hated him. She had no doubt that in the boy's head he probably thought he was better than her, just because he had saved her and Zuko a few weeks ago. She was a princess, yet this middle-class boy thought he was better than her. As much as it pained her to admit, he was the stronger firebender. His flames burned hotter than hers and they were consistently green, while hers were still normal colored. Harry also seemed disinterested in spending time with her. How dare he? She was Fire Nation royalty. The boy should be glad she was even talking to him. Her thoughts were interrupted as the door to her room opened. She rolled her eyes and turned over in bed so her back was facing whoever had come in. "I'm going to sleep, leave me alone," she said in an annoyed voice before she closed her eyes. She waited, but she didn't hear the sound of the door closing or the person leaving. She opened her eyes with a frown on her lips. She was about to turn when suddenly a hand covered her mouth before 2 pairs of hands grabbed her arms and legs. The next few seconds were a blur, but by the end of it Azula found herself tied up and gagged and on the floor of her room, looking up to 3 masked men that were dressed in blue, clearly from one of the water tribes. Azula struggled and tried to escape but found that she was unable to. They had secured her properly. One of the men picked her up and the 3 took her out of the room, ignoring her muffled cries and fruitless attempts to break free. The other Fire Nation scum should be dead. The Water Tribe man behind her whispered to the others. "Hopefully, but stay on guard," the one in front of her said as they walked along the side of the ship's control room, the solid metal wall on their left while the ship's rail and the open sea on the left. Still, the one holding her said, "This should hopefully go off without a hitch." A loud scream was heard, cutting him off from whatever he was about to say. The 3 Water Tribe men froze. They looked around, trying to see if they could spot the cause of the screams. Azula felt her hopes at salvation rise up and joined them in looking around for the cause of the scream. Whatever it was, it clearly wasn't on their side since they seemed very bothered by it. The window of the control room smashed open. The shattering of glass echoed in their ears before they saw a body draped over where the broken window was. The blue colors of the body's clothes let everyone know that it was another Water Tribe member. "Oh my," the Water Tribe man in front of Azula began, only to be interrupted as a green fire blast hit him square in the face, knocking him back and off the ship. He screamed as he fell down to the violent seas. A small figure jumped off of the body draped over the broken window. Azula's eyes widened upon seeing that it was Harry. He jumped onto the man behind her and began throwing punch after punch until the man grabbed him by both of his wrists. "Go," the man yelled to the one holding her. "I'll deal with the kid. You'll try." Harry growled before his fists became covered in green fire. The man holding her stumbled back before he quickly turned and ran to the front of the ship. Azula felt her heart plummet when she saw 10 other Water Tribe men waiting. "Where are the others?" one man asked. "Some crazy fire kid attacked us. He had green fire," the man holding her began. Hey, a voice interrupted. The group turned to see Harry standing a small distance away, his green eyes and green fire making him glow in the dark, succeeding in making him look more intimidating than any child his age had a right to be. "Let her go, now," Harry said, glaring at the Water Tribe men. "Or what kid?" one Water Tribe man asked before he bended some water out from the ocean and held it above his head. Azula honestly didn't know what Harry was thinking. He might have been a great firebender, but he was outmatched, outnumbered, and was fighting waterbender that were surrounded by water. The man holding her walked back away from the other Water Tribe members and was edging towards one of the rails where Azula noticed a rope that likely descended down to a Water Tribe ship. "Tell me, have any of you ever heard of fiendfire?" Harry asked in a calm voice. "What is that?" one Water Tribe man scoffed in amusement. "Some fire trick. Let me show you," Harry said before he thrust his hands into the air. Green, emerald flames shot out from his hands with a roaring, billowing noise. The Water Tribe members could only watch in horror as the flames grew and grew until they were at least 25 feet tall. Their horror only continued to grow as the flames shifted, changing shape until the Water Tribe men were facing a dragon made from flames. A roar was heard before the flaming dragon charged towards them. The 10 terrified Water Tribe men summoned as much water as they could and shot the water towards the fire, but they may as well have spat on it given how effective it was. The fire hadn't even been slowed down and the water had turned into steam near instantly upon contact. Azula watched with wide eyes as the flaming dragon bit down on the Water Tribe men. They screamed loudly, louder than she had ever heard anyone scream. Their screams lasted for, well, Azula wasn't quite sure. Minutes, seconds. She had honestly lost count. Once the screams had died down, Harry grunted and with a small shout of effort he managed to get rid of the flames. Azula and the Water Tribe man holding her looked on in no small amount of disbelief as the only thing that remained from the fire was a burnt ship floor and several charred, unmoving bodies. The Water Tribe man holding her dropped her as shock and fear overcame him. He probably hadn't heard the small pained nose she made as she landed on her side. He was far too busy looking at the unrecognizable corpses of his tribesmen. His eyes turned towards Harry, who had begun calmly walking towards the Water Tribe man. The man let out a noise that was halfway between a scared whimper and an angry cry before he jumped over the rail. Once the man was no longer an obstacle, Harry rushed over to Azula and quickly freed her from her gag and ties. "Azula," Harry spoke, only to find himself interrupted as Azula launched herself at him, knocking him down onto his back as she began crying into his chest as her arms wrapped around his body, all the emotions of the night finally catching up with the 6-year-old girl. "Shush," Harry whispered as he gently pulled her into a hug. "It's all right, you're safe. You're safe," Harry whispered. "Those clouds look so soft," Katara said with a smile as the group rested on Appa as he flew high in the beautiful blue sky, flying alongside the fluffy-looking white clouds. "It looks like you could just jump down and land on a big, soft cottony heap," she said with a dreamy sigh. "Maybe you should try it," Sokka jokingly suggested, only to snap his head towards Harry after hearing an amused snort. Did you just like one of my jokes?" He gasped loudly. He sounded as if he had just suddenly mastered all possible types of bending. "Great, now you're hearing things. I don't like your jokes," Harry said with a roll of his eyes. "He can never know," he thought to himself. "I'm pretty sure I heard some amusement coming from you." Katara grinned. "Go and jump on a cloud," Harry told her, giving her a mild glare. "I'll do it." Aang grinned before picking up his staff and hopping off of Appa. Aang let out a cheer as he fell down towards a cloud. A few seconds later he glided back up with his staff and landed on Appa's saddle, covered in water. "Turns out, clouds are made of water," Aang noted as he looked at himself. He shook his head. Before he used airbending to dry himself. Harry and Sokka gave him unimpressed looks. Katara glanced at her brother, but her attention was quickly drawn to something over his shoulder. "What is that?" She frowned as she pointed past Sokka. The rest of the group looked to where she was pointing. A small distance away there was a forest below them. But that was not what they were staring at. Their gazes were pulled towards the large, dark patch of burned land standing out among the lush green of the forest. "It's like a scar," Sokka quietly said. "Let's go take a closer look." Aang frowned before he began guiding Appa down. "This is not good," Harry understated as the team now stood on the ground of the burnt section on the forest. The ground was a gray, barren patch while the trees had all been burnt to the ground. "There's no life here at all. Aang, are you okay?" Katara asked Aang, who had stopped a short distance in front of them. "Fire Nation," Sokka shouted suddenly, pointing to a bunch of footprints. "Those evil savages make me sick," he said in an angry voice. "They have no respect for. I don't think this was Fire Nation." Harry cut Sokka off, frowning as he looked around. "Of course you wouldn't," Sokka sighed, shaking his head before adopting what he believed to be a patient expression and voice. "I know that you don't like to believe that the Fire Nation did this, but you are a little biased there. And this forest is burnt, therefore it was clearly. Do not patronize me," Harry snapped, silencing Sokka. "You accuse me of being biased, but you're the one who instantly shot to blaming the Fire Nation. You think it's not them?" Sokka asked with disbelief. "We've got footprints and a burnt forest," he said, wildly gesturing to the land around them. "Yeah, well, unless the footprints have Fire Nation written on them, we don't know for sure it was them. As for the forest being burnt, you don't need fire bending to create a fire. Besides, why is only part of the forest burnt? Why not more?" Harry asked. "I'm not saying that this was definitely not Fire Nation, but it might not be," Harry said before he looked at Aang, who had descended down onto his knees. "Aang, are you all right?" he asked. "Why would anybody do this?" Aang asked in a sad voice as he gestured around at the destroyed land. "Why? How could I let this happen?" "Aang, you didn't let this happen. It has nothing to do with you," Katara responded. "Yes, it does. It's the Avatar's job to protect nature. But I don't know how to do my job," he said, shaking his head slightly. "Well, that's why we're going to the North Pole, so you can learn," Katara replied, hoping to cheer him up. "Yeah," Aang nodded, not sounding very cheered up. "A waterbending teacher. But there's no one who can teach me how to be the Avatar. Monk Gyatso said that Avatar Roku would help me. The Avatar before you. He died over 100 years ago, how are you supposed to talk to him?" Sokka asked. "I don't know," Aang admitted, softly stroking Momo as the lemur hopped into his lap. "I just don't know, guys. Aang, let me tell you something very important," Harry said as he walked over and kneeled down in front of Aang. He gently placed a hand on Aang's shoulder so the boy would look at him. "You're the Avatar, you're not perfect." What? Aang blinked. "Everyone will expect things from you, they have expectations, and when you don't meet them, they're going to be disappointed," Harry told him in a soft voice. "And when so many people have so many expectations for you, you start to place expectations on yourself. Avatar or not, you do not have the ability to be everywhere at once, especially when you were frozen in ice for 100 years. I'm telling you this, because you need to know this, you need to remember what I am about to say. You're not perfect, maybe there was more you could have done, maybe there wasn't. Either way, we need to focus on moving forwards," Harry said before he stood up. "Take some time, but we need to start going soon," Harry said before he walked past Aang. "That was nice of you," Katara whispered to Harry. "Yeah, well, sometimes people need to be told that they don't need to be what others want them to be." Harry shrugged. "You sound like you speak from experience," Sokka replied. "That's because I do. I knew someone who really could have benefited from hearing that," Harry said in a saddened voice. "Who?" Katara asked. "Just an old friend of mine," Harry said, turning away from them. "One with a messed up childhood," Harry said before he walked several steps away from the group and began looking around, silently letting them know that he wasn't going to say more on that particular topic. "I want to know exactly what happened," Fire Lord Azulon said to the people in his throne room. The Fire Lord was perched up high on his elevated platform, surrounded by flames as always. Joining him in the room was Iroh, Ozai, Ursa, Zuko and Azula. Along with them was Harry, his parents and the captain of the ship that Harry and Azula had been on when they had been attacked. "My lord," the ship's captain began, "we were taking a trip around the Fire Nation before heading off to Ember Island just as your son, Prince Ozai, had instructed us to do so," he said, gulping slightly. "Get on with it," Fire Lord Azulon said in an impatient voice. Yes, well, we were on course and everything was going well. Until our third day ashore, we were attacked by waterbenders. They attacked and killed the rest of the crew, other than me," he admitted. "I had been asleep at the time after having assigned the other crew members to drive the ship. I was woken up by a scream. I opened my door and found a waterbender burnt outside of my door. I rushed out and found the rest of my men were dead. I believe that the Water Tribe savages had killed them. I immediately became concerned over the safety of Princess Azula. I rushed to where she was supposed to be and found that she was not in her room." "And where were you?" Fire Lord Azulon asked Azula. They broke into my room and grabbed me, they tied me up and carried me out," she said in a quiet voice, her eyes focused on the floor below her as the memories hit her with the force of a battering ram. She didn't notice the disapproving look her father was giving her due to what he saw as a sign of weakness. As far as he was concerned, she had never looked so pathetic. She should k.ss it up and at the very least wait until she was out of sight before looking so weak. "They carried me out and were about to take me away when Harry saved me," she said, glancing towards Harry who was kneeling along with his parents and the ship captain. Harry and his parents were looking down to the floor. The captain was the only one looking up, and that was only because he had been previously addressed. "It was amazing, my lord," the captain breathed, looking awestruck. "I had saw it all through a window." "You were hiding," Prince Ozai sneered at him. No, the captain said quickly, shaking his head. "I had saw them through the window and was about to go out and help them when the boy had arrived. I couldn't believe what I had saw." "You won't see anything ever again if you don't hurry up and tell us what happened," Prince Ozai growled. Now, brother, there's no need to threaten him," Prince Iroh admonished, giving Ozai a disapproving look. "We're more than capable of getting through a conversation without death threats," Iroh said before giving the captain a kind look. "Please, continue," he said. Ozai shook his head slightly, looking away from his brother. He still found it hard to believe that his brother, the Dragon of the West, chose to be so soft when dealing with the commoners. "Why, yes," the captain nodded before he continued speaking. I saw the boy pull off a feat of firebending I had never seen before," he said. Everyone looked at Harry who hadn't moved at all, seeming as if he hadn't heard or noticed anything. "And what was it?" Iroh asked in an interested voice. He threw his hands up in the air and green fire shot out. "We already know he can produce green fire," Prince Ozai cut him off, rolling his eyes as he did so. "I know, but it wasn't the color of the fire that was so impressive," the captain replied, shaking his head slightly. It was far beyond any child, even a prodigy, far beyond even a great many of the Fire Nation soldiers. The fire that shot out from his hands rose high up into the air, at least 20 feet. It took the form of a dragon." "A dragon?" Fire Lord Azulon asked. A touch of disbelief could be heard in his voice. "I swear it, my lord." The captain quickly nodded. "It was a dragon made of emerald-colored fire. I even heard it roar." The flaming dragon charged at the water savages. They tried to defeat it with their water. The dragon was about as bothered by it as a real dragon would be. It ate them. When the fire died down, there was nothing left but burnt corpses. He freed Princess Azula from her bonds and I quickly made my way out to assist them. Luckily another Fire Nation ship arrived a few hours later. They helped us get back. Fire Lord Azulon turned to Harry. "Boy," he said. Harry looked up, knowing that he was the one that was being spoken to. "Show me these flames that the captain speaks of," he ordered. "No," Harry shook his head. "That's not a good idea." Harry's father hissed. "Obey the Fire Lord, show them this fire that the captain speaks of." "Quiet." Fire Lord Azulon barked at Harry's father before he turned his attention back to Harry. "Why are you refusing to show us this special fire? Perhaps it does not exist, perhaps the captain is lying. Is that what you're trying to say?" No, Harry replied. But it isn't like normal fire, it's hard to control. Last time I had a few targets that I could direct it at, it was saving Princess Azula and self-defense. I don't think it's wise if I do it again. So unless you want me to aim it at someone here, then you're not really going to want to see it. Perhaps the boy can try it against me, Iroh suggested in a calm voice as he stepped forwards and was now standing in between Harry and Fire Lord Azulon. You won't be able to stop it, Harry told him, sounding very sure. The boy sounds very confident. Fire Lord Azulon smirked. Prince Ozai, you and your brother are the two strongest firebenders in our glorious nation. The two of you will together fight against the boy's attack. Ozai looked as if he felt this was all beneath him, but nodded and walked over to Iroh and stopped next to him. The two brothers turned to Harry and faced him. The two strongest firebenders in our nation, have at them, boy. Fire Lord Azulon said. Whatever the boy's attack was, he was positive that it wouldn't be able to get past his sons. Do as the Fire Lord commands, Harry's mother whispered to him. Harry quietly growled before he stood up and took a few steps forward. He closed his eyes and began taking several deep breaths. He allowed his anger from the years of suffering in his previous life to build up within him. Hurry up, boy, Ozai said impatiently. Or can you just not do it? He said mockingly. Harry's eyes opened, his emerald eyes flared. He was tempted to thank Ozai for helping him with the anger part, but he decided he'd rather just scare the shit out of him. Harry let out a roar before he thrust his hands up into the air. There was a big whoosh of air as Harry's green flames shot upwards. The fiendfire stopped at around 20 feet, it shifted into the form of a dragon, roaring as it did so. Every pair of eyes in the room found themselves locked onto the flaming dragon. They watched as it suddenly charged towards Ozai and Iroh. The two wide-eyed brothers quickly stepped back and fired their own fire blasts at the flames. They had managed to barely slow down the fire but not stop it completely. The fire continued to charge towards them. The brothers took another step back and this time unleashed an even stronger fire attack, neither of them holding back this time. They had both silently breathed sighs of relief when they saw that this time their attacks had wielded some actual results and had greatly pushed back the fiendfire, their own flames knocking it down greatly. Their relief was unfortunately short-lived as the fiendfire quickly grew back to its full size and charged towards them again. They had taken another step back and exchanged worried glances, before readying to try themselves for a third try when suddenly the flames stopped. The flaming dragon screeched before it suddenly was pulled back. The flames shrunk down before eventually disappearing entirely. Everyone stared at Harry with wide, unbelieving eyes. So, was that good enough? Harry asked in a casual voice after taking a deep breath. The Fire Lord stared at Harry, unable to believe that so much power was in one so young and likely would not have done so if he hadn't just seen the evidence for himself. He didn't know what this new brand of firebending was, but he knew that he wanted it. If it was controllable and teachable, then he wanted it to be taught to his family. Their power would increase immensely if they were capable of such a technique. If it was not teachable, then he wanted to know that it would not be used against them. Thankfully the boy's parents seemed to be loyal to the throne and therefore his own family, so they would help keep the boy in line. There was always the possibility that they would want to use him to help gain control of the Fire Nation, but he doubted they would come to that. They didn't seem smart or ambitious enough for that. He wanted that power for the throne. As far as he was concerned, there was a simple solution. The boy saved his granddaughter. She would eventually need to get married. A simple marriage would do. Ozai was thinking on a similar wavelength as his father. He couldn't help but be impressed with the raw power he had just seen, and the boy hadn't even reached puberty yet. He could only imagine how strong the boy would be once he had grown up. Ozai knew that the boy had to be dealt with before he became a problem. It was possible for the boy to be killed, but that was a waste of a good firebender. He knew he could control the boy through his parents, and if his children became friends with him, then that was another way to ensure the boy would not turn on him. Iroh couldn't help but be amazed. It was hard to believe that so much power could come from one young boy. His mind worked overtime, wondering what he could do, wondering if there was anything he should do. He knew that his brother and father were currently making plans in their mind on how to use the boy. He didn't really like that. He, just like his brother and father, could see how beneficial it would be to have the boy fight for them. But he also recognized that the boy didn't seem particularly pleased to have to show off his new ability. Harry claimed that he had only used it for self-defense and to save a life. Did the boy even like fighting? Iroh realized that he was probably affected by the fact that he had a son of his own, but it didn't change the fact that he didn't like the idea of using such a young boy or deciding what future he would have while he was so young. Azula joined her brother and mother in looking at Harry as if he wasn't human. Azula had seen his special firebending before, but it felt like an entirely different experience watching it without worrying about being killed by waterbenders. She couldn't help but remember how simple life was before she had met Harry. Before meeting Harry, she had mentally sorted her father, uncle and grandfather as the three strongest people in the world, but Harry had shaken up that belief. Now she didn't know what to think. Maybe she could get Harry to teach her how to use that same fire. Maybe he could help her be a better firebender. His flames were so powerful and beautiful. If she managed to perfect her blue flames, then together they could be a multicolored fire duo. But he probably doesn't want to hang out with a girl like you. A taunting voice in her head whispered. Azula was tempted to growl but held back, knowing it would look weird if she suddenly started growling. No, I will make him want to hang out with me, she thought determinedly. Azula vowed to do her best to get Harry's attention, to make him want to spend time with her. Azula remembered her father telling her repeatedly that power was the most important thing in the world, which in her mind meant that Harry was more important than her father since Harry had nearly overpowered him despite being so young. In fact, if Harry didn't stop the flames, then her father might have ended up like those waterbenders. If power was important, then that meant Harry was important. So the forest will grow back, Katara said cheerfully after finding several acorns. These are everywhere. It'll take a while, but eventually there will be a ton of life here. Big, green and brown trees along with birds and animals. Thanks, Katara. Aang smiled softly at her as he looked around at the wasteland around him, her words inspiring new hope within him. Yeah, well, who the hell is that? Harry asked upon seeing someone from a distance walking up towards them. The gang all stood up and stayed ready in case this man was intending to attack them. It didn't seem likely given that he was old and looked quite weak and was walking with a cane, but they stayed on guard just in case. After all, King Bumi had looked pretty weak at first. Can we help you? Harry asked once the old man was close enough. When I saw the flying bison, I thought it was impossible, the old wanderer said as he stopped in front of Aang. But, those markings, on your body, are you the Avatar, child? He asked, sounding hopeful. Aang glanced at the others before nodding in response to the old man's question. My village desperately needs your help, he said. Well, Harry said as they arrived in the village of Senline just as the sun had set. This looks lovely, he said in a dry voice, looking around at the partially destroyed village. Most of the buildings were undamaged, while others looked like they had just been crashed into by a wrecking ball. Do you think now's really the time for jokes? Katara whispered to Harry. Well, my coping mechanisms are limited to joking and burning. I prefer to use the former, but I can always go back to the second one if you like, he said with mock sincerity. Katara rolled her eyes and lightly huffed but did not say anything else. This young person is the Avatar, the old man had said after they had all entered the biggest building in the center of the village. Inside there were many people of various ages. So, the rumors of your return are true. It is the greatest honor of a lifetime to be in your presence, the Senline village leader said as he walked up to them, giving Aang a small but respectful bow. He smiled at Aang before he skipped past the other two and looked at Harry, his smile dimming slightly. I had heard. The man coughed and took a step back. That the Emerald Dragon had been traveling with the Avatar. Would I be correct in guessing that's you? He asked, his voice shaking slightly. Nah, it's her, Harry said sarcastically as he gestured to her. Katara. What? Really? The man blinked, staring at Katara with evident disbelief. No, you clotpole, Harry said, rolling his eyes. Let's try this again. I am Harry, also known as the Emerald Dragon, bringer of burning, green death. Now start talking before I bring some burning, green death, Harry said. Of course. The man quickly nodded. I'm sorry about my friend, he can be a bit grumpy sometimes, Aang said with a cheeky grin. So, anything I can help you guys with? Maybe. The man hummed thoughtfully. Our village is under attack, the old man said, shaking his head slightly. For the last few days at sunset, a spirit monster comes and attacks our village. He is Heibai, the black and white spirit. And you're sure it's a spirit that's causing all of this? Harry asked. Very. The old man nodded firmly. Okay, well, why is it attacking you? Sokka asked. We do not know, but each of the last 3 nights, he has abducted one of our own. We are especially fearful because the winter solstice draws near. The leader replied. What happens then? Katara asked, looking like she wasn't sure if she really wanted to know. As the solstice approaches, the natural world and the spirit world grow closer and closer until the line between them is blurred completely. The old man answered. Heibai is already causing devastation and destruction. Once the solstice is here, there's no telling what will happen. The leader replied. So, what do you guys want us to do? Sokka asked. The 3 of you can assist however you like, but it is the Avatar's help we are hoping for. The leader replied. Me. Aang blinked. What do you want me to do to help? He asked. Who better to resolve a crisis between our world and the spirit world than the Avatar himself? You are the great bridge between man and spirits. The old man said in a way that made it clear he thought this was common knowledge that everyone knows. Right. Aang paused. That's me, the great bridge. Hey great bridge guy, could I talk to you over here for a second? Katara asked before leading Aang away to a window while Sokka and Harry followed. Aang, you seem a little unsure about all of this. Katara said. Yeah, that might be because I don't know anything at all about the spirit world. It's not like there's someone to teach me this stuff. Aang said, running a hand over his bald head. Fair enough. Harry nodded. What do you want to do now? Harry asked. I'm not totally sure if I can help these guys, Aang admitted, but I'm going to try at least. Maybe whatever I have to do will just come to me. He finished with a shrug, looking quite hopeful. I believe in you, Aang. Katara said with a kind, reassuring smile. Yeah, Sokka said before pausing. We're all going to get eaten by a spirit monster. You might, Harry said. I fully intend to let it eat you so I have more time to escape. You're an asshole. Yeah. Near sunset, Aang steps outside the center building and walks to the entrance of the village. Before he stops, he takes a deep breath before he begins waiting for the Heibai spirit. Hello, spirit. Can you hear me? This is the Avatar speaking. I'm here to try to help stuff. He called out loudly. This is bullshit, Harry said as he and the others were waiting in the center building. We should be helping him, not leaving him to face a monster on his own. It seems to be happening an increasing number of times, but I agree with the fire jerk over here. Sokka said. If anyone can save us then it's the Avatar. The old man replied. You mean the 12-year-old? Powerful as all hell but still 12. Harry asked, resisting the urge to roll his eyes. The sun has set. Aang spoke after what he felt was a very long time of waiting. Where are you, Heibai? Well, spirit, I hereby ask you to please leave this village in peace. He said before he spins his staff and sticks it down with as much authority as he can muster. Okay, well, I guess that's settled, then. He said happily before turning and walking away. Aang, Harry's voice called out. Look behind you. Now, Aang blinked before he turned back, only to gulp as he found himself facing Heibai, a very, very big 6-legged, black and white monster. You must be the Heibai spirit. My name is, Aang began, only to be interrupted as the spirit roared and unleashed a blast of energy into the air before moving past him and starting to destroy building. Hey, wait, Aang called out before he chased after it and began trying to talk to it. He'd have been given an A for his efforts, but not for his results since the spirit seemed to be ignoring him. Please, would you stop destroying things and listen? I'm trying to do my job as Spirit Bridge. Excuse me, would please turn around. I command you to turn around now. Aang shouted. The command doesn't appear to work as a second later the spirit hits Aang and sends him flying to the roof of another building. Right, enough waiting, Harry said. Sokka nodded in agreement before the two of them rushed out of the building, ignoring the calls from the others. Back off, ugly, Sokka called out. Guys, go back, Aang shouted. We'll fight him together. Sokka replied as they stopped a short distance away from the spirit. Because it really looks like you need the help, Harry said, his fists lighting up with fire. In that moment it was almost as if a switch had been pressed. The Heibai spirit stopped destroying the village and narrowed its gaze as it focused on Harry, or more specifically the fire coming from his hands. It roared before charging towards them. Oh great, now it's pissed off, Sokka said, tensing as he held his boomerang and club in his hands. I've fought worse, Harry said, taking a fighting stance. What could be worse than that? Sokka blurted out as he gestured to the charging spirit. I once fought a 60-foot S with the most dangerous venom known to mankind and the ability to kill someone with just a single look. Harry replied. And that was with just a sword, Harry added, ignoring the look he was getting from Sokka. Wait, stop, Aang said, jumping in between them and the spirit. You don't need to do this, he said to Heibai. Aang abandoned whatever he was about to say in favor of making an air shield which blocked an attack from the angry spirit but was not unable to stop him from being sent flying over another building. Bless his little heart for trying, Harry said as he fired a fire blast at the spirit who had simply brushed it off and kept charging. Once it was close enough it raised one of its giant limbs and attempted to squash them both. Luckily Harry and Sokka were able to roll out of the way and avoid the attack. Harry quickly got back to his feet and sent an even stronger fire blast. The spirit let out a screech as this time it appeared to have actually suffered damage. It roared and tried to swing at Harry, who managed to dodge his attack before responding with another fire blast. Meanwhile Sokka threw his boomerang at the creature, though he might as well have thrown it at a brick wall given how effective his attack was. The boomerang bounced off of the spirit and fell straight to the floor. Damn it, Sokka sighed before looking down at his club. He looked back up in time to see the spirit grab him and pick him up. Heibai turned his attention back to Harry and fired an energy blast at him. Harry jumped out of the way, using fire blasts from his feet to help push himself to safety, except he never quite reached safety since the Heibai spirit had been smart enough to anticipate his move and grabbed him out of the air. K.SS. Harry blurted out before he and Sokka found themselves holding on for dear life as the spirit ran as fast as it could away from the village, running at speeds that were especially impressive given how big it was. Harry had been able to see Aang flying after them using his glider but quickly reverted his attention back to the spirit that was carrying him. Harry was tempted to use one of his stronger attacks but knew that if he did then he would risk hurting himself or Sokka given how close they were to the spirit. Harry quickly fired a decently strong fire blast at the spirit. It roared in pain but did not drop him or Sokka. Harry barely noticed the fact that they had just now exited the forest and were now back in the burnt-down wasteland from before. Harry was about to fire another blast when the spirit reached a bear-like statue. Before Harry could do anything, he and Sokka felt the world around them shift. Crap baskets, Harry shook his head as he opened his eyes and saw that Sokka was lying with him. Thank God we're not in a bed, he said to himself before he sat up and shook Sokka awake. Yo, dickhead, wake up. What happened? Sokka blinked as he woke up. Where are we? Well, I think we should have taken the left turn at Albuquerque, Harry said as he looked around. Huh? Sokka asked intelligently. A joke, don't ask, Harry said as he looked around. They seemed to be in some sort of forest but there was something different about it. Can you feel that? Harry asked. Feel what? Sokka replied as they both stood up. This forest is not normal. There's something weird about, well, all of this, Harry said as he gestured around. I don't know, maybe this is some bending thing but the weirdest thing that Sokka began, only to suddenly trail off. Harry, behind you, he said, shaking slightly. Harry looked behind himself and saw an animal approaching. Harry found himself used to animal combinations such as mongoose lizards, koala sheep and turtle ducks. He was also used to many magical creatures not born in this world. Despite that, he was very surprised when he saw the creature that was walking towards them. To many it had quite a disturbing appearance, so much so that it could be considered sinister and spooky. It had a big, bony figure and a dragon-like face which bore white, glittering eyes that lacked both expression and pupils. It had a horse's body but didn't look much like a horse. It possessed big, black, leathery wings that were more similar to those of bats. It was completely fleshless, its coat stuck to its body in a way that let you see every bone. What is that? Sokka said, taking a step back. A thestral. Harry breathed out with disbelief. Harry Potter, the creature spoke loudly in clear human words. It's a pleasure to see you here, welcome, to the spirit world. Harry, Sokka, Katara, blurted out when she saw Harry and Sokka suddenly appear. What the, was all Sokka was able to get out before Katara jumped towards him and pulled him into a tight hug just as several other people returned along with him. Katara, Sokka said happily, hugging her back. I missed you both, she said before trying to hug Harry, who stopped her by placing a hand on her forehead. I'm not much of a hugger, Harry told her apologetically before lowering his hand. Harry, Aang cheered before rushing over and pulling him into a hug. Harry let out a long sigh before turning to Katara. Go ahead then, he said, gesturing her to come closer. Katara grinned before coming over and joining Aang in the hug. So, what happened? Sokka asked once the two let go of Harry. You were both trapped in the spirit world for 24 hours. How are you feeling? Katara asked. Like I need to use the bathroom, Sokka said, earning a disgusted look from Katara. In his defense, there were no bathrooms there. Harry shrugged. I just went in a nearby bush. You did not. Katara gasped. What happened there? Aang asked. You know, besides the bush. Not much. Harry shrugged. Except that weird horse thingy that you met. Sokka replied. Weird horse thingy? Aang echoed questioningly. It was like this weird skeleton-looking dark horse with wings. Sokka replied, shivering slightly. It wasn't that weird. Harry frowned. Yes it was. Sokka responded. Anyway, it talked with Harry for a bit before the two walked off and left me. He said, glaring at Harry. You're a big boy now, Harry said, rolling his eyes. You can stay on your own with supervision. Asshole. Dickwad. Please stop. Katara half demanded, half begged. What was the horse thingy? Aang asked. It was called the Eastral. Sokka answered, sounding confident enough to make you believe that he had studied the animal in question for the majority of his life. It's called a thestral, Harry corrected him. What did it talk to you about? Aang asked in an interested voice. Nothing important, Harry said dismissively. Oh come on, tell us. Aang begged. No, why not? Because it is something personal and I don't have to. Harry replied. Now, tell me what happened here. Well, Aang looked disappointed at not being able to learn more but decided it wouldn't be wise to keep pushing Harry to reveal more. The spirit was actually just mad at the forest being burnt down. I was able to cheer it up by letting it know that the forest would grow back, then it left and brought you guys back. Harry hummed thoughtfully. So we're done here then. Thank you, Avatar, the village leader said in a happy voice as he approached. You've helped save our village and brought back our people, how can we ever repay you? Let's start with a bathroom, Sokka said hopefully, bouncing up and down on his feet. Oh, of course, the leader said before gesturing Sokka to follow one villager. Sokka nodded gratefully before rushing away. Second, we need food, money and supplies, Harry replied. Harry, Katara admonished. What? Harry rolled his eyes. If you want to bring balance to the world without those things then feel free, meanwhile I will be realistic enough to remember that we will actually need these things. It would be an honor to help, the leader said, bowing his head before he walked off and began instructing the villagers on what to bring. So, you solved this all on your own? Harry asked. Not bad. Yeah, I'm so proud of you Aang, Katara told him, smiling brightly. Thanks, Aang said, blushing slightly. But I hadn't really done it all on my own. I had a little help, which reminds me, there's something important I need to do. What is it? Katara asked. I need to speak to Avatar Roku, and I think I have a way to contact his spirit. That's great. Contact his spirit. How? Harry asked. Well, there's a temple on a crescent-shaped island and if I go there on the solstice, I'll be able to speak with him. Aang answered. But that's tomorrow. Katara pointed out. Where is this island? Harry frowned. Well, it's kind of, sort of, in the Fire Nation, Aang admitted. A fearful expression appeared on Katara's face while Harry let out a string of very colorful curses. I cannot believe we're doing this. Sokka muttered as the team flew on Appa towards the Fire Nation temple. You mean going to a temple so Boy Wonder over here can speak to a past life, or going into the bloody Fire Nation? Harry sighed, feeling much the same way as Water Tribe Boy. Both, Sokka snorted. There are so many ways that this can go wrong. Undoubtedly, Harry agreed. It'll be worse for me and Aang though. How do you figure that out? Sokka asked. Well, Aang's the Avatar, so naturally the Fire Nation wants to catch him. Meanwhile I am a Fire Nation traitor. Guess what? The Fire Nation doesn't like traitors. Harry answered. Guys, relax, it'll be fine. Katara said confidently. What makes you think that? Sokka asked, raising an eyebrow. Well, for one, we have the Avatar on our team. She grinned. And if that's not good enough, then we also have the Emerald Dragon, she added, gesturing to Harry. If anyone has a chance at doing this, then it's us. You were quite optimistic, you know that, right? Harry asked in an amused voice before looking around, only to blink when he noticed a small Fire Nation ship in the sea, following them. Ah, we've got trouble. Nephew, this is undoubtedly the most foolish thing you have ever done. Iroh said with a sigh of deep suffering. I don't have a choice, uncle. Zuko replied. Sailing into Fire Nation territory? Iroh asked with disbelief, ignoring Zuko's reply. I have no choice. Zuko repeated through gritted teeth. Have you completely forgotten that the Fire Lord banished you? Iroh demanded to know, looking quite angry a moment before calming down. What if you're caught? He asked in a worried voice. I'm chasing the Avatar. My father will understand why I am returning home. Zuko said, looking into his telescope. My brother is many things, but understanding is not one of them. Iroh snorted. Then we'll knock them down before they get there. Zuko declared. Ready the catapults. He ordered some of his men. They nodded and quickly got to work. A good plan, but if they're not killed, then what exactly do you plan to do when you catch up to them? Capture the Avatar, Zuko said simply. The Avatar, however young or inexperienced he might be, is not a warrior that should be taken lightly. Iroh lectured. Neither am I, Zuko replied. Perhaps not, Iroh agreed. But should you in fact manage to get through his friends and then defeat him, what do you plan to do when you end up face to face with Harry? Iroh asked, causing Zuko to look away from his telescope and face the older firebender. I was an adult by the time people had started calling me a dragon. Harry was less than half your age when he became the Emerald Dragon. He won't go full out when fighting me, Zuko said confidently, and I'm willing to do whatever it takes to capture the Avatar. He said in a voice that made it clear he was done with this conversation. He turned his attention back to keeping an eye on the Avatar, ignoring the sigh from Iroh. Incoming, Sokka yelled as a large fireball flew towards them. I've got it, Harry said, jumping off of Appa's saddle and onto the flying bison's back. Harry took a deep breath before he waved his arms to the side, using airbending to push the projectile away so it didn't hit them. Nice, Aang called out to Harry. Thanks, airbending's a lot easier up here. Harry grinned as he looked back at Aang, only to freeze. Oh crap, blockade, Aang gasped when he and the others saw where Harry was looking. They saw a two-row line of Fire Nation ships stretching across the ocean as far as the eye can see, the majority of them armed with catapults. Well, this'll be fun, Harry said in a dry voice just before the Fire Nation ships began firing at them. Aang, you focus on piloting, I'll get the projectiles, Harry said as he jumped back into the saddle. Got it, Aang nodded before making Appa move to dodge a fireball. Atta boy, Harry said before he began using airbending to move the projectiles out of the way. Prince Zuko, they got the ship, the ship's engineer said after a stray fireball struck their ship. We're still in Earth Kingdom waters, Iroh pointed out. We should go back. Please Prince Zuko, if we do then they will not be able to arrest us, he said, hoping his nephew would listen. No, Zuko growled. I will be the one to capture the Avatar, not Zhao. Keep going, Zuko growled. To say he was not Zhao's biggest fan would be like saying a dragon's fire was warm. It was quite simply an understatement. Zhao, as far as Prince Zuko was concerned, was a bootlicker who had managed to rise up in power enough to convince himself he was far more important than he actually was. Zuko hoped that their last meeting had at least dimmed Zhao's ego. In that meeting Zuko and Zhao had argued with each other over the Avatar until they agreed to settle things in an Agni Kai. It had been close but Zuko had won. He had Zhao down on the floor and barely resisted the urge to burn the older man. When Zuko turned his back on Zhao, the man tried to attack him, only to be stopped by Uncle Iroh. Zuko knew that Zhao wanted to capture the Avatar for the glory, the fame and respect he would get if he brought him back. He knew that Zhao wanted to capture the Avatar, but Zuko, he needed to capture the Avatar. We're on a collision course. Iroh shouted out. The Avatar and his friends had made it past the blockade but their own ship had not. Keep going. We can make it, Zuko shouted. His ship went faster and faster. As they got closer he realized that he had perhaps been wrong about if they actually could make it at all, given how close the blockade ships were. But then something unexpected happened. The blockade ship stopped and allowed the Banished Sun's ship to pass through. What is this? Zuko asked suspiciously. Why didn't they just arrest us? Because he wants to follow you, Iroh said in a knowing voice. He knows you'll lead him to the prize you're both after, the Avatar. Zhao wants to follow me, Zuko sniffed before looking at the ship's engine, an idea popping into his head. Let's let him. If the imbecile wants to follow a trail of smoke, then let's let him. This had better be worth it, Harry said later once he and the group were inside the temple. The group hurried as best as they could since it was already evening time. Hopefully it will be, Katara replied. Where is everybody? Aang asked. I don't know, but if you can't hear anybody then that usually means one of four things, Harry responded, the first being that there's nobody here. Possible, Sokka nodded. The Fire Nation might have abandoned it years ago. The second being that whoever is here didn't hear you, the third being that they can't speak, meaning they could be injured, captured or dead. Harry continued, the other three adopted worried expressions. The fourth being that they heard you and are willingly not responding. You mean they're planning to ambush us? Sokka gulped. I don't know, like I said, it's likely one of these. Harry replied. Keep your guard up. Halt. A voice said. The group turned around and saw 5 men dressed in red with tall hats. We are the Fire Sages. Guardians of the Temple of the Avatar. That's great. Aang smiled brightly. I'm the Avatar. We know. One of them said before inhaling and firing a fire blast at the group. Harry moved forwards and backhanded the fire blast, causing it to disappear. The Emerald Dragon. One of the men gasped upon seeing Harry. His reaction caused the others to stop and stare at Harry before paling significantly. That'd be me. Harry nodded before his fists became covered in green flames. Now, you gentlemen are going to tell us what we know, because if you don't then I'm going to make sure you'll never tell anyone anything ever again. Please, one of them said in a pleading voice. We can't. The Fire Lord, he would. The Fire Lord is not the person that you swore your oaths to, Harry cut him off, the Avatar is. Nor is he the one that you're currently trapped with. Now, get to moving, or else. Harry warned. The men gulped and exchanged looks before silently coming to agreement with each other. Follow us, please. One of them said with a low bow before walking off with the others following after them, followed by Harry and his friends. Wow, people are really scared of you, Aang whispered to Harry. It comes in handy every now and then. Harry whispered back. If the Avatar contacts Roku, there's no telling how powerful the boy will become. The leader of the Fire Sages hissed as he and his group guided Harry and his friends through the temple. Please, think of what will happen to the Fire Nation if the Avatar comes to power, he said to Harry in a pleading voice. Thinking about what will happen to the Fire Nation is part of why I want the Avatar to meet Roku. Harry replied in a cold voice. Don't pretend you're worried about the Fire Nation, you're worried about yourselves. Once we leave you'll be at the mercy of Fire Lord Ozai and his men. You're trying to save your own asses. Since you've betrayed the very person you were sworn to protect, I find it hard to care about what happens to you. Now keep walking. The Avatar, a voice said just as another Fire Sage stepped from outside of a corner. Great, another one, Sokka sighed. It's an honor to meet you, the Fire Sage said with genuine happiness as he bowed to Aang. Shiu, the leader said in an angry and betrayed tone. You know where your loyalties are supposed to lie. I know better than you. I see the Emerald Dragon is here, no doubt it is he who is forcing your compliance, and not the vows you took or the oaths you swore. Xiao said in a cold voice before turning back to Aang, his expression warmed noticeably. You wish to speak to Roku, correct? He asked in a soft voice. How do you know? Aang blinked. Avatar Roku once called this temple his home. Xiao began explaining. My grandfather knew him. Many generations of fire sages guarded this fire temple long before me. We all have a strong spiritual connection to this place. That's how you knew he was coming? Katara asked. Not quite, though part of the reason. Xiao replied. A few weeks ago the eyes of the statue of Avatar Roku began glowing. That's when we were at the air temple. Katara gasped. Avatar Roku's eyes were glowing there, too. That's when we knew you had returned. Xiao nodded. Unfortunately the other sages now follow the Fire Lord. That's because we value our lives. One of the sages hissed. You'd better keep moving then, because I'm getting impatient. Harry warned. Please, follow me. Xiao said, I'll take you where you need to go, he added. Here we are, Xiao said as they arrived in the sanctuary of the temple. The room had massive columns with dragon statues atop them line the room. A huge door is on one side with a device holding 5 open-mouthed dragons. Not going to lie, I rather like the design of this place. Harry said. You would. Sokka snorted. What now? Aang asked. I'm guessing you have to go through there. Katara said, pointing at the door. Only a fully realized avatar is powerful enough to open this door alone. Xiao said. Otherwise, the sages must open this door together with 5 simultaneous fire blasts. Open it, Harry told the sages. No, the leader said, trying to sound brave but the shakiness of his voice rather ruined the effect. Excuse me, Harry asked in an almost amused voice, tilting his head slightly. We won't, the leader all but yelled. We're not opening that door. Right, well, allow me to persuade you otherwise, Harry said before turning to Xiao and his friends. Would you mind just stepping back a few feet? Yeah, thank you, little bit more, there we go. What are you going to do? Aang asked when they were all sufficiently far enough away. I'm going to show you exactly why they call me the Emerald Dragon. Harry said before he took a deep breath. He raised his hands into the air with a roar. Burning, emerald green flames shot out from his hands and rose into the air, stopping just short of the ceiling. A roar pierced through the air as the flames took the shape of a dragon. The fire dragon locked its gaze onto the sages. It tried to move forward but Harry stopped it, grunting as he did so. If you're not going to help, then you're just in the way. That door will open with or without you, it's merely matter of how much destruction and death needs to happen before it does. Now, this is not as easy to control as I make it look. In a few seconds I'm going to either stop this or let it envelop you. Make your choice. The sages gulped and stared at each other. A silent conversation occurred between them before they nodded and reluctantly turned towards the door. The sages all shot a stream of fire into the dragon mouths, causing the door to open. Harry grunted before canceling his fiendfire. He turned to Aang who was looking at him with wide eyes. Go on, go in, Harry said, gesturing to the door. Right. Aang blinked before heading towards the door. Once he was inside, the doors closed, seemingly by themselves. Do you have any idea what you have just done? The leader of the sages asked in a soft voice. You've just potentially doomed the Fire Nation. Doomed. Saved. They're all matters of opinion, and clearly my opinion on this matter is different to yours, Harry said in a cold voice before turning to Katara and Sokka who were still staring at him. What? That was amazing, Katara said, looking like she was struggling to properly find the words she wanted. Scary, but amazing. If you can do that, then why don't you do it all the time? Sokka asked, staring at Harry like he was an alien. It has its advantages and disadvantages, I'd tell you them, but most of our present company are assholes, Harry said, gesturing to the fire sages with the exception of Xiao. A few minutes later the doors opened once again, except it wasn't Aang who had walked out. Avatar Roku, Xiao gasped with disbelief and awe. Avatar Roku, the fire sage leader said fearfully, taking a step back. Now, that's cool, Harry said under his breath as he looked at Roku. The tall man was dressed in red robes and blue wristbands, he had a long white beard and long white hair, his eyes were glowing and Harry could feel the power radiating off of him. "Leave this temple," Avatar Roku said, looking at Sokka, Katara, Shyu and Harry. He was seemingly ignoring the presence of the other fire sages. "It is not wise to be here." "What? Why?" Katara asked. "Because I am going to destroy it," he said in a calm voice. As far as he was concerned, this temple had become a mockery of not just him, but all avatars. He would not allow his building to be used in such a way by the Fire Lord. "Fair enough," Harry said, not really wanting to argue with the super powerful avatar. "But we will need our own avatar back, we don't have a spare." Harry added. "Do not worry, you will have him back, unharmed," Avatar Roku said before his eyes glowed brighter. "Wow," Harry thought. "Azula would love to see this. It's a pleasure to have you train me, General Iroh." A young 7-year-old Harry said in a sincere voice. He was currently standing in a training room with the feared and respected General Iroh. The man was undoubtedly one of the best Fire Nation warriors of all time. Harry had been ordered by Fire Lord Azulon to train under General Iroh, and Harry's parents insisted that he do so as well. Harry, while quite annoyed at being told what to do, wasn't honestly too bothered by it since he knew how much of a badass General Iroh was, and he was quite honestly rather excited to learn under the man. Harry knew that Iroh had probably forgotten more about firebending than most knew. "That is quite kind of you," General Iroh said with a kind smile, "but please call me Iroh. There is no need for titles." "Okay, you can call me Harry then," Harry replied. "Thank you," Iroh nodded, smiling still. "Now, I shall see how many basic techniques you know and then we shall go from there." "Uncle, uncle," a voice called out as Azula ran into the room and stopped right next to Harry. "Azula?" Iroh asked in a questioning tone that had a hint of confusion. "Is everything okay?" he asked. "Can you teach me too?" she asked hopefully. "Please," she added, stretching out the word while trying her best to look as cute as possible. "Say, yes," she mentally chanted. She really hoped that her uncle listened to her and let her stay. She wanted to spend more time with Harry. How in Agni's name would she be able to make Harry want to spend more time with her if she couldn't even stay near him? Besides, if this all went according to plan, then she would be able to impress him with her firebending skills and make him want to stay with her. Plus, if she actually got to learn from her uncle Iroh, then she knew that she would improve. Even if her father sometimes complained that her uncle Iroh was a fool, she still knew just how impressive a firebender he was. "Well," Iroh coughed, "this time is supposed to be spent teaching Harry, though I don't mind." Harry cut Iroh off. "She can stay if she wants," he said with a small shrug of his shoulders. Azula gave him a small smile, but inwardly she was beaming with joy. Her plan had worked. Soon, if everything kept going to plan, she would become best friends with Harry, and then the two would get stronger and stronger until they became the two strongest firebenders in the Fire Nation. "Oh, hello," a surprised voice said. Everyone turned to see Zuko and Ursa standing a small distance away. "I'm sorry, we didn't know anybody would be in here," Ursa apologized. "Quite all right," Iroh said with a warm smile at his sister-in-law. "I was merely about to train young Harry here." "Oh," Ursa said in a soft voice, her gaze moving towards the young child that the Fire Nation was already starting to refer to as the Emerald Dragon. The story of how he had rescued Azula and killed all of those waterbenders had already circled all across the Fire Nation and had already been changed several times. In some versions he had done it all with one hand, while other versions insist that he had summoned an actual dragon. Ursa was about to speak again when she noticed Azula was also in the room. "And what is Azula doing here?" she asked in a curious voice. "Probably bothering them," Zuko said under his breath. "I am not," Azula snapped, glaring at Zuko. Evidently he had not been as quiet as he had intended to be. "Azula, don't shout," Ursa told her off before turning to Zuko. "And you, no saying mean things about your sister." "Sorry Mum," Zuko said in a quiet voice, his face slightly red. "Good, perhaps Zuko can join you," Ursa suggested to Iroh. She knew that Ozai and Fire Lord Azulon were not impressed with Zuko's progress in fire bending, Ursa was of the opinion that the boy was simply a late bloomer, it happened sometimes. Fire Lord Azulon seemed to agree, which was probably why he wasn't pushing Zuko as hard as Ozai. Ozai, her horribly horrid husband, was being horribly impatient when it came to Zuko's training. The fact that Zuko was nowhere near the same level as Azula seemed to bother him greatly. She wasn't really all that concerned about Ozai being upset, but what she did worry about was how the man's emotional state would affect Zuko. Iroh hummed. I see no reason why not. He said after several seconds. He was looking at Ursa and Zuko, therefore he missed the look of anger that came on Azula's face. That's not fair. Azula mentally raged. He ruins everything. This was supposed to be my time with Harry. I had to ask and beg for it. Why does he get to show up and have Mum ask for it? How is Harry supposed to pay attention to me when Zuko will be running around and taking up time because he can't make a proper fire blast? And why is Uncle Iroh more willing to teach him than me? I'm the prodigy. I'm the better fire bender. Me, not Zuko. Stupid uncle. Stupid mum. Stupid brother. Are you all right? A voice whispered, interrupting her thoughts. She looked at her side and saw Harry looking at her. I'm fine, she said, taking great effort to not snap at him and send her plan even further back. Really? Harry asked in a dry and doubtful voice. I am, Azula insisted. Then why is your hand on fire? Harry calmly asked. Azula blinked and looked down, only for her eyes to widen when she saw the flames coming out from her palm and enveloping her hand. She quickly shook her hand to get rid of it. That was. Azula paused, trying to decide what to say. Relax, happens to the best of us. Harry told her, giving her a small smile. I suppose. Azula said, returning the smile. Maybe I can still make this work. She thought to herself. Okay. SSING hell. Harry groaned, rubbing his face with his hands. The group were currently sat on Appa's saddle as the sky bison flew through the air, flying above a mountain and a great many trees. So, let me get this straight, Harry said as he brought his hands down and looked at Aang. So you met Avatar Roku, correct? Correct. Aang quietly confirmed. He then told your bald little to hurry the K.SS up, yeah? Harry asked. Not quite how I would put it, Aang frowned, but yeah, he nodded. Because if you don't master the elements by this summer then Sozin's comet will return by the end of the summer, and Fire Lord Jerkface will use its power to finish the war, once and for all. Harry sighed. Sozin's comet, which was formerly known as the Great Comet, passes close to the Earth every 100 years, just skimming the surface of the upper atmosphere. When the comet came close, firebenders would be able to harness its energy, greatly increasing their powers. Fire Lord Sozin had actually used that comet to begin the war. Basically, yeah. Aang nodded. He sighed as he ran a hand over his bald head. It's what Avatar Roku said. I'm supposed to master all 4 elements before that comet arrives. Well, let's see. You pretty much mastered airbending and that only took you 112 years. I'm sure you can master 3 more elements by next summer. Sokka said in a sarcastic voice. Oh no. Aang suddenly gasped. I haven't even started waterbending yet. And, we're weeks away from the North Pole. How am I supposed to master 3 elements in time? Calm down, Aang, Katara said soothingly as she rubbed Aang's arm with her hand. Yeah, Harry nodded after taking a deep breath. You and me can start learning on the way there. And I'll teach you both what I know, Katara volunteered. I'm no master by any means, but I do know a few moves. Right, so the next time we stop we find a source of water to practice. Harry said. Katara and Aang quickly nodded in agreement. As soon as they were able to find a source of water, the trio had begun practicing while Sokka went to work cleaning Appa, even though he wasn't very happy about being assigned that job. Alright, this is a simple move, but don't be too upset if you don't get it straight away. It took me months to get it down. Katara said before she began moving her hands back and forth, making small waves in the water. The key is to get the wrist movements right. She added. Harry hummed before he copied the movements. His waves were slightly smaller than Katara's. Not bad. Katara smiled at him before turning to Aang. Aang, do you need any? Katara trailed off when she saw that Aang was making waves that were twice the size of her own. Like this? Aang asked. Yeah, Katara nodded after a moment. Right, let's move on to the next move. This is a more difficult move. I call it streaming the water. She said before she moves her hands and raises a stream of water from the river into the air and begins moving it around. It's harder than it looks, so don't be disappointed if. Katara trailed off when she saw Aang had already had a stream of water and was effortlessly moving it around his body with an ease that made Katara very jealous. She looked at Harry and felt a bit better when she saw his efforts. He had a stream of water, but it wasn't quite as controlled as Aang's or even her own. What next, Katara? Aang asked excitedly as he dropped the water. Well, Katara hesitated before she continued. I kind of know this one other move, but it's pretty hard. I haven't even totally figured it out yet. The idea is to create a big, powerful wave, she said before she raised her shaking hands. A bunch of water rose upwards but unfortunately ended up popping and falling back down before she could do anything with it. Harry tried the same but ended up with the same result as Katara. Like this? Aang asked before he raised his hands. A massive wave of water rose up and began moving forwards. It went down the river and ended up crashing into Appa and Sokka, immersing them in water and washing them several meters down the river. Hey, I got it. Aang grinned before turning to Katara. So, what's next? That's enough practicing for today, Katara said in an irritated voice. Harry was about to protest when Sokka spoke up. I'll say, he said as his head popped up out of the river, you just washed our supplies down the river. He said, gesturing behind himself to the supplies that were being washed away. Oops, sorry, Aang said apologetically. I'm sure we can find somewhere to replace all this stuff. We can go shopping later, Harry said, but until then we should keep practicing. I said that's enough. Practicing, Katara said, glaring at Harry. Yeah, well, we have a time limit for how quick Aang needs to learn, Harry said, glaring back. That means we can't afford to only have him practice for less than 2 minutes every practice session. We can go shopping later, we have no current plans, we can practice more. Well, I don't feel like it, so you two can practice by yourselves. Katara huffed before walking off. Oh, what's wrong with Katara? Aang asked worriedly. Nothing, Harry rolled his eyes, she's just being a bye. Harry paused and decided to change what he was going to say so Aang wouldn't be offended on Katara's half. Bit jealous. Jealous? Aang blinked in confusion. Of how good you are at waterbending, Harry shrugged. She's not as good as you, so it's making her irritated. Oh, Aang said, suddenly feeling very bad. Should I apologize? No, Aang, Harry said in a firm voice. Katara will get over it, if you give her enough time. But you have a deadline and the entire world depending on you. You can't stall your training because of the irrational feelings of one girl. Katara's our friend, Aang said, sounding offended. That's why I'm not insulting her. Like it or not, her feelings are irrational. You are the Avatar, naturally you're going to be good at waterbending. Once her jealousy dies down she'll be able to think properly, until then just give her space. Okay, fine, Aang said, not looking too happy about it. Yeah Aang, Sokka said as he pulled himself out of the river, the key to girls is. No, you shut up. Harry cut Sokka off. What? Why? Because I am very sure that Appa knows more about girls than you. So, we have everything, right? Harry asked as the group walked through a city street market. Yeah, I think so, Katara said in a calm voice. She hadn't talked much with Harry or Aang since their last argument and had settled on giving Harry the cold treatment. How much money do we have left? Sokka asked. Quite a lot, Harry said. King Bumi had given them quite a lot of money and Harry had made sure to put himself in charge of it since he was the only with actual money experience. It was a good thing that he did, seeing as Aang wanted to buy so many unnecessary stuff. Though Harry had allowed him to buy the bison whistle that he wanted to get. As they walked by the docks they heard a very loud voice. Get your valuables here. The voice belonged to a shifty-looking man who was standing by a ship. Earth Nation, Fire Nation, Water Nation, so long as bargains are your inclination, you're welcome here. Don't be shy, come on by, he said before he noticed the group. Oh, you there, I can see from your clothing that you're world-traveling types. Perhaps I can interest you in some exotic curios, he asked with a grin. You don't even know what those are, do you? Harry said, biting back a sigh. Well, no, the man admitted, but I'm pretty sure we have them. He said as his grin came back in place. Cool, Aang said and rushed into the ship before anyone could protest. The shifty man smiled and walked in after him. Forget the Fire Lord, I'll be the one to kill him. Harry said under his breath before he and the others followed Aang into the ship. Once inside they found themselves in a shop and saw Aang looking around at the whole horde of collectibles all around them. Wow, neat, Aang commented as he continued to look around. My, a voice said as a man entered the room and stopped behind the shop counter. He was dressed as a pirate captain and had a green iguana parrot on his shoulder. I've never seen such a fine specimen of lemur, he said as he looked at Momo who was perched on Aang's shoulders. He'd fetch me a nice sum indeed, that is, if you're interested, he asked Aang. We trade, buy and sell here, he added as his iguana parrot squawked. No, he's not for sale, Aang said in a firm voice. Aang, Katara suddenly called out in an excited voice as she looked down at a scroll in her hands. It's a waterbending scroll. There are tons of amazing moves on here. Where did you guys get this? She asked the pirate captain. Let's just say I got it up north, at a most reasonable price, free, he said as he took the scroll away from Katara and put it away. Great, we're here with pirates, Harry said, rolling his eyes. Pirates. Sokka blinked before he began mentally compiling what he knew so far, including but not limited to the shifty behavior and pirate clothes. Oh, he blinked. We prefer to call ourselves high-risk traders, the shifty man from before said, grinning. So, how much for the traded scroll? Katara asked, hoping to use their language to ease the tension in the room. I've already got a buyer, a nobleman in the Earth Kingdom, the captain said. Unless of course, you kids have 200 gold pieces on you right now, he added in a questioning tone. Let me handle this, Aang said with a grin as he pulled out a copper piece. No, Harry said before he lightly slapped Aang on the back of the head and took the coin away from him in one swift movement. How much do we need this scroll? Harry asked Katara. Really badly, Katara said, looking at him with a pleading look. Whatever Harry was about to say was cut off as he noticed something out of the corner of his eyes. Where did you get that? Harry asked, noticing a golden locket necklace in a display case. Where did you get that? Harry repeated, pointing to the necklace. Aang and the two Water Tribe siblings looked confused at the sudden change in topic and all looked at each other, silently questioning the others on if they knew anything about the necklace. A deceased associate of mine, the captain replied. He managed to get it for me. It once belonged to none other than the Emerald Dragon, he said with a grin, missing the looks of realization appearing on the faces of the other three children. I know who it belonged to, Harry said in a quiet voice. You want it? The captain grinned. That'll be free. Harry cut him off in a cold voice as he walked over to the necklace. He removed the display case and was about to pick up the necklace when the shifty salesman placed a blade against his throat. Don't be stupid now, the captain warned. You mean like the kind of stupid that threatens a guy who can bring down the whole ship? Harry snorted. Now, I'll be taking my necklace back. Your necklace? The shifty man managed to ask before Harry moved. In a blur of movements Harry had disarmed the man before hitting him hard on the side of the head with the handle of the blade. The shifty man fell to the floor and became unconscious shortly after his head crashed against the wooden floorboards. Hey, who do you think you are? The captain demanded as he pulled out a sword. Me, I'm just the Emerald Dragon, Harry said as he turned to the captain. He glared at him as green flames covered his hands. Oh. The captain gulped and stepped back slightly. Perhaps we can talk about this. You wanted that scroll, right? If you want this ship to stay standing and for you to stay alive, then you are going to give me and these three imbeciles whatever we want, for free, Harry said before he took his necklace and put it on. Go on guys, Harry said to Katara, Sokka and Aang, take as much as you want, Harry said before he looked at the captain and silently dared him to argue. The man wisely didn't. So, are we going to talk about that? Sokka asked once they arrived back at their camping spot. He had asked that question as he gestured to the locket that Harry had around his neck. No, Harry said simply before tucking the locket into his shirt. Are we going to talk about the fact that you just threatened a bunch of pirates over it? Sokka calmly asked. Nope, Harry replied. What if I ask nicely? Sokka asked. I'll nicely tell you to K.SS off, Harry said with a roll of his eyes before stepping next to Katara and looking at the scroll she had opened. Wow, Harry breathed out as he looked at the drawings of movements on the scroll. That is definitely worth the price. I know, Katara happily agreed. We got it for free. An amused Aang reminded them. Well, that's just even better then. Harry shrugged, looking at the scroll along with Katara. Yeah, Sokka nodded as he began sorting their newly brought supplies. You should introduce yourself more often if it means getting all this free stuff. Sokka, Katara said disapprovingly. Harry is not going to use his name and reputation to scare people into giving us free stuff. Ahem. Harry coughed and gave her a look that quite clearly said, how sure are you about that? With exceptions, obviously, Katara added, satisfying Harry. Besides, those pirates definitely stole this scroll in the first place. We need it more than them as well, Harry said as he scanned the scroll. This isn't as good as a teacher, but it will most definitely help out a lot. We should try and learn as much as we can until we get to the North Pole. After that we won't need the scroll and can just give it back. True, Aang agreed, sounding happy about returning the stole property. So, let's get to learning, he said enthusiastically. Wait a sec, I just want to try this one move first and then it's all yours. Just hold this for a sec, Katara said before handing Aang the opened scroll. She looked at it, focusing on one move in particular. The single water whip. Looks doable, she smiled before turning to the river of water. She took a deep breath before attempting the move, only for it to backfire and hit her on the head. Ow, she hissed in pain. She rubbed her head as Sokka began laughing. What? Katara demanded, turning to Sokka. I'm sorry, you deserve that. Sokka shrugged before turning to Aang and Harry. She's duped the both of you, she just wants the scroll for herself. They'll get their turn once I learn the move, Katara said angrily. Turn, Harry repeated. This isn't a goddamn toy, we're not doing turns. You said you wanted to try the move first, you tried it, you failed. You can try again later, Aang is the priority here. Guys, please don't fight, Aang said, cringing slightly. I don't mind waiting. Yeah, well I do, Harry replied. Of course, Katara huffed. Shouldn't keep Mr. Scary Dragon waiting, she said before she attempted the move again, only to nearly hit Momo, who was saved by Harry, who had picked up in time. Momo screeched at Katara before climbing up on Harry's shoulders and rubbing his head against Harry's to say thank you. You're welcome, Harry calmly told Momo. Ah, why can't I get this stupid move? Katara said in a frustrated voice. You'll get it, Aang said before he tried the move and naturally did it perfectly. You just gotta shift your weight through the stances. There, see, the key to bending. Will you please shut your air hole? Katara screamed, interrupting him. Believe it or not, your infinite wisdom gets a little old sometimes. Why don't we just throw the scroll away since you're so naturally gifted? She demanded before realizing that Sokka and Harry were both glaring at her. What? She asked before she looked back at Aang, who was now standing with tears in his eyes. Oh my gosh, Aang, I am so sorry, she said, sounding almost horrified. I don't know what came over me. Aang, Sokka, Harry interrupted. The two of you go and take a walk, a long walk. Far from here, Harry said before he shifted his shoulder so Momo would fly off of him. What? Sokka blinked as Momo landed on him. I don't know if. Relax, Harry cut him off in an irritated voice. Your sister will still be alive and unharmed by the time you get back. Go, now, Harry said. He and Sokka looked at each other for several moments, both of them seemingly having a silent conversation. Aang, Sokka sighed. Come on, let's go. Are you sure? Aang asked hesitantly. No, Sokka said honestly before dragging Aang away. So, why did you send Sokka and Aang away? Katara asked several minutes later. The last few minutes had been very awkward for her as Harry had not talked to her at all and she couldn't decide on what to say. Because, quite frankly, you were being a total K.SS. Harry said with K.SS honesty. What? Katara blurted out in an offended voice. You heard me, Harry said, glaring at her. Your jealousy over Aang's success in waterbending is causing more problems than you seem to realize. I am not jealous of Aang, Katara replied, glaring back at Harry. You quite clearly are, Harry said in an annoyed voice. You don't seem to remember why Aang needs to learn waterbending, nor do you seem to remember that we have a deadline. Your obsession with trying to do better than Aang will cost us. I am not obsessed, Katara vehemently disagreed. Aren't you? Harry snorted. You stopped teaching Aang when he started surpassing you, and then when we finally get a scroll to help teach him how to waterbend, you demand to have it first, and then when he tries to help you, you bloody yell at him. And I'm sorry about that. I didn't mean to hurt his feelings, but This isn't about his goddamn feelings, Harry interrupted. This is about his life. He can't have feelings if he's dead. Well, there is the spirit world, but you know what IKSSING mean. Oh, go and keep lecturing me. Katara rolled her eyes. Do you even care about Aang beyond him being the Avatar? Harry rolled his eyes and turned away from her, but Katara was undeterred and continued. No, I bet he's just a means to an end for you. You probably don't even care about him beyond what he will do, you just want to use him. And you want to lecture me about wanting to learn when you're one of the most powerful firebenders ever. What do you know about what I'm going through? You don't care about Aang and you don't care about me, why would you? The Emerald Dragon doesn't seem to care about anyone because he thinks that whatever Katara was about to say was cut off as Harry turned around and stomped his foot on the ground. A wall of air shot into the air and Katara felt her words die in her throat as she stared into his furious, emerald eyes. Watch your tone, Harry said in a slow voice filled with tightly controlled anger. Katara gulped slightly. Within that moment she felt like she had only just truly remembered who she was dealing with. At the end of the day, a dragon was still a dragon, even if was nice enough not to eat you. I've spent some time with you guys, do not for a moment think that that means you know everything about me. I thought you were capable of being talked to like an adult, but apparently I had too much faith in you, Harry said in a disappointed voice. Katara visibly wilted in front of him. Harry, no, shut your water mouth and pay attention, Harry said before he stomped his feet on the ground 3 times. A short distance away a trio of 5 feet tall rock pillars rose up. Without Aang mastering the elements he can't stop the Fire Lord, which means that the Fire Lord will try and end the 100-year war with the very thing that started it. That means everyone who isn't Fire Nation will have 2 options, bow down or be destroyed. Look at that pillar on the right, imagine it's your friends and family back in your home. Let's see what happens if they don't surrender their freedom and lives, Harry said before he sent a powerful fire blast that crashed against the pillar, causing Katara to jump back slightly. Harry, I don't. Imagine that left pillar is Sokka. Let's see what happens to your brother if he refuses to spend his life as a prisoner, Harry said before blasting that pillar. His blasts hadn't knocked over or destroyed either pillar but had damaged them both significantly. I get it, you don't have to keep. Yes, I do, Harry said before he focused his attention onto the middle pillar. You know something really interesting, there is an advanced part of firebending called lightning bending. It's really impressive. Not many firebenders can do it, but I know a few that can, including the Fire Lord. Imagine that middle pillar is Aang. Now let me show you exactly what will happen if he fights the Fire Lord right now, Harry said before he closed his fists. With the exception of his first and middle fingers on both hands, he joined the 2 fingers together before performing his lightning kata. Harry waved his arms in a circular motion as blue lightning appeared. Katara could not help but take a step back as she heard the sound of the lightning rip through the air. The movement he was showing her was controlled, precise and very deadly. Harry aimed his hands and a large, cannon blast-like sound ripped through the air before the lightning shot towards the 3 pillars, destroying them with ease. Harry shook his hands slightly as the lightning died down. He turned to face Katara and saw that the girl had dropped to her knees, tears in her eyes. Harry paused and wondered if he had perhaps gone too far. He shook his head, deciding that he may as well finish what he started. Katara, Harry said as he knelt down in front of her. Katara, he said again, only to receive no reaction. Hair loopy. Harry called, lightly tapping her on the forehead so she looked at him. You listening? Why yeah. Katara nodded slowly. Now listen to me, I'm not trying to do all of this to make you feel bad, or at least that's not the only reason, I am a bit sadistic. Harry admitted. You need to understand, this is not a game where we take turns. Lives are on the line, not just your own, but everyone else's. I'd love nothing more than for all of us to live in a war-free world, but that's not our reality. If you can't handle this, then say the word and it can be arranged for you to go home. But if you're here, then our priority has to be Aang. You and I will have to do our best to improve as well, but we can't hold Aang back because we get jealous. I know that I'm an asshole, but I am here if you need to talk through any problems, really, I am. I know, Katara sniffed. It's just that for years I was just a helpless girl, unable to do anything when the Fire Nation attacks our village. But then I started learning waterbending. It seemed like I was finally strong enough to do something, but it took me ages to get simple moves, and then Aang shows up and gets them easily. I can't help but feel weak in comparison. I get that, Harry said in an understanding voice. Really? Katara asked, looking quite surprised. I wasn't always as strong as I am now, Harry admitted before he continued speaking. Tell me, if you have one person who practices waterbending for 10 years straight and he happens to be better than someone who has only practiced for 1 year, should it make sense for the less experienced waterbender to be jealous? Harry asked. Well, no, Katara said, shaking her head slightly. Then why are you jealous of Aang? Harry asked. You've pretty much self-taught yourself everything you know. The fact that you're as far along as you are is frankly amazing. But Aang, he's had hundreds of past lives. Think about that. Imagine if each avatar reached the age of 50 at least. Can you imagine how much waterbending experience that is? Aang isn't learning from scratch, this is basically revising for him. Any information he learns about waterbending is information that a past life of his already knows. Besides, waterbending is similar to airbending in a lot of ways. It's easier for him than it would be to learn the other two elements. Besides, look at me, water is like the opposite of fire. Didn't you see my attempts? Out of the three of us, I'm the weakest waterbender. Why? Yeah, Katara nodded, looking sorry for agreeing. See, that should make you feel better. The Emerald Dragon just admitted that you've beat him at something. Harry said with a smile, causing Katara to laugh. Thanks for making me feel better, Katara said in an appreciative voice. I guess I probably apologized to Aang. For what it's worth, I'd like to say sorry to you too. I'm sorry about how I've been acting. Apology accepted. Just, please don't do it again. I don't have the patience to go through this argument a second time. Harry replied. I won't. Katara smiled. Oh, if you don't mind me asking, why don't you use that lightning technique of yours more often? Today was the first time I saw you use it. I avoid it unless I really need to use it, Harry shrugged. Normal fire is easier, plus I only use it when I definitely want to kill. Oh, Katara said softly. Sorry for asking. It's all right. Harry waved her off. Now, Aang and Sokka should be back in half an hour. That's plenty of time for us to practice while we're waiting, Harry said as he stood up and walked over to the scroll, picking up and grinning at Katara. Really? Katara said excitedly as she stood up. Yeah, I never said we couldn't practice when Aang wasn't here, Harry said before tossing her the scroll. Awesome, Katara grinned as she caught it. Wait, she said suddenly as her smile shifted into a frown. I'm worried about Aang. I mean, you're talking about putting the fate of the world on his shoulders, and I don't think that it would be helpful to have Aang train non-stop. Oh definitely, Harry agreed. The two worst things we could do to Aang is train him to exhaustion and death, or not train him at all. We're going to work him hard, but he will need time to rest and relax. He needs a life worth fighting for. Is that why you're doing this? Katara asked. Because you have something worth fighting for. I wouldn't be here if I didn't, Harry responded, his eyes softening slightly. What is it? Katara asked curiously. Harry looked at her for several moments before replying. Tea, he said with a straight face. What? I like tea. Harry, a voice called for him as soon as he entered the room. I did it, Azula said as she ran up to him. She stopped in front of him and started bouncing on her feet excitedly. I did it. I did it. Great, Harry smiled before looking at her questioningly. Now, what did you do? He asked. I can make blue flames now, Azula said, smiling widely. She held up a hand and blue flames came out of her hand. See, nice, Harry said in an impressed voice as he stared at the flames, missing Azula beaming with happiness at the compliment. I can feel the heat off of it, impressive, Harry said before he raised his own fist and allowed it to be covered in green flames. I prefer green personally, Harry smirked. They are both magnificent, another voice said as General Iroh walked into the room, and I am quite impressed by the both of you. He added. General, Harry greeted him respectfully after he and Azula stopped making fire. Uncle, Azula nodded towards him. Azula, would it be safe to assume that you're going to be joining us again? Iroh asked in a knowing voice. Unless that's a problem, Azula said with a hint of challenge in her voice. Of course not, I'm not one to stand in the way of my niece when she wants to spend so much time with such a wonderful young man. Iroh said with a smile. Excuse me, Harry blinked at him while Azula's face turned very red. It's not like that, she quickly denied. I just want to learn firebending. Of course, Iroh said, continuing to smile, sounding like he didn't believe her. Before we start, do either of you want tea? I'll go for some, Harry said, causing Iroh to smile like he had just won a large amount of gold. Nephew, forgive me, but for some reason or the other I get the feeling that you are not quite happy. Iroh said calmly while sitting and sipping some tea as his nephew paced up and down the room, fire occasionally lighting up on his fists. Not happy, Zuko repeated angrily. The flames belonging to the candles in the room shot up to the ceiling for a couple of seconds before returning to their original state. I am far from happy. Perhaps you would feel better after talking about it, Iroh calmly suggested, unfazed by Zuko's anger. In fact, why not have some tea as well? I don't want to talk about it, Zuko growled before resuming his pacing. Nor do I want tea, he said quickly when he saw his uncle open his mouth. The last thing he wanted to do was talk about the boatload of problems he had. It was bad enough that he couldn't get them all out of his head for more than a couple of minutes at a time. Firstly, he had lost the Avatar at the Fire Temple. The Avatar had escaped with his friends before Zuko got there, though by the time Zuko got there the entire temple was being destroyed, so perhaps it was a good thing that the hadn't been there. Zuko's ship had then changed directions a short while later because Uncle Iroh had insisted on buying a stupid, White Lotus, tile for his board game. It took a lot of effort to stop himself from yelling at his uncle for that, but he had managed it. Then while at the market he had discovered that the Avatar had been there. It angered Zuko that he had barely missed him, but he didn't let it bother for him too long and focused on finding him. His hopes had risen when he came across some pirates that apparently had sold some stuff to the Avatar. He had hoped to have them tell him where the Avatar was, and maybe even possibly help him capture the Avatar. But that was shot down quickly since the pirates revealed that they ended up giving a lot of stuff to the Avatar and his friends for free, including a rare waterbending scroll, because they were threatened by Harry. They also refused to go after the Avatar when the Emerald Dragon as with him. At this point Harry's reputation made him almost as well known as the Avatar. Zuko remembered hearing that some people in the Fire Nation and other Fire Nation occupied areas would use Harry's name to install fear and discipline into their children. Hurry and fall asleep or the Emerald Dragon will come for you. From the flames he will rise and take the children that don't behave, the parents would say. Zuko wanted to just call those pirates cowards, but he understood why they refused, no matter how much he disliked it. Zuko knew that because of Harry his job had gotten 100 times more difficult. He believed that he could have easily handled it before. The Avatar's two traveling companions were simply a bunch of Water Tribe children who had probably never done much beyond stay in an ice cube for the majority of their lives. The Avatar himself would be a challenge, but he was still just a young child and could have been taken down. Harry, on the other hand, would be nowhere near as easy. Harry was an excellent hand-to-hand combatant to say the least, plus Harry hopelessly outclassed when it came to firebending. Zuko stopped his pacing and took a deep breath. He needed to stop thinking about the Avatar and Harry, if only for a few minutes. Iroh hummed before sighing. Harry would have liked to have some tea, he said before taking a sip from his cup. Zuko's eyes snapped open, his left eye twitched slightly before he turned and walked out of the room, slamming the door shut on his way out. Well, that was an experience, Katara said as she and the group were sat on Appa's saddle as the sky bison flew through the air. That's nicer than what I would have called it. Harry snorted. The group had recently come across two fighting tribes that both wanted to cross a canyon with an earthbending guide but seemed unwilling to cooperate with each other. Aang, being the Avatar, felt compelled to make sure that both tribes had gotten across the canyon safely. Appa would have taken the sick and elderly from both tribes across while the others would have gone on foot. Harry had chosen to go with Appa, partly to make sure that Appa and the people he was carrying were safe, but also because he found both tribes annoying, not to mention Katara and Sokka also appeared to be arguing with each other at the time. Harry and Appa had gotten there first, then when the others arrived Harry was pleased to find out that Katara and Sokka had finally stopped fighting and was surprised to find out that the two tribes had stopped fighting. When he asked how that happened he was told that the two tribes were fighting over something that had happened 100 years ago and was then told a rather amusing story where Aang straight up lied to both tribes about the event after claiming that he was there at the time. Harry had honestly never been more proud of Aang. So, we had to deal with the two fighting tribes, what about you? Sokka asked. Well, they kept trying to fight each other. The old ones were mostly fine, if a bit too talkative, Harry replied. The sick ones were fine too, or at least they were after I threatened them. You threatened them? Katara blinked. I told them if they sneezed on me then I'd break their noses. Harry shrugged. Harry, they were sick. I'm aware, that's why I threatened them, I didn't want to become sick as well. Harry said slowly, as if speaking to a child. Harry, that's, Katara began but trailed off when she saw the smirk on Harry's face. You're such an ass. She said in an amused voice as she shook her head. Hey, I try. Harry shrugged once more. Where are we heading to next? Aang asked. We should stop at market for food. Katara suggested. Wait guys, Sokka suddenly said in an alarmed voice. We shouldn't go to the market. Why not? Harry asked, frowning. Well, you know how this morning Aang had a bad dream. I had one too, Sokka confessed, and in my dream we go to the market. What happens then? Katara asked, exchanging looks with the other two. Food eats people, Sokka said, his eyes wide with terror. Also, Momo could talk, he said some very bad things. Sokka said, glaring at Momo. Stop bothering Momo, Harry said with a roll of his eyes. Momo nodded in agreement before hopping onto Harry's shoulders and glaring at Sokka. The group soon found themselves in a market, buying supplies. Aang, Sokka and Katara were currently standing behind Harry who was arguing with a merchant woman. But this is ripe, she argued, trying to sell Harry some food that was most definitely not ripe. This is about as edible as me, Harry said disbelievingly as he gestured to the fruit. Yeah, well, you look delicious, she replied, her face turning red slightly. Thank you, Harry said calmly, ignoring the looks from the three behind him. But no, I am not buying this, Harry said before he pushed the fruit back. Come on guys, Harry said before he walked off, the group following behind him. I feel sort of bad for not buying anything, Aang admitted. Hey, me too, but we're not wasting money on bad food, Harry replied. Money, believe it or not, is actually quite important. And, let's be honest, if it wasn't for me then you lot would have likely spent all of your money by now. That's not true, Sokka replied. Actually, Katara sighed, he's right. You and Aang have tried to buy a ton of stuff that we don't need. Oh, and what about Miss? Oh, that looks like a really nice earring, please can I get it, huh? Sokka asked, a grin on his face. That was one time, Katara said, glaring at him. Whatever, Harry said, ready to cut off another argument. With how often Katara and Sokka argued, he was becoming somewhat of an expert at stopping them from arguing. The point is we can't afford to waste money unless one of us is willing to get a job, and that's not a good idea since we have to travel all the way to the other side of the world. Are you kidding? It's like the hottest day ever. A loud voice interrupted, the group stopped and turned to find the owner of the voice, an old man who was currently arguing with his wife. Please, the fish can wait. There's going to be a terrible storm. the wife said, seeming very sure. Look at the sky, the fisherman said in an exasperated voice, it's more blue than the sea. Maybe we should find shelter. Aang suggested, looking nervous. Are you serious? What exactly do we need shelter from? Sokka asked as he gestured to the sky. My joints say there's going to be a storm. A bad one, the wife said in a worried voice. Yeah, well, it's your old joints against my brain. The fisherman replied, rolling his eyes. Your old and underused brain. The wife snapped. If you go out there then you go on your own, because I am not coming. You hear me? Fine, I'll find someone else and pay them double what I pay you. The fisherman shouted. I am right here, Sokka said in a cheerful voice as he stopped next to the two. I'm Sokka, ready to work and catch some fish, he said with a grin. What in the everlasting hell are you doing? Harry asked as he, Katara and Aang walked up to them. Well, no such thing as too much money, right? Sokka asked. We have enough time for one fishing trip, plus he's paying double. You don't even know how much he paid her. Katara pointed out as she gestured to the wife. I'm still getting double though. Sokka reminded her. Double? Who told you that nonsense? The fisherman snorted. Sokka, I don't think you should go. Aang said, looking very worried. The weather looks nice now but I feel like it'll get worse. Listen to the boy with tattoos. He knows what he is talking about. The wife said. Huh. The fisherman frowned and looked closely Aang. Well, airbender tattoos, you're the Avatar, aren't you? The old man guessed. Yeah, he is. Katara smiled along with Aang. I don't know why you're smiling, the fisherman sniffed. The Avatar turned his back on the world 100 years ago, you disappeared and left us all to suffer. The man said, poking Aang in the chest. He was about to continue but was interrupted as he felt himself get pushed. He stumbled and barely managed to stay standing. What the hell's your problem, old-timer? Harry asked, glaring at him. He left us, the fisherman shouted. We needed him and he wasn't there. But you were, Harry said, shouting louder than the older man. What were you doing the last 100 years? Huh, what? I don't care, but whatever it was, it clearly wasn't enough. Harry said, cutting him off. The Avatar over here found himself trapped and frozen in a solid block of ice. He was frozen for the last 100 years, unable to even move or wake up. What's your excuse? Did you fight in the war? Huh, if you didn't then why not? And if you did, you clearly didn't do enough since the Fire Nation is still on top of this whole war. I'm not the Avatar, I couldn't. You might not be the Avatar but that doesn't mean that you're automatically excused from doing anything. Ponytail over here isn't an adult or even a bender, yet he is with us, doing his best to save the world. What good have you done in the last 100 years? Why didn't you save the world? Even if you couldn't defeat the Fire Nation, you could have at least used that brain you apparently have to come with a plan to weaken them. Harry, Aang spoke up, his voice was quiet and soft. It's all right, No, it's not. Harry hissed as he glared at the fisherman. People like you make me sick. Harry told the fisherman. People like you are fine blaming any and everyone you can find for not doing something when you haven't done anything to significantly help stop the war. You blame him when he is basically still 12 years old. Either do something or shut up. Harry snarled at him before taking a deep breath. Your brain is clearly not working as well you had originally thought. If I was you then I would listen to your wife and stay home. Or don't. I'm sure if you get caught in a storm then you'd probably blame the Avatar for that as well. Come on guys, Harry said before he walked off. His three friends exchanged looks before rushing off after him. Sorry guys, Harry apologized as soon as they were far enough away. Apparently that's a trigger for me. Harry, you didn't need to say all that. Aang said in a quiet voice. He was right, I ran away and... No, shut your face mouth. Harry interrupted. Listen to me now, you'll never ever be able to make everyone like you. That's a fool's dream. Don't listen to people like him, never listen to people like him. I meant what I said, Aang, you're 12 years old, you shouldn't have to be the one to save the world, nor should you be blamed for not doing something that nobody else has done. Do you understand? But, what if he is right? He's not so it doesn't matter, you're here now and that's the important part. Harry's right, Aang. Katara spoke up. Since you woke up, we've fought against the Fire Nation, rescued prisoners, reunited families, helped a ton of people and have been practicing non-stop. You're doing more than you should have to and more than most people are doing, so don't listen to guys like him. Harry said. I'm in agreement with these two, Sokka said as he gestured to Harry and Katara. Though that does leave us with another problem, we just walked away from what seemed like an easy job. The money we have isn't going to last forever, it was a great way of making more. Yeah, but I found another. Harry said suddenly as he and the group stopped and saw a poster on a wall. Well, that's convenient. Sokka blinked. Oh, I am totally entering that. Harry grinned. Later that night the group had set up camp and enjoyed a nice dinner in celebration of Harry winning them a lot of money. Late at night the group had called it a day and decided to go to sleep. As Aang came close to sleeping he thought about his day. The words of the fisherman had very much upset him, reminding of nightmares he had about how he had ran away from home after discovering he was the Avatar. And that went well, he mentally said, shaking his head. I ended up in a storm and then got trapped in a block of ice for 100 years, still, could be worse. Harry's words, K.SS as they were, had provided Aang with a great level of comfort. Later that day he had also talked with Katara who helped him work through his feelings. He wasn't completely over his feelings, but he felt far better than he had before. The fact that he had these 3 friends with him made him very happy. He was especially glad that Harry was on his side. Aang had seen the power that Harry possessed and he did not want that directed at him. In the moment Aang couldn't help but feel a little sorry for the Fire Lord. Poor guy, he has Harry coming after him, was Aang's last thought before he let himself drift off to sleep. Well, this is just great, isn't it? Harry said in a dry voice as the team found themselves resting in an abandoned and ruined building. They had set up camp here. Aang had gone off to check the perimeter while Sokka was lying on top of Appa. Sokka was resting in his sleeping bag, his face was horribly red, covered in sweat and he kept coughing. This should bring your fever down, Katara said as she pressed a wet rag onto his forehead. You know what I love most about Appa? Sokka asked suddenly. His sense of humor, he said with a grin. Great, now he's delirious. Harry sighed as he sat a small distance away, cross-legged with his eyes closed. Ha! Sokka laughed loudly. That's a funny word. Yes, yes it is. Katara said patiently, a small smile on her face. Appa grunted before closing his eyes and resting his head on his paws. Ha! Funny Appa. Sokka chortled before coughing violently. Hi guys, Aang said as he came back. How is he? Unfortunately he is still Sokka, Harry said, opening his eyes to look at Aang. How's the perimeter? I checked, double-checked and then triple-checked, nobody is here. Aang replied confidently. Good boy. Harry nodded to him. I don't know how he got sick, Aang said as he looked at Sokka. He looked perfectly fine yesterday. Well, it's possible he ate something bad. Given how much he eats, it was only a matter of time. Harry shrugged. Swishy-wishy, fruity-pruity. Sokka said with a silly grin. I beg your what? Harry blinked and looked at him. Huh, oh, Katara suddenly gasped in realization. Oh the fruit. The what? Aang asked in a confused voice. Well, Katara let out a long sigh. You know how after Harry won that money he had given us each a few coins to spend. My one nice act for the year, yes. Harry nodded. What about it? Well, Sokka and I walked around and stumbled on that merchant woman from before. The one with the bad fruit? Aang asked. Exactly, Katara nodded. She made us feel bad for her and convinced Sokka to buy some fruit from her. Maybe that's why he's sick. Swishy on the inside means that it's good, Sokka said in a dreamy tone, sounding like he was repeating something from memory. That's what the woman said, Katara found herself interrupted by a sudden fit of coughing. Katara, Harry said after taking a deep breath. Did you by any chance eat some of that fruit? He asked. Maybe a little, Katara admitted before coughing again. Oh no, this is bad, Aang said in a worried voice. I'm going to go and find some medicine, he said before turning his staff into a glider. He was ready to start flying but stopped when he heard the crack of lightning. On second thought, maybe I should go on foot. Probably best, Harry agreed. Keep an eye on them. Aang said to Harry, Momo and Appa before he ran off. Harry shook his head before closing his eye. He continued meditating for a few seconds until he heard a noise next to him. He opened his eyes and saw Momo sitting next to him, also sat cross-legged and with his eyes closed. Momo opened his eyes upon feeling Harry's gaze. The winged lemur looked at Harry, who was looking at him questioningly. Momo, Harry spoke in a quiet voice. I can see that you're imitating me. What I have yet to work out is if you're aiming for flattery or mockery. Momo responded by letting out several quick noises while making several hand gestures. Oh, fair enough, Harry said by the end of it, as if it had all made perfect sense to him. Ha, classic Momo. Sokka laughed loudly. Harry, Sokka said after a couple of hours later, interrupting Harry as he was doing push-ups. Yes, Sokka, Harry asked in between reps. I'm cold, Sokka whimpered. Harry paused after another representative and looked at Katara and Sokka, both of whom were lying down on Appa in their sleeping bags. You have got sleeping bags and you're resting on our fluffy boy, Harry pointed out. Isn't that enough? No, Sokka said pathetically, shaking his head. It is a bit too cold. Katara agreed. Please Harry, pretty fire please. Sokka begged. Fine, Harry said, rolling his eyes. Momo, do you mind getting off? Harry asked. Momo chittered before hopping off of Harry's back. Harry stood up and walked over to the two Water Tribe siblings. He gently sat himself down in between them before raising a hand and allowing it to become covered in green flames. Is that better? Harry asked. Oh, much better, Katara said with a content sigh as she snuggled into her sleeping bag. Brilliant, Sokka said in a dreamy voice as he did the same. He closed his eyes briefly before opening them and looking at Harry. You know something, I'm glad that you're our friend. He hummed. What? Harry asked in a confused voice as he looked at Sokka. I do mean that, Sokka yawned deeply. You might not like me and you do piss me off sometimes, but I'm glad that you're here. I feel safer with you around, like I have to worry less about Katara as well, because you're here to protect her if I can't. And you've been helping us a lot and I'm glad you're here, Sokka said in a sleepy voice. Harry stared at him for several seconds, allowing a long silence to fall over them. Go to sleep, buddy, Harry eventually said, using his free hand to reach over and close Sokka's eyelids. Sokka didn't resist at all. Good night, he said before going to sleep. That was nice of you. Katara sleepily smiled at Harry. Go to sleep, Harry told her in an irritated voice. Fine, go, for what it's worth, I'm also glad you're here. She yawned before closing her eyes and joining Sokka in descending to the land of sleep. Once he was sure that the two Water Tribe siblings were asleep, he let the fire on his hands die down. His hand reached for his locket and gave it a small squeeze before he slowly stood up and took a few steps away before resuming his push-ups. I'm back, Aang said in a tired voice as he arrived later that evening. He found Appa allowing Katara, Momo and Sokka to lie down on him while Harry was sat off to the side and was meditating. You took your sweet time, Harry said, opening his eyes. Had kind of an adventure, Aang said in a low voice before he shoved a frog into Katara's mouth before doing the same to Sokka. Here, K.SS on these, they'll make you feel better, Aang told the sleeping siblings. Harry, to his credit, didn't even raise an eyebrow at that. What's wrong with you? Harry asked, not missing Aang's easily noticeable bad mood. It's a long story, Aang said as he sat down opposite Harry. I've got time, Harry shrugged. Well, Aang sighed, it went like this. He began. Harry listened patiently as Aang explained how he was captured by Commander, now apparently, Admiral, Zhao, on his search for the frogs that apparently would make Sokka and Katara better. After being captured, he had been rescued by someone who was dressed in black while wearing a blue mask and possessing two Dao swords. As they escaped the prison, Aang's rescuer had been knocked out and Aang grabbed him before quickly escaping. It was Zuko, Aang said in a quiet voice. It was Zuko under the mask. I brought him to safety and I waited until he woke up. What happened then? Harry asked patiently. I asked him if we could have been friends before the war. He didn't answer, though the fire blast he sent at me pretty much summed up how he felt about it. Aang said sadly. All right, first of all, I want to thank you for rescuing him, Aang. Harry began. Really, I'm glad you did. I know Zuko doesn't really seem like a great guy at the moment, understandably so, but I honestly do believe he has some good in him. The guy's just stuck in between a rock and a hard place at the moment. What do you mean? Aang frowned. When we were younger, Zuko was banished from his home. Harry replied. That's awful. Why? Aang asked. Because his dad's a prick. Harry said KSSLY. After his father had banished him, he told Zuko that the only way he'd be allowed to come back is if he captured the Avatar, if he captured you. That's why Zuko wants to catch me. He wants to go home. Aang asked in a soft voice, suddenly feeling very sympathetic for Zuko. After all, there were many times where he wanted to be back at home with his friends and Monk Gyatso. Yeah, but you only came back recently. Harry reminded him. Before that, it was a fool's errand. Everyone believed you were gone. What Zuko hadn't realized or chose to ignore was that finding you would have been impossible. He might have been hopeful for a bit, but I believe his hope had started dying until you came along. Zuko's not seeing the bigger picture. All he sees when he looks at you is a chance to go home, a chance to earn his father's love, a chance to have his friends and family back. I had no idea, Aang said quietly. That's part of why I want to work so hard to stop the Fire Lord, Harry admitted. Once we've defeated him, there will be nothing to stop Zuko from returning home. Oh, Aang said, looking at Harry like it was the first time he had ever seen him. Aang didn't think that that was the only reason Harry had for helping him, but he did believe that it was really one of them. Yeah, now I think you and me should probably go to sleep now, Harry said as he stood up and walked over to his sleeping bag. Good night, Aang. Good night, Aang replied before going over to his own sleeping bag, feeling very thoughtful. Harry, Sokka said, the next day as the group began packing away their stuff. Yeah, Harry asked. About what I said while I was. Sokka began awkwardly before trailing off as he tried to think of an accurate description. Out of the realm of sanity, Harry helpfully supplied. Yeah, that. Sokka nodded. I was a bit messed up and already erased that conversation from my mind, Harry told him as he finished packing. Oh, well good, Sokka nodded. Because I didn't mean it. I believe you, Harry replied. I really didn't, Sokka insisted. I wasn't even thinking straight. I know, and I would never say that normally. I know that, and I was just really sick and Sokka, Harry interrupted him. I believe you, okay. Oh, okay, Sokka said after a short silence before he continued packing. Boys, Katara said under her breath as she rolled her eyes. Thanks, Harry, Aang said as he put all his stuff away. What for? Harry asked. For talking with me yesterday, Aang answered. You're a good friend, he said with a smile. Harry gave him an odd look but didn't say anything. No, not like that, Harry told Azula after her latest attempt at the firebending technique he was trying to teach her. The two of them were currently stood outside on the training grounds, and had been practicing together for the last hour. What am I doing wrong? Azula said in a frustrated voice. You're not breathing properly, Harry replied. But if I wasn't breathing properly then I'd be dead, she said, sounding very annoyed. Not what I meant, Harry said with a roll of his eyes. Breath out when you punch your arm out, and remember to do it properly. When you did it just now you only grunted. Breath out when you punch out. Fine, Azula said through gritted teeth. She took her stance and was about to perform the move again but was stopped by Harry, who grabbed her by the wrist. Take a moment and calm down first, Harry told her. You're not going to get anything worthwhile when you're so frustrated, he said before letting go of her. You get angry when you firebend, Azula pointed out as she relaxed her stance. I get angry when I fight and I direct it at my enemies, Harry said before he paused as a thoughtful look came on his face. Alright, let's try another way to explain this to you, Harry said before he took a few steps back until he was a short distance away from her. Hit me with a fire blast, Harry told her. Really? She looked at him with disbelief. Really, Harry confirmed. Whenever you're ready, Harry added. Fine, Azula said before sending a fire blast at him that Harry easily dispelled with a backhand. What was that? Harry asked with a roll of his eyes. Come on, give me some emotional content. Fine, Azula said through gritted teeth before firing another blast at Harry. This time it was much bigger and Harry simply dodged it. What was that? What? I did what you wanted. No, I said, emotional content, not anger. Harry pointed out. Now try again, come on. Harry said before he took a fighting stance. How am I supposed to do that? Azula frowned. What am I supposed to think? Don't think, feel, Harry told her. Come on. Fine, Azula said before she took a deep breath and fired another fire blast at Harry. This one was roughly the same size as her previous one. Nicely done, Harry said with a smile as he dodged it. Thank you, Bruce Lee. You bloody genius, Harry thought to himself. Thanks, but I still don't completely understand. Azula admitted, sounding embarrassed by that fact. When you fired the first time, you lacked intent and the emotions necessary to destroy or harm, so your blast is like a performance. Then the second time you were just angry. But the last time is done without the freezing effect of thought, nor is it controlled by anger. So, your emotions and intentions are in harmony. You need to balance your emotions and your thoughts, which is admittedly far easier said than done. I have no doubt that sometime in the future I'll probably mess that up, but do as I say, not as I do. Harry finished with a shrug. Such wisdom for one so young, an impressed voice commented. The two turned to see General Iroh walking up to them. Harry is right, Azula. Iroh said to Azula. It is a delicate balancing act, one that even the most experienced warriors occasionally fail at. The only thing one can do is try their best. Use your emotions, channel your emotions, but do not let them control you. What he said, Harry said as he gestured to Iroh before turning to the man himself. Also, I have an important question for you. Yes, where the hell's my tea? But that's just not true. Sokka argued as the group were sat near a lake on a sunny and beautiful day. It is true, Harry replied. Tea does not give you power. Sokka said in an exasperated voice. Underestimate it at your own cost. Harry said simply as he shrugged his shoulders. Look, Katara said suddenly, sounding very excited. She pointed to the lake where a big green fish, a Seitu fish, leapt out of the water before diving back in. Hey, Sokka blurted out when the fish jumped out again. It's taunting us, he said in an offended voice, not liking the way the fish had looked at him. Yeah, he is. What are you going to do about it? Harry asked him challengingly. You going to take that from a fish? No, I'll show you what I'm going to do, Sokka said as he pulled out a fishing stick and charged towards the lake. Did you have to do that? Katara asked Harry, rolling her eyes. No, Harry admitted, but I did, he said, unapologetically. Hey, where's the fishing line? Sokka demanded after realizing that he was now holding just a stick. Oh, it's here, Aang said after holding up a bracelet made up of the fishing line and a small red flower. Damn it, Aang, Sokka groaned. It's all tangled. No, it's not tangled, it's actually woven, Aang corrected before turning to Katara. I made you a bracelet, he said proudly as he held it up for her. Ah, thank you, Aang. Katara smiled as she took it and put it on her wrist. This is really nice, I love it. Really? Aang asked with a smile. Really, Katara confirmed. Great, if saving the world doesn't work out then at least you have a talent in jewelry making to fall back on, Sokka said sarcastically. Good to have a backup, Harry said to Aang in a sincere-sounding approving voice. Thanks, Aang grinned. Oh Aang, it's so pretty, Katara exclaimed as she looked at the bracelet now on her wrist. Great, you want to award your boyfriend with a K.SS or something, Sokka said, rolling his eyes before he went into the lake so he could catch the fish by hand. Sokka, don't be childish, Katara admonished before turning to Harry and Aang. What do you think? She asked, holding her bracelet up so it was next to her face. It looks, Aang blushed as he looked at her. Oh, how cute, Sokka said before he began making K.S.S.I.N.G. noises after catching the fish. Someone's in love, he said in a sing-song voice. He likely would have said more if he wasn't interrupted by the fish slapping him in the face as it escaped. Stop teasing Aang, Katara told him off before smiling at Aang. Aang's just a good friend, she said before patting the side of his head. A sweet, little guy. Just like Momo, she added before she moved on to petting Momo. If Katara had been paying attention to Harry, then she would have seen him wince slightly on behalf of Aang. Poor guy, Harry thought to himself. He got both friend and pet zoned. Thanks, Aang said quietly, sounding disappointed, though Katara didn't seem to notice. It's nice that you think of me, as a friend, like Momo and Harry. Yeah, Katara nodded, casting a glance towards Harry before smiling at Aang. We're all great friends. Yeah, whatever Aang was about to say was cut off by a large noise coming from a small distance away. That sounds like a platypus bear. Aang frowned as he picked up his staff and stood up. It sounds like a welcome distraction to me, Harry said under his breath as he also got to his feet. What the K.SS is wrong with this guy? Harry asked the others as they came upon a man who seemed to be casually dodging attacks from a platypus bear. The platypus bear's fur is mostly brown with a white V on its chest similar to that of a sloth bear, and a patch of lighter brown around its eyes. The creature has a large bill lined with jagged teeth and a platypus-like tail, while its front paws are padded with claws, and it has large, webbed hind feet. Shouldn't we help him? Katara asked, looking at Harry. I don't know, Harry admitted. We should, but he doesn't look too bothered, and I'm honestly quite willing to see how long he can last before the bear gets him. Harry shrugged. Harry, Katara said in a disapproving voice just before turning in the direction of the stranger. Run, she shouted. Go find a big tree and climb. Oh, it's perfectly fine, the stranger said with a smile as another swipe of the bear's paws nearly got him. Whoa, that was a close one, he said, sounding more amused than anything else. Is he crazy? Sokka blinked. The fact that he's letting a bear attack him isn't evidence enough, Harry asked, raising an eyebrow. Oh, enough of this, I'm going to go and stop this before he gets hurt, Aang said before he leapt in between the man and the bear. He threw up an air shield that blocked an attack from the bear. Run away, he shouted to the man. Oh, don't worry about me. The man waved him off. I'll be fine. Harry, do you think you should help? Sokka half asked, half suggested. I would, but I'm not really a fan of harming animals because people are idiots, Harry said before pausing. Though on the other hand, it is possible that the man has some mental problems, and I am not really a fan of letting the mentally ill suffer, so yes, I will help. Appa, Harry called. A second later, the big and fluffy sky bison had landed behind the platypus bear. A single roar from Appa had let the bear realize that it was no longer the biggest animal here. It rather wisely ran off. There, me and Appa dealt with it, Harry told Sokka and Katara. Appa did all the work, Sokka said. Katara joined him in looking at Harry with disbelief. Yeah, but who called him? Harry pointed out. Why are we friends with you? Sokka couldn't help but wonder. Beats me, Harry shrugged before turning to the calm man. You all right? He asked. Oh, don't worry about me, I'm perfectly fine, the man said dismissively. You're lucky we came along or you wouldn't be, Sokka told him, shaking his head slightly at the man's attitude. Thanks, but everything was already under control, the man said with no doubt in his voice. Not to worry, Aunt Wu predicted I'd have a safe journey. Who? Aang blinked. No, Aunt Wu, the man corrected him. She's the fortune teller from my village. Awful nice knowing your future, he said with a grin. Are you kidding me? Harry looked at the man with disbelief. No, she really does know the future. The man's smile got even wider. Oh, that must be why you were so calm. Aunt Wu told you your future. Katara gasped. He was calm because he was idiotic enough to trust a fortune teller. A moment or two later and he would be dead, Harry said in an irritated voice. Yeah, she was wrong, Sokka agreed, turning his attention back to the man. You were almost killed. Almost, the man pointed out with a laugh. But I wasn't even hurt. So Aunt Wu was right. The man chuckled. Okay, I must be off now. Though if you ever do visit Aunt Wu, then I'm sure she'd be willing to tell you all your futures. She told me I'd have lots of good luck if I directed someone to her. This will be a fun trip. The man waved at them before walking off, whistling a merry tune as he left. Hey guys, we should go and visit her, Katara said in an excited voice. Maybe she could tell us our futures. Oh come on, please tell me you don't believe all of that. Sokka sighed. I'm with Captain Ponytail, over here, Harry said, gesturing to Sokka. Going there would just be a waste of time. I don't know, I kind of want to go. Aang said with a grin. It sounds fun, he added before he and Katara smiled together. Congratulations, Harry told Sokka. Huh, why? Sokka asked in a confused voice. Because you're no longer the dumbest person here, Harry told him. Come on, Harry, Katara said. It'll be fun. No, it won't, Harry snorted. It'll be a colossal waste of time, Harry said, still ranting even as the group neared the village. She's probably just a drunk-ass woman who sits around on a comfy pillow and makes the occasional lucky guess. Wow, Sokka said quietly while Aang and Katara stayed silent, not willing to say anything that might further increase the length of Harry's rant. You really don't like fortune-tellers. Sokka said. He wasn't fond of them either, but apparently his dislike of them did not match the level of Harry's. I hate them, Harry said with a scowl on his face. I hate fortune-tellers, I hate oracles, I hate prophecies, I hate prophecy-making oracles. Half of them are just drunk assholes that make crap up while the other half are sober assholes that make stuff up. Oh come on, I'm sure they're not all that bad, Aang said, hoping it wouldn't make Harry's mood worse. Yes, they bleeding are, Harry snapped. I can't believe you lot believe this crap. Oh, I'll tell the future, Harry said mockingly, as if that actually works. It's a bunch of crap. Well, maybe this one is the real deal, Katara said optimistically. The real deal, Harry scoffed. If that's true then answer me this, does this, Aunt Wu, appear to be in hiding? Well, no. Okay, so she's an actual fortune teller who is not in hiding and clearly doesn't mind letting people know about her based on what we learned from that dumbass who took her word seriously enough to not try and escape from an angry bear. If she's such a real deal then why don't most villages know about her? In fact, why don't the Fire Nation know about her? Huh, Harry asked, raising an eyebrow. Because let me tell you something, if Fire Lord Jerkface knew about a woman that actually tell the future then he'd want her by his side, constantly telling him the future so he could plan around it. If she's the real deal she'd be killed to make sure she can't be used against him or kidnapped so he could use her. Well, Katara stuttered as she tried to think up a reply. Harry asked. Yeah, real deal, my ass. Well, maybe there's a good reason for it, Aang said eventually. Yeah, Katara quickly agreed with him. For all we know, there could be a good and perfectly valid reason for it, she said in a confident voice. Harry snorted disbelievingly at that but didn't say anything more. Harry. A 7-year-old Azula called as she arrived in the garden to find the 8-year-old Harry meditating. Hey Azula, Harry said as he opened his eyes to find Azula standing in front of him, except she was not alone, she had 2 girls with her. Harry stood up and took a look at the 2 girls. One of which was dressed in fine and high-quality Fire Nation clothing. She had a unique hairstyle. Her hair was short with bangs covering her forehead and 2 tufts of hair that were formed into balls. Those 2 tufts were decorated with pretty red ribbons. Thought the girl's face was seemingly blank. Next to her was a girl who had her hair into a long ponytail, though unlike the previous girl, this girl had a wide smile and seemed to radiate cheerfulness. Meet my 2 friends from school, Azula said as she gestured to the 2 girls. This one is called Mai, she said, gesturing to the first girl. Hi, Mai said, her voice sounding somewhat bored. Hey, Harry replied, matching her tone, something which surprised the girl given the slight widening of her eyes. And this is Ty Lee, Azula said in an amused voice before gesturing to the next girl. Hi, Ty Lee smiled and cheerfully waved at him. Hi, Harry blinked at the cheerful girl. And girls, this is Harry, my best friend and the Emerald Dragon, Azula said, sounding smug over the fact that she knew Harry better than any other kid her age. Really? Oh, it's nice to meet you, Ty Lee said in an excited voice. I've heard so much about you. Oh, your aura is magnificent. My what? Harry asked slowly. Your aura, it's so powerful, Ty Lee said as she bounced up and down on the tips of her toes. I can feel it radiating off of you. I mean, mine is so much pinker than yours, but your aura is nice too. It's really bright and green. I wonder how big it can get, she said thoughtfully, cocking her head to the side. Well, do you want to see me do flips? She asked suddenly. I can do cartwheels, flips, backflips, I'm really flexible as well, and I can do handstands and just about anything. Oh, maybe I can teach you some stuff. And then you can teach me. We can teach each other. Then teach these two, she said with a bright smile. Harry stared at her for several seconds with a flummoxed expression before he turned to Azula. You're enjoying this, aren't you? He said, seeing Azula's smile. Maybe a little. Azula smirked. Eventually the team reached the village, which was located at the base of a mountain. As they neared the entrance they heard the turkey ducks quacking. They had barely spent a few minutes there when they came across a man dressed in black robes, standing by a round doorway. Aunt Wu is expecting you, the man said with a smile before gesturing to the door as he stepped out of their way. Really? Katara grinned excitedly before she and Aang quickly rushed in. We're both going to walk away from this with massive headaches, aren't we? Sokka whispered to Harry. Yep. Harry sighed before he and Sokka followed after Katara and Aang. As Harry entered he saw Aang and Katara talking with a young girl clad in a pink robe and wearing her hair in braids that stick out from the sides of her head. I'm Aang, the girl introduced herself to Aang, an excited look on her face. What's your name? She asked. I'm Aang, Aang said in a disinterested voice as he glanced at Katara. Aang, Meng softly repeated before allowing a beaming smile to appear on her face. That rhymes with Mengen. Oh, your ears are quite big, aren't they? She grinned. I guess, Aang said awkwardly. Don't be modest, they're massive. Sokka chuckled. Well Aang, it was nice meeting you, she said with a blush before she walked off. If she tells me that this, Aunt Wu, predicted that the love of her life is a guy who has a rhyming name and big ears, then I am going to burn something. Harry whispered to Sokka just before an elderly woman wearing a yellow robe enters the room. Greetings travelers, I am Aunt Wu, she said with a kind smile. Now, who is first? She asked. It was 10 minutes later when Katara had come back from her reading with Aunt Wu. In the meantime Harry had been waiting outside along with Sokka and Aang. For a minute or two Aang had left to go to the bathroom and had come back surprisingly happy, though neither Harry or Sokka asked why, nor did they really want to know why. So, who is next? Aunt Wu asked. I'll go. Sokka shrugged as he stood up. Might as well get this over with, he said. Aunt Wu stared at him for several seconds, looking at him like one might look at a bug in a jar. Your future is full of struggle and anguish. Most of it, self-inflicted, she predicted in a dry voice. Harry snorted at that despite himself. But you didn't even read my palm or anything, Sokka protested, looking at her with disbelief. I did not need to read your palms, it's written very clearly all over your face, she said simply before turning to Harry. Perhaps you. I'd rather headbutt a tiger goat in the head, Harry replied, his tone efficiently demonstrating how he felt about getting a reading. I'll do it, Aang smiled as he stood up. Very well. Aunt Wu nodded. She gave Harry an odd look before gesturing Aang to follow her. Harry, Katara frowned as she sat down next to him. You could be nicer to her, you know. I could also have stayed in the Fire Nation and enjoyed a nice life filled with great food instead of camping out in the woods with you lot, Harry said in a dry voice. Anyway, what did she tell you? Well, Katara blushed slightly. We mostly just started talking about hand lotion, she admitted, but she told me that my future husband will be a powerful bender, she said, smiling at Harry. Wow, Harry rolled his eyes. So you've got it narrowed down to basically any above-average bender in the fire, water and earth kingdoms. She told you what you wanted to hear, Katara. Do you have to be so negative? It could be true, she said quietly. Have you ever heard of Occam's razor? Harry asked suddenly. No. Katara blinked at him. What's that? To cut a long story short, it basically means that the simplest solution or answer is usually the right one, Harry explained. Now, let's look at this situation. This woman tells you that your future husband is a powerful bender. Now either you're right and she can see the future, or I'm right and she told you something that you wanted to hear. If we go by Occam's razor, then I'm right, since that is far more simple than your explanation. You know, I've got to ask, Sokka spoke up. Why do you hate fortune tellers so much? he asked, staring at Harry curiously. Yeah, I'd like to know as well. Katara said quietly. You seem to have a real problem with Aunt Wu. It's not just her. Harry sighed. Look, like I said before, the majority of them are just fakes, and those who aren't can cause serious damage. The future is not set in stone, every action we take changes it. These fortune tellers and prophecies and oracles all get as much power as people are willing to give. Now, I want you imagine what would happen if Aunt Wu said the best thing these villagers could do would be to join the Fire Nation, what then? Oh crap, these idiots would all join. Sokka gasped. Well, we don't know for sure. Katara protested. Come on, Katara, wake up and smell the herb tea. Harry replied. One of these idiots was willing to stand in front of a platypus bear on her word. They'd of course join the Fire Nation if she asked, most of them at least. You realize how much damage could be caused by people blindly obeying fortune tellers or if they try to fight against the future that they supposedly have? Harry asked. What is that last part supposed to mean? Sokka asked while Katara digested what Harry had just said. There's this story, Harry began in a tired voice, of a boy named Potter. That's a stupid name, Sokka snorted. Your face is stupid. Harry snapped at him before taking a calming breath. Anyway, Potter was born to two loving parents that loved and cared for him. Unfortunately, he was born in a time of war. The leader of the opposition was a feared man who many called the Dark Lord. Only the bravest people dared to fight him. Two of those people were Potter's parents. Before Potter was born, an oracle made a prophecy about the Dark Lord stating that a child born at a specific time from the parents of people who had defied the Dark Lord 3 times would eventually defeat him. Unfortunately, Potter's parents had defied the Dark Lord 3 times, and him, being the unlucky idiot that he was born at that specific time. The Dark Lord found out about the prophecy and decided he couldn't risk it and went after Potter. He killed him. Katara softly gasped, her expression one of horror. No, that would be one thing. Harry shook his head. First he killed the father who tried to buy enough time for the mother and Potter to escape, then he killed the mother. The mother, a woman who everyone always referred to as brilliant, a woman who had a bright future, had her life cut down really short because she refused to step out of the way to let that madman kill her son. Harry said, noting that by this point Katara had tears in her eyes and Sokka's face had hardened significantly. Then he was ready to kill 1-year-old Potter when he stumbled into a trap that the mother had left behind for him. Harry continued, allowing himself a brief smirk. Unfortunately, he wasn't killed but was in no state to finish off Potter. He left, and then the next time he would meet Potter would be when he was 11, when he tried to kill him again. Then again when he was 12, then again when he was 14, and so on until eventually Potter was forced to kill him. This Dark Lord brought his own demise because a prophecy stated that if he didn't kill Potter then Potter would kill him. The woman who made the prophecy was a drunk idiot, though the prophecy of hers was seemingly genuine. However, it only had power because the Dark Lord believed that it did. Because of him and his insistence on killing Potter, he cost himself so much. As for Potter, who wanted nothing more than a peaceful life, he lost his parents and spent years in an abusive home while nearly dying every year once the Dark Lord was able to put him in danger again, all because of an overheard prophecy from a drunk dullard in a pub. Harry said, glaring into nothing. His family, his childhood and the rest of his life lost because of one moronic man's obsession with a goddamn prophecy. That's horrible, Katara said, her voice a near whisper. Harry didn't immediately respond. He closed his eyes and took several deep breaths. A few moments later his whole body relaxed and he finally opened them again. That's the power of fortune tellers. Harry softly spoke. Perhaps there are real fortune tellers in this world, perhaps there aren't. Either way, they only have as much power as people give them. Harry added before he stood up. If you'll excuse me guys, this village isn't for me. I'll meet you guys in the next one, be there before evening time or I'll come back and look for you. Harry said before he turned and walked off. Do you think that story is real? Katara asked Sokka once Harry was gone. I hope not. Sokka answered honestly, shaking his head. It sounded real. Katara shivered. Hey guys, Harry said later that day when the Aang and the others finally arrived in the next village and joined him in a room he had brought in an inn. enjoyed yourselves?" he asked. "Not really," Sokka huffed as he and the others plopped down into their seats. "What happened?" Harry asked curiously. "Well, it kind of went like this." Aang began before he started telling Harry exactly what had happened once he had left. After several minutes Harry was able to get a basic summary of the story. Apparently Aunt Wu had incorrectly predicted that the volcano next to the village wouldn't erupt by reading clouds of all things. When the gang realized it would erupt, they managed to use air and waterbending to change the clouds into a symbol of volcanic doom, because apparently there was a symbol for that, which thankfully managed to kick Aunt Wu's into panic mode and got her to evacuate the village. When the volcano erupted, the lava that spewed from it was thankfully dealt with thanks to a combination of Aang and a few earthbenders from the village. "I'm sorry," Harry apologized. "I should have been there to help you." It's all right," Aang waved him off. "Nobody got hurt. Plus I think I sort of understand why you didn't like it there. Katara and Sokka told me about that story you told them. It wasn't nice." Aang frowned. No, it wasn't." Harry agreed as he shook his head. "Well, for whatever it's worth, I don't think I like fortune tellers anymore," Katara admitted. "An entire village could have been killed because Aunt Wu made a wrong prediction." "Hey, we tried to tell you." Sokka shrugged as he gestured between himself and Harry. "Yeah," Aang nodded solemnly before turning to Harry, "though she did say something you might like. She told me I have the power to change my own destiny. So she's not completely full of shit." Harry hummed thoughtfully. The others stayed silent since they figured that was the closest Harry would ever get to giving a compliment to a fortune teller. "Well, I can't say I disagree with that." He shrugged. "Hey, if you don't mind me asking," Sokka spoke up, "if you don't believe in destiny and prophecies and all that, then why do you think Aang has to be the one to fight the Fire Lord?" He asked honestly. He, along with Katara and especially Aang, looked at Harry with curiosity. "Look, if it was up to me then I'd just do it myself," Harry admitted. "But if I went and just killed him or tossed him in jail, then nothing good would happen. Everyone would call it a bid for power or just say that I was out of control. If the Avatar, protector of the world and bringer of the balance, stopped him, then that would mean something to people. Plus, I can't kill him, no matter how much I want to." "Why not?" Sokka frowned. "I made a promise." Harry sighed. "Hi Harry," Ty Lee said cheerfully as she, Mai and Azula walked into a room where they found Harry and Zuko practicing, each going through a kata with a pair of Dao swords. "How are you doing?" she asked, waving her hand in greeting. "Hey," Harry said without stopping. After expressing his interest in learning weapons, he had been sent to Sword Master Piandao. The man was not a firebender but was undoubtedly the best swordsman in the whole Fire Nation, probably even the best in all 4 nations. Zuko, who was not quite as good at firebending as Harry and Azula, was also interested in learning how to use a sword and was sent with Harry to be trained by the man. "How are you guys doing?" "Great," Ty Lee chirped, a wide smile on her face. "So, what are you doing?" she asked. "We're just practicing a sword kata," Harry answered. "Looks fun," Mai said, though her words didn't exactly match the bland tone of voice she used or the near expressionless look on her face. "I prefer smaller blades," she added. "Come on, Harry, come play with us," Azula said as she and the girls stopped close by, making sure to keep their distance so they wouldn't accidentally get cut by Zuko or Harry. "Go away," Zuko said in an irritated voice as he and Harry continued practicing. "We're busy." "Don't be rude, Zuzu." Azula smirked at him. "Zuko, focus," Harry said when he saw Zuko slowing down. "Azula, stop bothering Zuko when he's practicing." "Yeah, Azula." Zuko spared a second to glare at her before continuing. "Stop bothering me and Harry, or is that too hard for you?" "I'm not bothering Harry, I'm bothering you," Azula said, maturely sticking her tongue out at him. "Besides, firebending is much more fun than playing with stupid swords," she said in a haughty voice. "Stronger too, who needs swords when you can just firebend?" Azula, the guy who was training us as legendary swords master, Piandao, Harry pointed out, also known as the guy who was able to defeat 100 firebenders with just a sword. "Yeah," Zuko nodded. "You only say that firebending is better because you're good at it." Zuko huffed. "And you only say that because you're bad at it." Azula retorted. I'm not bad at it. Zuko growled. Besides, Uncle Iroh said that learning how to use swords is a great way to get better at firebending. True, Harry agreed. Yeah, because Zuzu needs all the help he can get. Azula said, giving Zuko a sweet smile. Shut up, Azula. Oh, does that upset you, Zuzu? She asked mockingly. Stop calling me that. Zuko roared, forgetting his kata in favor of glaring at Azula in such a way that it looked like he was going to attack her. Or what, Zuzu? Azula said challengingly while allowing a blue flame to appear above her palm. Guys, please don't fight. Ty Lee begged, looking quite worried. Mai didn't say anything but looked almost as worried as Ty Lee did. Oh, is Azula jealous because Harry doesn't want to spend time with you? Zuko said in a baby voice, his grip on his swords tightening. Maybe he just likes me better. Great, now I'm involved in this crap. Harry said under his breath as he rolled his eyes. He doesn't. Azula growled, her flames growing higher. She and Zuko moved towards each other with clear intent to harm. Enough. Harry's swords caught fire and he slammed them down on the floor, sending a fire wall in between Azula and Zuko, causing them both to back up. Harry sighed before dispelling the fire. Okay, so clearly I'm not going to get my practicing done today, so now onto my full-time job of peacemaker. Zuko, put your swords down, and Azula, stop with the fire. Harry said as he put his swords away. Now, he said when both siblings hadn't moved. Azula huffed before dispelling her fire while Zuko rolled his eyes before putting his swords away. It wasn't even my fault, Zuko protested. She started. He said as he gestured to Azula. No, I didn't, you started it. Azula said, glaring at him. Yeah, well, I'm ending it. Harry cut them both off. Now, we're all going to go outside and we're all going to hang out and play. Does Zuko need to come? Azula complained. Do we need Azula with us? You and me can have fun without her ruining everything. Zuko pretended to whisper to Harry. You're both coming, and I swear to Agni that neither of you are leaving until you both last at least 5 minutes without bothering each other. Harry said, rolling his eyes. Oh, Harry is totally right. Ty Lee agreed as she looped one arm around Azula's arm before looping another around Zuko's. You two really shouldn't be fighting, you're brother and sister. Besides, it totally ruins your auras. Ty Lee told them in a matter-of-fact voice as she began guiding, or pulling in Zuko's case, them to the door while Mai and Harry followed behind. What? Aura? Zuko blinked in confusion. What are you talking about? He asked. Oh, I can see your auras. Ty Lee smiled. You can see auras. Zuko frowned disbelievingly. Oh yeah. Ty Lee nodded quickly. Your aura doesn't look good when you get angry. She told him before looking back at Harry and Mai. Don't you think so? She asked the two of them. Unfortunately, I don't really have the ability to see auras, Harry shrugged, though it is quite annoying when these two argue. I think his aura is fine. Mai said simply in her usual bland tone of voice, her cheeks slightly red. What about my aura? Azula asked, raising an eyebrow. Oh, I love it. Ty Lee said quickly. It's really bright, she said with a wide smile. Azula let out a pleased hum before looking towards Harry. What do you think about my aura? She asked with a smirk. I still can't see them, my answer hasn't changed just because it's you. Harry replied. Fair enough, but I'm sure that mine is still better than Zuko's. Hey look, Aang said suddenly as the gang walked through a forest. I found something, it's a sword. Looks like it's made out of a whale's tooth. He noted. Give me that. Sokka said quickly as he took it from Aang so he could take a closer look at it. Whale tooth? Harry asked as he took a look at it. Looks like a water tribe weapon. Harry said just as Katara finally caught up to them. Water tribe? She asked, her gaze shifting to the weapon in Sokka's hand. It is water tribe, Sokka said confidently. Quick, look around and see if you can find anything else. He said. Aye, boss. Aang saluted before he and Sokka began searching around. He's not the damn boss. Harry said under his breath before he and Katara began looking around as well. Found something, Sokka said, holding up a spearhead. It's burnt. He noted. I didn't do it, Harry said quickly. No, this is already burnt. Sokka rolled his eyes before looking around. Look here, Sokka said as he pointed to a tree trunk with scorch marks and sharp cuts running across its bark. There was a battle. Water Tribe warriors ambushed a group of firebenders. Sokka said before he turns away from the tree and looking down the slope of the hill seeing a black spot on the ground. The firebenders fought back, but the warriors drove them down this hill. Sokka said before he rushed away, running down the hill, he stopped on top of a sandy beach. So then what happened? Aang asked once he, Katara and Harry caught up to him a second later. I'm not sure, Sokka admitted, running a hand through his hair. The trail ends here. Wait, look, Katara said as she pointed to a Water Tribe ship, half obscured behind large rocks, sitting idly on the shore. Wait, that's a Water Tribe boat. Sokka said excitedly before he and Katara ran towards it while Harry and Aang followed behind them. Do you think it's Dad's boat? No, but it's from our fleet. Sokka said in a confident voice. Dad was here, he grinned. So, you hopeful or what? Harry asked as he sat next to Sokka. It had become night time and the group hadn't yet moved away from the ship. The two Water Tribe siblings insisted on staying there in the hopes of finding more clues that could lead them to their father. Aang and Katara had fallen asleep on Appa while Sokka and Harry sat around a fire. What? Sokka asked. Sorry, stupid question, what I'm basically asking is do you really think that you'll find your father out here? Harry asked. I don't know, Sokka said, letting out a heavy breath. I'm hopeful, but I don't honestly know. I just really think that. Sokka stopped and trailed off before turning to face Harry. You've killed a lot of people, right? He asked. Yeah, Harry nodded, surprised by the out-of-the-blue question. Why? He asked. Did you ever kill some Water Tribe people? Sokka asked, raising an eyebrow. Yes, I've killed pretty much people from every nation apart from the Air Nation, but that's more due to a lack of people in that nation. Harry replied, having a rough idea about where this is going. Was there any chance you killed my dad? Sokka asked seriously, looking almost sick. There is a chance of it, but I can't say for sure. Harry said awkwardly, running a hand through his hair. I hope I haven't, that would really make things awkward. Does he have the same skin tone as you? Yeah. Does he have a ponytail like you? Yeah, then it's possible, Harry admitted. You killed my dad, Sokka blurted out loudly, waking up both Aang and Katara. What's happening? Katara asked. Relax and take a deep breath, Sokka. Harry said. How can I relax? You just said you killed my dad. He killed Dad. Katara's shocked voice cut through the air. I did not kill your father, Harry said before pausing thoughtfully. At least I don't think I did. He said weakly. Oh, this is just great. Sokka said, throwing his arms up in frustration. I'm trying to look for my father and there's a big chance that I'm sitting next to the guy who killed him. I don't know if I did. The only description I have to work with is that he has the same skin tone as you and has a ponytail. Harry pointed out defensively, like, the majority of Water Tribe men I've seen have ponytails. So much so that you might as well be called ponytails. It's not my fault that a lot of you ponytails all wear ponytails. Ponytail. Show me a picture of what he looks like. I don't have a picture. He's your father. Why don't you have a picture of him? Harry demanded. Because nobody drew me one. Sokka shouted. Why are we shouting? Aang asked loudly. Wait, do you hear that? Harry asked, standing up. We got company, Harry said, glad for the distraction. What? Sokka stood up and stared at the new arrival, his eyes widened as he got a good look at him. He was a man, hailing from the Water Tribe with white bandages wrapped around the upper left portion of his torso. Bato. Sokka blurted out, a wide smile appearing on his face. Bato. Katara repeated as she jumped to her feet. Who? A confused Aang asked as he stood up. Katara. Sokka. The man, Bato, as he was apparently called, blinked when he saw the Water Tribe siblings. It's you, he grinned. Bato. The two cheered before running forwards and hugging him. Oh my, it's great to see you, he said as he hugged them back. You've both grown so much. Hi, Aang said once the hugging had finished. I'm Aang, the Avatar, he said with a respectful bow. It's a pleasure to meet you. Bato said with a warm smile before turning to Harry, his smile turning noticeably colder. And if the rumors are right, there is someone very special traveling with the Avatar, that's you, isn't it? If I'm right, then you're the Emerald Dragon. I might be, Harry replied, waving his hand and allowing some green flames to pour out of the tips of his fingers as he did. He lowered his hand and shifted to a defensive stance, staying ready for an attack. He didn't think the man would attack him, but constant vigilance demanded that he at least stay ready for it. He is. Katara spoke up, pulling Bato's attention to her. Don't worry, he's not a bad guy. He's been helping me and Sokka and Aang. He's really nice, Katara assured him before turning to Harry and Aang. Harry, Aang, this is Bato, he's from our village. He and my dad were best friends. Oh, is Dad alive? Sokka asked quickly. Yes he is. Bato answered, surprised by how worried Sokka sounded. Oh, thank Agni, Harry said under his breath while Sokka and Katara both relaxed a great deal. Where is Dad? Is he here? Sokka asked, his voice hopeful. No, unfortunately not. Bato sighed, shaking his head. He and the other warriors should be in the Eastern Earth Kingdom by now. This is no place for a reunion. Let's get somewhere warmer, he said before he wrapped an arm around Sokka and Katara and began leading them away while the others followed. A short while later they arrived at a nearby campsite. After I was wounded, your father carried me to this abbey. The sisters have cared for me ever since, he said as they arrived in the courtyard where they found several nuns walking around, talking to each other. Ah, superior, he said to one nun, presumably the lead nun, these are Hakoda's children. They've been traveling with the Avatar and he trailed off awkwardly as he struggled to find a way to introduce Harry. It's all right, I've heard the rumors, same as you, Mother Superior said to him before turning to Harry. If I'm correct, then you are the Emerald Dragon, is that right? Yes, it is, Harry said in a polite voice. And yes, I will behave, he added when he saw her open her mouth. I found them by my boat, Bato told her. It's a pleasure to meet you, Avatar, she said to Aang. It gives me great joy to welcome you to our abbey. Thanks, Aang smiled, giving her a small bow. And don't worry about my friend, he said, pointing to Harry. He's really a nice guy, he's actually quite misunderstood. I'll take your word for it, she replied, sounding somewhat doubtful. What's that smell? Sokka asked suddenly. Katara sniffed the air. It smells nice. Oh, sisters craft ointments and perfumes, Bato explained. Well, maybe we should get some and make a bath full of it for Appa because he stinks so much, Sokka said, laughing loudly, causing everyone to look at him. Am I right? He asked with a wide smile, one that got noticeably smaller when he saw the lack of amusement from everyone else. You have your father's sense of humor. Bato sighed as he rolled his eyes. Oh, so being a dumbass is hereditary then? Harry asked casually, earning an exasperated look from Katara, an offended look from Sokka, and an actual glare from Bato. Someone like you shouldn't even mention him, Bato snarled. Wow, living with nuns but no forgiveness, huh? Harry asked, raising an eyebrow. Wow, this is just like home. Katara grinned as they all stepped into the hut where Bato was staying. There was a tent opposite the door, likely the place where Bato would sleep. There was a small fire in the middle of the hut and pelts were placed all around it. I'm glad you like it, Bato said, giving Katara a warm smile as he and the two siblings sat down by the fire before he noticed Harry looking around. Though I'm sure your friend probably isn't used to sleeping in a place like this, he added, frowning at Harry while pouring some food for Katara and Sokka. I've slept in better, I've also slept in worse. Harry shrugged. Glad to. So, Bato, Katara quickly interrupted whatever Bato was about to say. Was it true that you and Dad lassoed an Arctic hippo? Well, Bato chuckled. It was your father's idea, I was just dragged along, he said before he started telling stories like an old grandpa at a family celebration. Harry barely paid attention and instead looked around the hut. When he did look back occasionally he saw Aang try and join the conversation unsuccessfully multiple times. Katara and Sokka were just so happy to talk to another person from their tribe, especially one that they hadn't seen in years, that they didn't notice how upset Aang was. Aang, Harry said as he walked over and patted Aang's shoulder. Come on, let's go practice some waterbending. He suggested. Oh yeah, that sounds like a good idea, Aang said as he stood up. Hey guys, we're going to go practice, he said to Katara and Sokka, hoping to catch their attention. Yeah, sure, Sokka said dismissively. Yeah, see ya, Katara nodded, without taking her attention away from Bato. Aang's head dropped slightly, Harry patted him on the shoulder, he was about to pull Aang out of the tent when Bato spoke up again. There's something I should tell you kids. I'm expecting a message from your father. An excited Katara looked like she was going to burst with happiness. Really? When? Sokka demanded, eyes wide. Any day now, Bato answered. Your father said he'd send a message when they found the rendezvous point. If you wait until the message arrives, you can come with me and see your father again. He offered. We haven't seen him in 2 years, Sokka whispered to Katara. I can't believe it. I know, Katara nodded. It would be great to see him. Harry saw Aang's eyes close and decided it would be best to leave, so he patted him on the shoulder once more before pulling him out of the hut. It'll be all right, mate, Harry said as the two kept walking. It'll be all right, Harry repeated as he gently rubbed the top of Aang's head. Why are you rubbing my head? Aang couldn't help but ask. Everyone knows bald people like getting their heads rubbed, Harry said, sounding like he had just spouted a very obvious fact. So, you want to talk about why you're upset? Harry offered, removing his hand from Aang's head. Aang huffed, before taking in a deep breath. It's just, I can't believe they would leave me. Aang sighed. You don't know that they've left you, Harry replied. They're just excited, maybe they won't see him and stick with us, or maybe they'll just see him and quickly come back with us. Maybe, Aang didn't sound convinced, but I just wish they didn't want to go. Aang, you were raised by monks all of your life, Harry pointed out. You didn't have a father or mother, they lost their mother. As for their father, they knew he could have been dead. They're going to be happy to hear that he's alive and to see him. Imagine if Katara and Sokka left right now and that you got the chance to see them again after years of not knowing if they were dead or not. Do you understand? I guess, Aang sighed. I'm just worried. And that's fine, but you've got to see it from their point of view. Harry shrugged just as they were stopped by a messenger that had arrived on an ostrich horse. Excuse me, is Bato of the Water Tribe here? He asked hopefully. Yeah, why? Aang asked politely. Please, make sure he gets this, the messenger said. He tossed a scroll to Aang before riding away. Yeah, we'll do your job for you, you're welcome, Harry called out, rolling his eyes before turning his attention to Aang. So, what is it? He asked. It looks like a map, Aang said as he looked at the scroll. Wait, it's a map to Katara and Sokka's dad. Ponytail Sr., Harry asked as he looked at the map. Looks like it is. Guess we'd better go and give it to Bato then. Aang hummed, wondering if he could get away with not giving it so Katara and Sokka would definitely come with him. As opposed to doing something stupid like not giving it to him. Yes. Harry agreed. Right. Aang nodded. Yeah, he thought to himself. It would be pretty stupid to not give it to him. Guys, Aang said once he and Harry got back into the hut. A messenger came and gave me this, he said as he handed it to Bato. Thank you, young avatar. Bato smiled at him as he took the scroll from him. Oh my, it's a map to your father, he told Katara and Sokka. Really? Katara gasped. Yeah, Bato said excitedly before he paused, his smile dimming slightly. Last chance, guys, he said, holding up the scroll. I want to, but I can't. Sokka sighed, running a hand over his face. I'm sorry. Me too. Katara nodded. What's going on? Aang asked. Sokka coughed before turning to face him. Well, Katara and I aren't going to find our dad, because, we're coming with you, we have to do it, Sokka said in a firm voice. What? Really? Aang blurted out. Of course, Katara nodded. Don't get us wrong, we'd love to see our dad, but this is important. If we help you then people like our dad won't be in danger, besides, you're our friend. Wow, thanks guys, that means a lot, Aang replied. Harry smiled at the three before stepping out. He walked a small distance away before he stopped. A voice interrupted his quiet time. "Why are you out here?" He turned and saw Bato step next to him. "I just figured that they could use some time alone." Harry shrugged. Aang was worried about them leaving him. "I think it's better if they get it off their chests. Besides, I'm not really much of a talker." I talked with Katara and Sokka, they told me a lot about you." Bato replied. "They both seem to think highly of you." "They're not perfect," Harry sighed, "but they have earned my respect, for whatever that's worth." I'd like to apologize," Bato said in an awkward voice. "You've helped not just the Avatar, but also Katara and Sokka, for that you have my gratitude." "You don't need to apologize, I'd likely have been worse if I was you," Harry replied easily. "Besides, I'm used to it." "How does one be used to it?" Bato asked. "Simple," Harry snorted. "Just have it be the one constant in your life, you'll get used to it then. For as long as I can remember there was always someone who would judge me for a reason, it might because of my family, maybe because of what I've done or what I've not done. Judging people is the easiest thing to do in the world. That's why everyone does it." "Well," Bato coughed, looking ashamed. "I don't really know what to say to that, but I do wish you all the best," he said, extending a hand towards Harry. "Thank you," Harry said, accepting his hand and the unspoken gesture of peace that came with it. Stupid, 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 stupid K.SS. Zuko cursed as he paced around his room in his ship. He grabbed a plate from his table and tossed it as hard as he could. It bounced off the floor and hit him in the knee, causing a new burst of anger that resulted in him kicking the table over. Uncle Iroh, who was sat next to the table, didn't even bat an eye at that. "Nephew, please calm down," Uncle Iroh requested before sipping on some of his tea. "Calm," Zuko demanded. A short burst of fire shot out from his fists as he turned towards him. "How in the Fire Lord's name am I supposed to be calm? Our best shot of catching the Avatar had just slipped through our fingers because of you," he roared. As far as he was concerned, it was because of his uncle that the Avatar wasn't already in his grasp. It started with that bounty hunter named June. She had tracked a fleeing target who had stowed on board Zuko's ship and captured him while inflicting some mild but expensive damage to the ship. Something that had angered Zuko greatly, though he was admittedly impressed with her proficiency and skill. After finding the huntress, he had gotten her to agree to repay him for the damage to his ship by helping track down the Avatar instead of paying for it. They had come quite close to catching up to him, having tracked them down using her Shirshu, a large, quadrupedal creature that lives underground and has a highly developed sense of smell and an ability to paralyze a target. In fact, they had been able to spot the Avatar's bison a small distance away when Uncle Iroh had opened his mouth. "You should be careful, the Avatar and the Emerald Dragon together should not be underestimated," he had warned them. June, who hadn't known that they were tracking those two specific people, had stopped the Shirshu immediately. No, and K.SS no," she had said before kicking them both off. "There is no way in hell that I am helping you fight the Avatar and the Emerald Dragon. I don't have a death wish." Zuko had tried to argue that she still owed him for the damage she had caused to his ship. She had tossed him some money that she had previously claimed not to have, before taking off. This, unfortunately, resulted in them missing the Avatar and his friends as they flew away on his bison. "Nephew, all I did was warn you and June," Uncle Iroh pointed out. "Exactly," Zuko hissed. "You shouldn't have told her that because if I didn't then we would be armed with an unwilling ally when fighting against the Avatar and Harry." Uncle Iroh cut him off. "She would be a liability on the battlefield, providing she didn't run as soon as she realized who she was fighting." Zuko paused at that before he growled again. "But we could have at least waited until we got close enough so that I could capture the Avatar," Zuko argued. "And how would you plan to fight off his two Water Tribe friends and him?" Uncle Iroh raised an eyebrow. "Even with June, I doubt that you would have stood a chance. Those Water Tribe savages are clearly somewhat competent if they've been assisting him," Uncle Iroh pointed out. "Not to mention the Avatar himself. Admittedly the boy seems to be 12 years old and so far hasn't mastered the other elements, but he has one very special advantage. You might not know this but he is the Avatar," Uncle Iroh said, stressing out the title. And if by some miracle you deal with all 3 of them by yourself, then you'll also have to fight Harry. I could have held him off long enough to. Don't be foolish, Uncle Iroh said sharply, causing Zuko to stop. The young man took a deep breath and stared at his uncle. Having noticed the shift in the man's voice and posture, Uncle Iroh was in what Zuko had mentally dubbed as teacher mode. You have a lot more training before you're even close to Harry's level. Think, Prince Zuko, in a nation full of people that can make fire, how dangerous must a person be for them to be considered a dragon? He asked. I know that Harry is dangerous, Zuko replied. I know what he can do. Just like any man, you know only what you've seen and what you've heard, Prince Zuko. Uncle Iroh replied. Harry has never shown his true power in front of you. He has held himself back in your presence. I've seen the true power he possesses. I've seen his fiendfire burn down an entire village. Even I have no defense against it. The best I can think to do is overwhelm it with my own fire, but that would take a considerable amount of effort and I'm not sure if that would work. Perhaps I could avoid it or maybe even redirect it, but as I said, I'm not sure if that would work. You may consider June's actions to be one of a coward's, but she was smart enough to not jump into a situation that she can't handle. Do not underestimate the Avatar or him. Do not make the same mistake that your father had made. Zuko turned away, closing his eyes. As much as he wanted to ignore Uncle Iroh's words, he couldn't. He couldn't let himself underestimate Harry. He might not know as much as Uncle Iroh, but he knew that Harry was vicious and dangerous when he wanted to be. His last meeting with the Fire Lord had been proof of that. Zuko could still hear the screams. To be continue. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.